All right, team, we're transitioning to flak, but tasks are still going to be on Bullfrog.
Did nobody see my poppycock post?
Could be a miracle start, but how it will begin is that we will have all these teams separated into 3 groups out of all the 24 teams, and each respective teams get to play 4 matches per day. That's how things are going to be looking like.
You know what? I'm happy that you guys are spending your Sunday with us, because usually this day is like for family and friends, or like something of a get together with your relatives, right? But I'm happy because, well, instead of, I don't know, maybe this is kind of your bonding thing, all right, that you guys are watching some PUBG Mobile action. But just in case you weren't able to watch day number 1 of the Ruthless Invitational Showdown, so this is how it's going to go down. It's 24 teams, 3 groups, and 6 matches a day. So it's a different format if we are going to compare it with the Night of Champions that we've just had quite recently. Now, for the group division, and of course the teams that are be playing for this tournament, we've got Group A, Group B, Group C, and I'm pretty sure that you guys already have your favorite teams that you would want to support, you know, for the entirety of this tournament.
That's right, and overall, the Group B looking super stacked with those names on board. And not to also mention Group C, we got those heavy hitters, BTR, 4 Tribes, The Savior Vampire, as well as Nongshim Red Force. So, honestly, Group C are the ones that are currently leading the pack when we have BTR, Vampire Esports, and even the likes of The Savior, who scored that double chicken dinner by the tail end of the night, and they are now the ones pretty much sitting on the podium right now.
Vampire Esports, is it? I thought it was Alter Ego Errors. Okay, was it Vampire Esports?
It was The Savior, no?
Is it The Savior? Okay, we'll find out in just a while. We'll find out in just a while. But yeah, I mean, you're absolutely right, Contra. You know, day number 1 of the Invitational Showdown definitely set the tone for what's shaping up to be a fierce competition. You know, teams from Southeast Asia and South Asia battled across diverse terrains, giving us a deeper look into their strategic priorities and, of course, dynamics. And Southeast Asia's dominance, like Alter Ego Eras, there's also Hawaii Sports, that showcased exceptional zone control that we talked and discussed about yesterday quite frequently, to be honest, because there were a lot of surprise clutches that came from a lot of players in the game.
Indeed, there's definitely a lot of big plays out there, including the one that we've witnessed coming out of Sem9's very own Superboy, where he just managed to turn a 1 versus 4 against 4 Tribes of all teams. 4 Tribes, they have definitely looked to be one of the most amazing teams when it comes down to 4 versus 4s, but that was just overwhelming, which nobody had actually expected that before. And of course, here in the Ruthless Invitational Showdown, I guess you could say we should always expect the unexpected.
Oh, definitely. And that's what makes it a very special match, if in case we see something that's kind of explosive, right? And if you mentioned Superboy, I am not over what Levi's did during, was it? Oh, yeah. I mean, was it yesterday? I think it was yesterday, right? When he. Yeah, that was yesterday. So when he actually, I think, also eliminated the whole of Weibo Gaming all by himself.
It's crazy. I mean, there's just so many of all these big moments out there, and we're about to create even more together. So sit back and relax, and I believe we'll show you guys the standings in a moment's time. So, of course, we'll give production a little bit more time. So hope you guys would be patient with us, as we're also very, very eager to start the show.
Oh, definitely. I mean, I've been excited, you know, since this morning. I've been looking at the scores of each team, so I don't even know why I forgot who is at the top spot, or maybe because I just know that there were a lot of teams that really put up a great show yesterday. I mean, it was unexpected, to be honest, because usually day number 1 is kind of a chill game, you know, for most of the teams. But I feel like maybe it was because of the Night of Champions, where like 4Miracle vibes, you know, right off the bat, they gave us like quite a bombastic performance, and they were able to maintain that from day 1 and day number 2. And it's the same thing that is happening or that happened during day number 1 of the Rootless Invitational Showdown. And since, we are coming in hot for day number 2, ladies and gents, this is the time for them to actually build that solid foundation so that they can maintain their lead in the overall standing. And of course, we will not fail to mention the overall MVP of the of day number 1. Of course, that's Alter Ego Era's BX 666, 14 elimination, and we've got 2,626 damage output. And if you guys continue on sharing this live broadcast to everyone out there, maybe, just maybe, we can unlock this silhouette of a character.
Yeah, or hopefully production will just spill the tea and tell us who exactly that is. Maybe they don't even have a single clue at all. I mean, up till now, nobody really knows who this guy is. It could be Rosemary, it could be Alba, whoever else that's playing inside of Alter Ego that's still on board. But we are also expecting perhaps a little bit of roster shuffle coming into the PMSL SEA region. Meanwhile, of course, we do have Woon T that's been on board and has been hitting all these big numbers for Dingo Saber to see him thrive alongside with another brother coming from Vietnam, and that is going to Team Flash's very own win. Following closely is No Fear, who has been able to dish plenty of damage throughout his run.
You know what? I am absolutely a fan of Woon T here of D Saber. I don't think I think I'm very straightforward about it. I've been a fan since he was in Team Flash, but you know what? Absolutely great because of the fact that there's another star or rising star perhaps in Team Flash, and that would be Win. Setting up a total of 15 elimination points and 2,292 damage output. Hence, he is currently sitting at the top of the list as the overall fragger.
Yeah, and him being a new kid on the block for Team Flash as well, this has been looking absolutely impressive of what his team can actually achieve, since you did mention Batman aka Woon has already joined in with the likes of the Saber, which of course are the top dogs of the tournament. Now look at the standings. That double chicken dinner yesterday until end of the night have seen the Saber shoot all the way up to the top. Meanwhile, VTR Vampire Esports follows very, very closely on 49 as well as 47 respectively. Horror Esports have yet to actually score a chicken dinner, but you can see that even 4MV Alter Ego are falling at the 40-pointer margin very closely. So if they do score a chicken dinner, I believe they're going to be able to easily challenge whoever's at the top right now.
At least for the first page, we can see that it's still diverse, right? It's not really dominated by a country just yet. But if we're going to talk about, like, is it dominated by a region, that there's no doubt that it's the teams coming from Southeast Asia. So come on, guys, bring in your support for the South Asian teams. Make a lot of noise down there in the comment section so that they can feel that energy, and perhaps they can use that when they get inside the game. Now, coming in at second place, we've got ASI, it moving up a rank here, 4 Tribes as well. So this is maybe the upper half section of the leaderboard. But for Alpha 7, even though getting a chicken dinner, they still move down a couple of ranks here. GLU, the only team I can see here that had a lot of improvement in terms of their gameplay would be the Koreans, of course, the NS Red Force.
Yeah, it seems like they're just settling in as well. That last couple of matches will see them thrive a little bit more to be able to move into the top 5 ratio. Meanwhile, D plus Kia 7-9 as well as Thunder Talk, they definitely have seen slight progress, but still lagging behind as compared to the rest of the pack. You can say the same about a lot of the top teams coming in from the PEC. So, of course, they will try to figure things out moving into this day 2 onwards. Now, let's take a look at the top performers. As Vampire Esports, they were leading for most part of the matches before VX comes in with that double chicken dinner, and you can absolutely tell they've got those big numbers to prove it.
And you know what? I mean, you guys don't even have to worry about your favorite teams just yet, okay? Because we haven't started really the matches for day number 2, so they still got plenty of time to tweak whatever needs calibrating when in terms of their strategy and their gameplays and how they're going to be approaching day number 2 for the Ruthless Invitational. But then again, okay, here is the schedule. We're gonna start off in Erangel, and then we've got Miramar in between here. But okay, before
Wait, Mark, so perhaps teams are going to be slowly revealing their cards as well. B plus Kia, especially out of the many names out there, I have definitely had high hopes for them to make a significant point for today, but we'll see if they will be able to at least keep up to the pacing of how a lot of all these teams coming from South Asia, from Mongolia, as well as the rest of SEA, who has been leading the charge for most part of day one. So hopefully we will actually see certain teams to be able to also stabilize a little bit more. Meanwhile, I guess for the rest of the PC, if they could just keep themselves alive for really long into the game, there's definitely plenty of chances for them to get their first ever chicken dinner.
You're absolutely right. But you know what? Okay, I just want to address that some of you actually sent me a message yesterday asking why is Nova Esports not included in the list of teams that are playing in the lobby? Well, actually, I don't know, but perhaps they were busy with something else, or maybe they're playing in another tournament. But I'm definitely sure that Ruthless, I mean, if they're available, they're going to be in the lobby. I mean, the fact that they were able to close Alpha 7 to join us for this tournament, absolutely wonderful. I mean, it's great to see that at least we have one NA team joining us for this tournament, because I mean, it's a rare thing to happen. I hope this can be a staple thing in Ruthless Invitational. You know what I miss? Like a feature or a segment here from Ruthless is that we get questions from the comment section and address it. That's the thing that I miss.
Yeah, and of course, keep the questions coming. And I won't be on the comment section, but I know that Andy will be peeping from time to time. So you guys know exactly what to do. Make sure it's appropriate. That's pretty much it.
Yeah.
Anyways, of course, to me, it's jarring to call Alpha 7 an American team because, they're hailing from Brazil, but I mean, North American. They're technically from South America. I mean, easily we could call it like, Americas in that sense.
Still America.
In a way, perhaps.
Is it north or south? Ooh, what happened?
Well, we'll definitely have to wait for a little bit longer to actually find out.
I don't know if you guys can hear us, but we're not. I'm not sure.
Well, I guess
Do we
just
keep talking?
really have to wait for it. So eventually we'll be back on track, ladies and gents. So don't go anywhere. We'll just be chilling for a little bit longer.
Well, if you guys can hear us, I'm thinking, okay, maybe if you do have questions, you can tag us. You post it on your My Day stories and tag us, and then we'll definitely see that, and we'll give you an answer if that happens. Hello, Mission Control. What is happening? Let's talk. Wait, let's check. But we're still rolling though. No. Yeah, definitely. Oh man, I was in the zone already. So thank you so much, Mission Control. I know we just experienced some little technical difficulties, but rest assured, ladies and gents, that production, of course, is working hard to fix everything that needs to be fixed. And so, ta-da! We're back again on the screen.
Yeah, sorry about that, but don't worry, things are still a-okay as we're getting ourselves ready for our first matchup. But of course, look into how the trajectory has been set for majority of all these teams. I'm looking at some of the top teams coming from the PFSL SEA to continue to be on the chase to be able to hit that top one. As for B Savior, all they really want to do is to maintain it because they first started things off a little bit slow. This time around, they're just getting themselves pretty much steady on their tracks. Moving into Wrangle, who are you favoring to secure the first match?
I'll go with my Purple Hearts.
Horror Esports.
My Purple Hearts, hello!
There we go, Horror Esports. Well, since you've already picked that, I gotta go for something else. If BTRs is in the game, I'll go for BTRs.
Oh, come on. No. I don't think they're playing for the first match. I think they started.
Oh, yeah. Group C is not on board, so no BTR, no Vampire Esports. The Savior? Are they there?
Group C still.
Group C
it's
as
Group
well.
A versus Group B, right? So.
Okay, I want to see Team Secret maybe this time around. Random call, but I hope it works.
Why not? Production, interesting. What team are you gonna pick this time? ASI, man.
Strong. Love it.
As a strong one. Yep. No doubt. Raouf. Well, okay, Contra already has 1 point, and I'm putting my fate on to my Purple Hearts, of course, to my Horror Boys, to give me another point, or my first point for day number 2, or at least for this tournament.
Well, I hope that things will work out well enough for you, Andy. But for now, I think that teams are once again re-strategizing. A lot of hot drops happen in the early span of these matches, but other than that, I think that a lot of the teams are still feeling well adjusted to the current pacing that's being set by the teams hailing from both South Asia as well as Southeast Asia. So I'm definitely excited to actually see if there's going to be even more of those direct challenges that we are getting from the PEC teams, because majority of these teams are the ones hot dropping, challenging the likes of Vampire Esports, the Savior, you name it. It's been pretty much ongoing for a very, very long time now.
Well, yeah, the only thing I could say about the PL teams that we have in the lobby, since I've learned just quite recently, to be honest, that, PEL and Pubg is, they do have these different versions, right? So, again, they already have the skill, they already have the talent to play like an FPS game, so that's the most basic thing that they can learn. But it's okay to be a beginner. And then you learn about everything because you have to start somewhere, right? I mean, every master was once a beginner. So for the teams, like the PEL teams that we have right now in this tournament, I think by the time when we get to a point wherein they've already mastered this version, then I think that's the start of the real battle for the other Southeast Asian teams and South Asian teams. Then that's going to be wonderful. That's going to be exciting and all the more fun for us.
Yeah, it feels kind of wrong for us to actually say that as well. Like, they definitely are masters. Like, I would just blatantly say it's just
Their
ping
version.
difference, right? It's just ping difference because the PEL guys, of course, they play on the Peacekeeper Elite variety, but essentially it's pretty much the same game. Like, perhaps what they really need to do is to make certain adjustments in their settings, which can be pretty much annoying because all these small little nuances. But overall, I think like it's just about connecting through that VPN. That's one layer, and then you're playing on a different version at the very same time. That makes it even more difficult because that ping difference can be anywhere from 200 ping to 500 ping. So there's no going on about it. Yeah.
Oh man, I really don't know. I mean, I just talked to someone from PL just a few days ago, and I've asked why, like why they're not really performing. I actually put out a content about that, and he just mentioned that we have a different version. I mean, it's almost the same thing, but quite a few like differences in the game. So I haven't played it, to be honest. I haven't seen it, but anyway, we're gonna kick things off in Erangel here, ladies and gents, and we are about ready to see a lot of action happen coming from groups A and B, and it's the showdown that we have been waiting for.
And here we go into our first game of the night as the wait is over. Sorry for a little bit of hiccups, but we're finally arriving into the map that we all know and love. A very straightforward flight from the north to the south, and that's going to allow the members of North Bots to stay around for, well, I believe that's going to be group.
Hey, coba Axe Premium Collection baru. Wangi mewah parfum Premium Axe bikin doi jadi terpikat.
Wanginya mewah, King.
Axe Premium Collection baru. Wangi mewah dengan proteksi deodoran.
Sambut hari kemenangan dengan semangat untuk awal yang lebih baik. Selamat Hari Raya Idul Fitri. Rayakan kemurnian dengan satu kaleng Bear Brand. Bear Brand, rasakan kemurniannya.
So we're definitely have to see who else actually takes the island. So looking rather interesting on how this flight path still kind of skewers over onto the regions of Gatka at the very same time. So definitely gonna be a little bit tough for certain teams who are loving areas like Nova.
And again, if we are looking at the handsome pictures that we can see over to the left side of the screen here, again, yesterday we didn't have any portrait of Win coming from Team Flash, and he just dethroned. I believe that was Doc that he dethroned, I'm not sure, with the most number of points of knockouts, damage, and one more. Okay, another title. But yeah, I mean, getting into action here. Oh, what an opening! We've got a clash from Team Flash up against which teams are they play? Oh, Alter Ego Ares!
Wow!
What?
Just like that, they just crumble. It's a clean sweep. But wait a minute, Team Flash, they don't get points out of it. What's going on? Are they supposed to get points out of it?
Oh, okay, maybe John Wick actually got those points. But anyway, just kidding. We don't know what is happening currently, but yeah, that's a big question mark right there. But anyway, okay, there's more to go, ladies and gents. We've got Rogue Warriors over here going up against the production's choice of team ASI8. I can already see Baby right there, pretty close with the double Z of Rogue Warriors, but ZZ over here is not making a move. I think he's gauging whether or not it's safe to attack or to open fire up against anyone from ASI, but right now it's not really the perfect timing for him. His teammate, though, is so far away that I don't think he can back him up.
Yeah, that's the weird situation that they're dealing with at this current moment. But at the very same time, let's look at the current scenario of all the teams mentioned. It seems like they are going to be able to at least have XL on the way around it, and this is going to be a little bit rowdy for ZZ. And just like that, he goes in for a jump shot, but not quite enough to take them down. Decent damage done. XL being spotted as well as ASIA takes charge of the north point of the city of 70.
I mean, obviously, Rogue Warriors at a deficit here. I mean, they entered the game with 3 members, so that was at a disadvantage. And ASI8 right now, pretty aggressive gameplay coming from them. I mean, they're not showing any mercy at the moment. Casanova right now, behind this concrete, broken down wall, trying to go for a spray here. It's a dance-off, ladies and gents, but I can see him really succeeding on this one since the opponent is pretty low in HP. Okay, just look at him mucking his enemy right from the start. Oh, but what just happened? What?
He managed to turn the tides around. Now it's down to 1 versus 1. This has been the strongest fight that we've seen coming out of Rogue Warriors in the entire tournament, and he's looking to secure the point already backing two. And take a look at that. Crypto, he's getting tagged up already. So this is not going to be all too straightforward. Even if he does lob the grenade, there's just ample time for them to go in for the wraparound. XL does secure it. And just like that, 3 elimination points are in the bag.
That was insane, man. Like, I wasn't really expecting that to happen. I mean, he was able to pull up a clutch. That was kind of a miracle for me. I mean, he didn't have any HP, and he just really found that perfect timing to shut down Casanova from that exchange. And it's a little bit of a struggle from the side of Baby to pick his teammate up. I mean, understandably so, because he doesn't even know where his opponent is exactly. So obviously ASI don't want to be reckless at this point. They don't want to make any rush decisions just yet. But in any way, Weibo Gaming, we still got one more player who's still up there in the air, hasn't landed just yet. So yeah, let's see what's going to happen later on, or meanwhile rather. We're looking at Tiamba right now. They're currently rotating. Not exactly sure where they're headed exactly, but probably will still go through towns and get some more resources before they get into any engagement.
Sure enough, while of course we will have the entire team to be traversing. I noticed that there's a certain bug in this kind of bomb where when they do get those kills, initially you saw Team Flash, they got those big points, right? Taking down the entirety of Alter Ego. On the team defeat the score, it counts as 0. So if you guys want the real numbers, do stare at the leaderboards on the right side of your screen just to know what exactly is going on. But other than that, I think the coast is clear. We can see it with our own eyes how rowdy these fights have been, where Alter Ego crashing out, ASI getting turned over by Rogue Warriors. Now it's down to that 1v1, which is a little jarring to start things off with. Not really the easiest way to actually get things going for production who's, put the predictions onto ASI 8, while Team Flash are also getting knocked here by the members of A1 Esports.
Oh yeah. We've got one of them currently knocked down, and that would be Tops, ladies and gents. We don't exactly know where he is at the moment, or if he is actually being revived. Okay, I see him. Okay, but yeah, it'll take time for him to get picked up at this point, since A1 is spread out a little. But here comes Bows, defying all odds to save his teammate. I got you, brother. I'm coming up.
And the rest of Team Flash, they got ample of room to actually play out around this area of the map. Whoa! Weibo takes on their brothers coming from Tianba. It is going to be a full flush being sent towards this sector of the map, while the rest of the pack seems to be sitting tightly inside the urban terrain. I love all these teams so far engaging around that sector, and we expect perhaps even more bloodshed to go, but for now, coast seems to be pretty clear for the moment.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good thing that A1 Arrow's picking up the pace. They seem to have the upper hand advantage since they were able to shut down one player from Team Flash here. It's also a good thing that I guess they're really gauging the situation this time. They're getting all the information before they make any hard push. But we can see Hitman here. Okay, he's cooking up the nade, getting ready to throw up against someone here, just across the building though. Completely missed his target, but I think he's going for the second one here to try and flush him out, or maybe disorient Team Flash.
Zone is also closing in. They gotta quickly wrap up the fight. As you can see, that the map is actually skewered all the way down towards the south corner, which is why everybody is bunched up over on the course of Milta at this current moment. Oh boy, this is just gonna take a while to settle scores. And here we go, the push set perfectly from Win as he goes in to take down Hitman 47.
Again, that was impeccable timing coming from the win of Team Flash. A great counter as well. Now, A1 Arrow, down to just two players here. Great counter again coming from Team Flash. We're able to turn the tables up against the Bangladeshi. So let's see what Rowdy is going to do in this situation. I mean, Rowdy also has this reputation wherein he's very good and very accurate with the aim, and especially in critical, position. But here comes Rowdy now with a shot, and he was able to get a point, but he wasn't able to finish that because Team Flash was able to do a massive counter. That was a great follow through. Hence, Team Flash again survived this event. So we're down to our lone wolf again, which is Sinister.
Yeah, Team Flash absolutely scoring pretty big numbers in this round itself. Already at 7 points, the blue zone now kicks in. As Zeus still looking out for the final member remaining. Tops will really have to heal himself up. He's only got a couple of bandages. The struggle about
Batuk dan pilek mengganggu keluarga. Fix Formula 44. Legakan batuk tidak berdahak, tenggorokan gatal, pilek, dan bersin. Untuk rasa hangat di tenggorokan.
Lega.
Fix Formula 44.
Upgrade ke jilat Blue Trifleksi. Mata pisau, peka di kulit. Jangan cukur perih, abangku.
committing towards the fight is that they have barely looted up just yet, so now they're struggling to even find those first aids around the entire sector of Yesta Pollyanna. And they eventually will have to pick up those vehicles to drive further down south, either to Lipovka or directly onto that Milk Power. Anywhere around the hillside across the lumberyard is going to be a tough space to play out because a lot of teams are looking for that high ground. And if you're going to be late, then you better be safe every step of the way.
You cannot afford to have a late game entry here. I mean, considering the circle that we have 60% water at least. So that, I mean, we don't have that much space to begin with, for the teams here. So there is a need for them to get inside as early as now. I mean, we are just at stage 2, but compounds are running out, and most of the teams are over to the west side. They're already flocking in, close in proximity, and I'm pretty sure the moment that we step into stage 3, there will be a lot of teams that will not make it to stage 4.
That's right, and I also did take notice when we panned the camera to Formico Vibes. Baron is playing for today, and I gotta check who exactly got subbed out on the roster. Whoever they put is always going to be a great game so far for Formico Vibes. It's great to have fresh hands on board for Alpha 7 stuck in the middle of these members of LGD, and this is not going to be an easy task for them to take on the fight, but they are further committing into this tussle as we're looking at them pretty much locked in. Well, Team Flash are also driving towards this direction. It might just be a three-way warfare. Meanwhile, Circle moves deeper and deeper into Milta Power. Barely enough space, but RRQ looking to dominate that sector.
This is going to be a bloodbath over here. I mean, we've got a lot of teams headed towards the same direction. We've got Tian now getting taken out of the equation. Same thing goes for M2 and Afu. So I feel like the entirety of LGD's, just got eliminated. Alpha 7 gaining a total of 7 elimination points. Unfortunately, though, from that exchange, clearly already back in the lobby, but with 1 point. So that is still quite a good performance. Now we've got Mafioso on the screen, ladies and gents, but Alpha 7 attacking the blue. That was a massive spray again coming from Mafioso with a DP28 that put a stop on Bao's track, but great follow through again from Zhuz of Team Flash.
Did you just see how snappy he is on the DP? Despite having a machine gun, he uses that so sharp as if it was, I don't know, an AUG or something. There was barely any recoil on how they actually take him out. Save goes to win, he manages to take him out of Pickle. There goes Revo. Oh my word. 8 points already for Team Flash, but this might just be the end of it because one after another, they're getting pinched down. And the last we checked, they don't have enough meds while they leave Yasta Pollyanna. So this is going to be a world of hurt while they are further committing. There is still Zeus over on the other corner. He tries to straight back quickly as goes Wafu. He's just settling it down, but instead it's Bose that saves the day, and it's already 10 points for Team Flash.
Oh man, Team Flash playing on another level here. They're on a killing spree, and the fact of the matter is, they're still a complete squad, which is, I can say, a phenomenal performance because it's not easy to get the whole squad up until the latter stages of the game here, considering the kind of lobby that we have. But then again, this doesn't guarantee that they can make it to the last few zones of the game, considering that they still need to travel to get into the safe zone, right? And there's Sem9 guiding that rim of the circle there. And well, I'm pretty sure that if they have a chance to pick up some points, that's exactly what they're going to do in this situation.
Yeah, whoever survives the top 8 cut at least will get themselves. RQ definitely is going to be the one that will be able to secure it, and now they wear it down to only 9 teams available. A1 Esports only have that one player. Great spot on shot coming from Nugget. And I'm just trying to think who exactly is going to be in the right form to be able to challenge RQ in that position, because to enter built up power, you would have to go very deep into it. I guess I got my answers right here on the map. It is going to be
Okay.
Horror Esports. So your pick right now, looking to
Oh,
be able to
gosh.
secure plenty of room. And a lot of these teams will just rush towards this section because the only available space to play is literally built up power.
Exactly.
This is a rare circle.
Exactly. Oh, it's gonna be the war zone here. I mean, the good thing about horror esports is that they're already inside Mill to Power. So the question is if they are strong enough to hold a very good defense. But I feel like they're down to just 2 players, if I'm not mistaken, because I can only see Jiggle and Sky here. So I'm just checking if okay, so 2 already out of the game. I mean, just imagine the amount of teams headed towards the same direction. And yeah, I'm pretty sure that GLU, For Miracle Vibes, even RQ are going to have an exchange here. So Sem9, just as we called it, they're trying to do some gatekeeping stuff. So preventing other teams to get inside the safe zone. So let's see if they can get some points or get some job done from the situation.
Yeah, this is a very rare case where it just skewers all the way down to the very thin corner of the map, while we are looking at the exchange of nades between Blue Squad as well as 4MV. And right top of the hillside is the RRQ that has been holding over onto the corners and have finally spotted out tops. So that's one member down out of the 4MV. Still Trebor. That's going to be able to at least receive that information to work around with what they have. Also trying to attack onto the rotating members of WBG. As you can definitely tell, WBG is struggling to even find that space, and believe that was a little bit of an latency where we even see their UAVs be actually shifted back for a moment. Also does actually secure it. So WBG, they have gotten themselves 4 points. This has been one of the best starts that WBG has, and now they are looking to eventually challenge the rest of Team Flash and also Sem9 at the very same time, just by the corner of the factory grounds, just on the outskirts of the Villa Power.
I mean, just imagine the number of teams that we already have inside Milton Power. Again, it's going to be crucial for a lot of teams, not just for Horror Esports. The thing is, Horror Esports, they're already at a disadvantage considering that they're just, like a duo here. D plus Kia, I do understand why they're kind of hesitating to get inside Milton Power. I mean, it's already crowded in there. So I think this is a smart choice to let the other teams battle it out first before they jump into the mix here. I mean, there's also RQ outside. There's Team Secret, and even For Miracle Vibes. They're just at over to at the fence there. So I think the fight will just happen between Sem9, Team Flash, Hora, and GLU for now. Even Weibo Gaming. But then again, if RQ and the other teams are still outside Milta Power, they can get lucky with the shots and try to do third party from time and time.
Absolutely agree with that. And the only type of team that can challenge RRQ from their position is Team Secret, or whoever actually outlasts the duel inside of Milta Power Factory Grounds at the moment. Still hard to actually figure it out because Sem9, they still have that strength of 4 members. They will have to run inside of the compound. So This is not quite the urban setting that I expected to actually end. It's so jarring to actually see Build the Power to be played like this. But it's always something new here in the battlegrounds as we're looking at RQ expecting a lot more visitors. Now they're trying to attack their closest competitor, Team Secret, over on the south side. So for the moment, I think they could just sit still. They don't really have to challenge each other. If there's going to be either teams that's moving deeper to the region, at least Team Secret can take care of the south. The rest of
Exactly.
RQ can take care of the north.
The thing is, we don't even know where the next circle is gonna land. I mean, there's this possibility that it will go back to the.
Almond, chocolate mint, mari, biskuit, coklat cashew, tiramisu, coklat blueberry, hazelnut, salted caramel, peanut butter, strawberry, bebas, laktosa, matcha. Aduh, lagunya nggak muat. Susu Cimori rasanya banyak banget.
Left side at least. So, again, the unpredictability is what we love about this game. But in the meantime, let's check out what is happening with RQ. Right now, they're having an exchange with Team Secret. We got MG, aka Lapar, here getting damaged as well from the teams across the fence. An exchange of nades is definitely happening between these two teams. Nerpeiko was able to inflict a lot of damage there, but you know what? Noga has a very good angle to begin with, so he could really provide a very good support for the rest of the team here. But Nerpeiko was able to do an on-point shot at the nade and was able to put down at least 2 members of Team Secret.
Yeah, RQ so far wearing them down. Nades after nades connect, and that angle coming from Nugget has been able to supplement them just about enough to deter Team Secret. And I guess there goes my vote if that's going to be the case. And just like that, Team Secret, despite having a really good position, they challenge RQ at the wrong timing. On the opposite side of the stretch, it is going to be D plus Kia fancying a chance to slowly do some chip damage, pun intended, onto chips, of course, while D plus Kia, they are absolutely taking over the south ground where RQ initially was holding on to. So RQ knows exactly where they're currently at. It's just that they're not in the right position to go for the exchange. Still looking the wounds from that battle up against Team Secret, but you're absolutely right. When this circle shifts, it might actually move back into the factory grounds where a lot of these teams are already situated. So it could be very troublesome for both D plus Kia and RQ at the same time.
Well, it was just unfortunate for the side of Team Secret. I mean, it wasn't a very good spot to begin with. I feel like, you know, it's the most vulnerable spot inside the circle since they don't really have that much cover. And RQ just capitalized on that one. D plus Kia slowly moved to the northern side. They're evenly spread out. So I feel like the first team that they're going to have an altercation with definitely will be for Miracle Vibes. And as for Team Flash, they're taking their time. You know, they're not really doing any aggressive push up against Horror Esports at the moment. But it's 7-9 and Weibo Gaming that's been having an exchange for quite some time now.
Yeah, interesting enough. This time they're not feeling you, high boy, and just like that, that push from 7-9 sees them scoring even more points, wiping out Weibo. And here comes the rest of Team Flash. They heard all that noise and they thought that for half there is going to be more of these damage to be done. Now, the tandem duo of Horror Esports is going to be charged by the rest of Team Flash. Down to Jiggle. He's hiding right behind those boxes, and speaking of which, both have already been knocked down. See Jiggle aggressively trying to trade back. Need to be brought out here, but it's going to be a little tough. And just like that, from the top side, Sky has got him covered to take down that member of Team Flash.
See, if you do know how to use that element of surprise, it will always work to your advantage. And that's exactly what we saw coming from Horror Esports. And now the moment of truth here, ladies and gents, is about to unfold. We've got Sky cooking up a nade, potentially shutting down at least a player coming from Team Flash. Completely missed his target, though, but yeah, maybe a little damage inflicted onto Bowser. Now he goes for the Molly. Okay, going a little bit outside, but okay. No hard push just yet, but oh, Jiggle with an on-point spray, shutting down Bows from that angle.
He's just playing mind games with these members of Team Flash, and just like that, slowly kidnapping one after another. Now it's only down to Tops. Not the one from that is, and here comes, just like that, he brings out the DBS in time once more as they shut off T-Flash, but that has been 11 massive points that have been gained by the Vietnamese aces. Florida Esports still well and alive, looking to make the cut into the top 5.
Okay, here we go, ladies and gents. 7 teams remaining, and we are already at stage 6 with 1 minute and 30 seconds on the clock before we hit stage 7. We can see that Sem9 boys trying to flush out the remaining players of GLU squad. We've got one of them getting more damage compared to the other one because of those nades. But what a risky jump coming from also of D plus Kia. And that is unfortunate because you just know this part is kind of hard to navigate. I mean, there will be no chance for him to get back up, to climb back up to where the fight is already happening. So I guess it's safe to say that D plus Kia is already at a deficit here. But let's see. I mean, 3 is still a good number, for the team. It's still doable. Let's see if D plus Kia can make something out of the situation.
Even the best in the world sometimes have a slip up, so gotta always check where you're turning over, or you might actually just by the edge of the map. D plus K, like I said, gonna be playing with 2, while Sem9, they have been able to hustle everybody else, still keeping 4 members well and alive. Now, on to challenge Blue Squad that has been staying stagnant. They've been here for the longest of time, but have not really opened fire all too much, but Superboy's about to change that. Since Superboy has been fielded over a roster, I just felt like Sem9 suddenly have this urge of confidence. Meanwhile, U-High subbed in for Kenny, pretty much the same role where they're going to be the aggressive rushers moving into the front line. So down to Kenny if he's going to be able to at least seek certain angles that Sem9 can go in for a clean push. But for now, they're just absolutely respecting that space that Blue Squad is currently holding. Though it's only 2 members over onto this shack, and he's going to be wrapping things around. Superboy, he's going to waste no time. He's going to be looking for these targets. He knows he's by that corner of the wall, so he's going to be seeing if he can just jump right in for the shot.
Well, you can understand why there's a need for Sem9 to actually get inside of this warehouse, because their position is not a very good one. They're still outside of the zone, and GLU knows that. So they apply this pressure onto the boards of Sem9, and there you go, effectively done, amazingly, coming from GLU squad, and that is it. That was the end of the line for Sem9.
That's pretty crazy. 2 versus 4, and they turned the tides around, and they made it look super easy. Where 3 of these members, they got funneled, and they were hesitating on this push. So that was pretty much anticlimactic, where Sem9 evidently had major advantages. So that is a major mistake, and speaking of which, there are those nades being primed right in. Also managed to climb back up on the other side, but perhaps he may not be able to find the right trajectory to be able to climb all the way further front. Muskie is still very much in this matchup, but the rest of RQ is about to alter that fade, dropping those big bombshells. Only connecting onto Fabian as they're already looking for that reset. Forrest this time has been fielded for the side of Muskie, and now we gotta see what Forrest can do. They did bring one down. Forrest is leading the pack here with that as well. Okay, and here comes the DPS of Chips, not quite enough. Now 1 versus 2. The Pecco tries to turn the title around. Fabian already back on his feet. So this is just the second time he brings back Fabian on the ground, and just like that, Forrest, he clears the path as he shuts down the rest of RRQ.
For the side of RQ, they understood that there's really a need for them to push. They shouldn't have wasted any time to be aggressive up against D plus Kia. I mean, obviously D plus Kia was trying to reset, trying to recuperate from that situation where Fabian is still currently knocked down. But, amazingly, with their great reflex and mechanical skills, D plus K was able to defend themselves even if they are, quite at a disadvantage at that point. And I feel like RQ just missed the opportunity really to be super aggressive in terms of like how they should be approaching that situation. But it's still okay. I mean, you make do of what is available to you at that time. But getting back into For America vibes here, it's unusual, of course. It's not the usual numbers that we see that they can actually come up with in a match. But given the situation, they really don't have that much chance a while ago to score some points. But perhaps, since we still got 4 teams remaining, potentially they could get all of it. But that is, they play their cards right. But D plus Kia, it will be hard for them to get inside the circle here. Considering that it's an open space that they have to run to. And yeah, I don't think they still have their vehicles with them. Do they? Oh, they have. Okay.
Seems like they really do. I mean, I'm just looking at the current 4 teams left available. D plus Kia, ever since they won that fight, they definitely do stand a really strong fighting chance right now to secure that chicken dinner. Blue Squad, we're down to only 1. Horror Esports definitely still has impact in the match so long as Jiggle continues to hit the mark. Now, for Miracle Vibes, they are looking to exit out of the factory grounds, and up till now, D plus Kia is holding over onto the high ground. The rest of Horror Esports stuck within the factory. We'll have to see how exactly do they set foot outwards, because Horror Miracle Vibes are definitely going to be overlooking onto those compounds at the very same time. It is a very tricky scenario. It's about who actually advances first and reveal themselves, and then the rest of the pack will start to erupt into battle. Speaking of which, Horror...
Yakin bahwa badanmu gak ganggu orang? Fakta, kebanyakan orang gak sadar bau badan. Sekedar mengingatkan, pakai Resona yang segar wanginya non-stop.
All right, team, we're transitioning to Flak, but tasks are still going to be on Bullfrog.
Did nobody see my poppycock post? There was no clappy claps on it.
Make sure you track your time on Fireplace. Then, ping me on SmackDog.
Guys, we don't need any of those anymore. We have ClickUp.
Where do we chat?
ClickUp.
What about managing projects?
ClickUp.
Docs.
Also ClickUp.
AI.
It's all ClickUp.
Yeah, but how do we get Adam's dog to stop peeing in the office?
Not really sure about that one, but for everything else, we have ClickUp.
Now, the pressure over onto the citizens build the power towards the angle up against Jiggle, but that's not quite hitting the mark just yet. So Sky, he sees the approach coming in from the Koreans, and they are about to break in the challenge. And here comes the rest of 4MB, dropping big nades, and Blue Squad is involved as well, getting that double knock. Can they secure those points before it is being stolen away by 4 Miracle Vibes?
Everyone's ganging up against D plus Kia here, ladies and gents. I mean, the only team that's available for some beating would be D plus Kia, considering their position. I mean, Horror Esports, GLU, 4MB, they do have some cover, but Horror Esports doing an extremely well job of defeating 4 Miracle Vibes as well. It seems to me like they could win the fight, and yes, sir, my purple horse was able to deliver my point here, ladies and gents, getting the first WWCD for day number 2 of the Ruthless Invitational Showdown.
All it took in that moment was a full set to set everybody in that chaos factory. And my, Horror Esports, despite only having 2 members, you saw how Jiggle and Sky worked together so well to take down even a scary unit like Team Flash, who's gotten like, what, 11 points in this match? They say, no problem, I think we can get even more, and they've just proved to us just that. Wow. Spectacular. Absolutely spectacular. What a turn of events when we have not only one big curveball in this form of circle moving into build the power of home places, and then you have a duo to take on entire squads and win it outright. This is why we love this team hailing from the palm.
Well, they were very patient, I can say. They stepped up when it matters most. And Horror Esports, the way that they've gotten the chicken dinner was a smart play, to be honest. I mean, they did not leave that compound and just really waited for the perfect timing, the right opportunity to knock out some opponents. They weren't greedy. It was just like, they're kind of chill, but kind of aggressive at the same time. But you know what? Just because there's like a very positive energy coming from the fans of Horror Esports. I can see a lot of you down there in the comment section spamming purple hearts. So perhaps, one reason why Horror Esports did amazingly well for the first match, it's because perhaps, maybe, just maybe, they are also watching and kind of monitoring the situation. Like, oh, we've got a lot of fans down there in the comment section, so might as well give them a chicken dinner. And boom, chicken dinner.
And just like that, they get their first taste, ending the streak from Southeast Asia of yesterday. And we might just see a dominating ride coming in from these gentlemen out there. XKF, alien from Blue Squad, has definitely shown up strong to wipe out the entirety of 7-9. And look at the margin, we do have bigger damage numbers coming in from Zeus of Team Flash, which they took on Alter Ego to begin their run, and then there was Alpha 7 as well, and they've just been on a rampage, so things are looking really good for these teams out there. But nobody will ever top this record for the time being, as it's 7 points gained by Sky with 1,267 damage.
Yep, sky is the limit, ladies and gents. But you know what? I'm also amazed by the fact that how GLU squad was able to defend that compound, or that warehouse rather, up against M9. Again, the way that they applied a lot of pressure up against M9 and they made it very hard for them to get inside the warehouse was just, amazing. We only have like 3 members of GLU squad trying to defend that warehouse, and Sem9 have been throwing a lot of nades just to flush them out, but they stood their ground. They were able to hold on to it and was able to defend that warehouse effectively. So again, that's a great win, for the side of GLU squad. And Horror Esports, despite the fact that they're just down to 2 players, they were able to hold down the fort as well. So a convincing win, I can say, for the side of Horror Esports. Getting that chicken dinner is just, like a chef's kiss, I can say. Coming in at second place for the match leaderboard, ladies and gents, would be the boys of D plus Kia. They scored a total of 12 points. And also one of the teams that, I guess, had a hard time really getting those points would be D plus Kia. I mean, just imagine the moment that they came crashing that fence where everyone is in. Everyone just started throwing a lot of nades, making it rain bullets. Everyone was ganging up on them, but still, they came in at second here.
It's pretty huge in terms of margin, and it's been a massive run for Alpha 7 to also make certain recoveries to be able to score 8. So everyone's pretty much a winner here. I mean, we definitely see some elements of surprise where Kenba, Alter Ego, and a few notable names got taken out rather early on. Team Secret initially had such a good position, but they were pushing towards the side of RQ, and that kind of pushed them a little bit lower in terms of the ranking in this match. This time, plenty more troubles used, ladies and gents, as we know how difficult it was to navigate around that tiny corner map that was like, I don't know, at a certain point within the land ratio and the water ratio, it was like less than 40% for them to actually play around that factory grounds. But overall, it's been a very satisfying ride, and just like that, just with one chicken dinner, like I said earlier today, they have now surpassed the Saber to take the top spot.
Wow. That is just amazing. Again, it's a make or break situation for most of the teams here, but it is pretty obvious that those big names that we keep talking about inside the lobby are doing their best really to take the top spot here, which is, of course, all the more fun for us. The fact that these guys are really putting up a great show, that is something to look forward to for the rest of the day here. Coming in at second place, or second page rather, Alpha 7 did have a good game here. GLU moved up 1 rank as well. D plus Kia moved up 4 ranks and now at 13th place with 23 points. But as for NS Red Force, it was kind of a mishap, so they're down to they didn't play for this round. Okay, we'll see them play later on. But yeah, just because some of the teams moved up, so that is the reason why some of them moved down the overall ranking, which makes it all the more exciting, because the moment we step into game number 2 here at Contra, we will definitely see a shuffle again in the overall rankings.
That's right. We are looking at teams making a climb, and that is Rogue Warriors as well as Weibo Gaming. 7-9, they did manage to last pretty long, but they just got overwhelmed by those 2 members inside the shack from Pubg squad. So they're sitting over onto that 17th spot. Are about to make it to page 2, so that is going to be all eyes on them later to see if they would be able to do that. So that concludes our very first round. Big round in for, of course, our fans that's been cheering on for Hora Esports of Nepal. Now we just get to see a deep race, because on that front page, everybody is pretty much neck and neck. One victory might actually see another overtake. So we'll go on a short break. We'll give them some time, and we will see you guys for the next map happening in a couple of minutes.
Kalau kejebak macet, ditambah hidung mampet, emang bikin auto mumet. Untung bawa Fix Inhaler. Bisa sat, sep, long. Fix Inhaler, hidung plong kapan aja, di mana aja.
And now we cut to the chase once again here at a Ruthless Hot Invitational Showdown Season 9. It's your boy here, Contra, alongside with our beautiful Red Queen Andy, as we are going to be moving into our second map of the evening. What a ride it was as we just saw the rise of Hora Esports. With that chicken dinner, they're now at that #1 spot.
Yep, Hora Esports definitely didn't hold back. You know, they they were able to knock off Vampire Esports off the leaderboard's top spot. So it was a decisive move, proving that they're not just here to compete; they're here to dominate, and that's what we love. That's what we always expect coming from our favorite teams. On the other hand, I would also like to give recognition, of course, to D Plus Kia, who showed incredible resilience, clawing their way to second place despite starting from a tough position there. We all saw what happened before the end zone actually concluded. So that's one of the things that I was happy about seeing during that match.
Sure enough, and overall, I think that a lot of the teams here on our screen has been able to score plenty of points throughout yesterday's run. BTRRQ, Team Flash have always been able to hold the central region very well enough, and Horror Esports have always been playing not too far off from that area where a lot of all these circles actually end up across that said region. So plenty to actually spectate when we move into our first map of Miramar of the night, ladies and gents. So we're definitely going to see perhaps another big surprise heading into this matchup.
Of course, that's always what we look forward to. But anyway, to give you guys, of course, an idea which teams are going to be playing for the game number 2 in Miramar. So it's going to be Group A and Group C. So B is taking a break for now. But yes, here we go. Contra, your Bigatron boys are definitely playing for game number 2. We also got Four Thrives, The Savior, Vampire Esports, JDG, Thunder Talk Gaming, NS Red Force, and Voin Donkey. Now, I just want to put out the fact that, The Savior, with their late surge yesterday, was able to get a back-to-back winner chicken dinner. So perhaps, coming in for our game number 2, this is the first game for them. Maybe we could get a spicy chicken dinner from them. What do you think?
I definitely do think so. And for me, I stick with the standard. Now that we have a lot of big boys in the house, we're talking about, Vampire Esports, Bigatron Red Villains, or Bigatron Esports, just to keep it simple, right? Just looking at the list of names, I'm going for Vampire Esports. I think no matter the cost, Vampires, they always have big results because every battle they took inside Picado, they have won so far.
Who are you going for, production? I just want to know.
That's a secret for next
No,
time.
that's yours. That's yours. So you're going for Alpha 7. Okay, I think I'm gonna go with Bigatron.
Okay.
Yeah, you go. All right, so we've got Thailand, we've got Brazil, we've got Indonesia representing the prediction lineup. How about you guys? We'd love to know about your picks, so just type it down there in the comment section, and don't forget to cheer for your favorite team, because I'm telling you, it helps.
It definitely does, and if I were to have a second pick, I would go for Four Tribes again. Four Tribes, they've shown that they are very, very strong in Miramar. You could say that they had one hiccup yesterday when they were fighting Sem 9, and that's about it. Where the rest of the maps that they play inside Miramar, I believe they've constantly secured a top 4 finish, and hence why I believe that they should be able to at least pull up very decent record. That is one team that I would suggest if you guys have no clue who exactly to vote for. Meanwhile, Alpha 7, they have definitely shown us very strong results. Even last round when they were taken out, we have actually seen them score 7-8 points, eliminating teams over onto the blue zone. That is definitely super impressive coming out of Alpha 7. And who knows, it might just be a streak link for the rest of these guys for esports as well if they were ever to be played.
Oh man, what a way to open day number 2. I can say that was a very good match. Good performance coming from all of the teams. It's just that really it was a hard zone to begin with. We weren't expecting to have early clashes from the teams, but then again, they were forced to, just because the zone really went to the east side, the far east. and there was a really need for them to clash to just claim that territory. And when you play battle royale, when you want something, you just always have to fight for it, and whoever is the best will definitely be the last team standing. And that's exactly what happened. So listen to me, are you looking? Okay, please don't hate, okay? Let's not be toxic down there in the comment section. We are supposed to have fun because we've got our favorite teams here playing our favorite game. So let's all just cheer for them, okay? No need to fight. There's no need to fight. We're just having fun here.
Nah, and of course, now that we got that out of the way, let's actually see which teams will be able to, climb the charts once again. Now, Horror Esports has got targets on their backs, and with the rest of the Group B or Group C poll to be back over on the course, I'm really thinking that this stacked rosters coming in from Group C is going to have major impact in this course of the battle. From what we've seen so far from day one, I think that it's not going to be all too different from what it will be offered in this matchup.
Definitely. I'm already excited to get to the desert here. I want to see a camel again. I want to see a camel.
Well, I guess that one day we can go and visit, like, I don't know, Dubai or something. That's where most of the camels are at. Well,
I've been to Dubai. I think I was able to ride a camel. It's
You think, or you did?
yeah, and I'm trying to remember because it happened like maybe 6 years ago. Yeah, I think I rode a camel somewhere because we visited the sand dunes, and it was great. Dubai is a great place. I would love to come back. It's just that the cost of living there and the prices, wow, it's really expensive. But hey, the place is really great. Hopefully, we get invited to EWC. That's really I'm hoping for.
That will be an absolute dream. But of course, we continue on at least with this tournament where we have a very secure flight path from the southwest headed all the way to the direct north. This is going to be a tough one. Take a look at all these teams who need to make the stretch. And I'm starting to feel like a little slight concern for everybody out there. Is a lot of all these teams that love to move into Los Leones, Minas Gerais, or even Puerto Impala. This is going to be a long, long flight for them to actually get things done.
And the left side of the screen here says that Win is kind of maintaining his top spot here. Player with the most headshots, most eliminations, and most damage. So good thing for Team Flash. I mean, obviously they're making a statement here, making a name for themselves, right? Especially Win with the stats he's pulling off. But anyway, we're about to see some clashes happen as the teams prepare themselves to get into their favorite drop spots. I'm pretty amazed by the fact that Los Leones is kind of empty at the moment. But D Savior and Alpha 7 going head to head. Now this is some spectacle to watch.
Oh wow, Alpha 7 starting to somehow every single pick that production picks today somehow gets themselves into a battle. We've seen this before where they have been trying to secure grounds over onto El Pozo. This time, it is Alpha 7 that does secure those early 2 elimination points and will be able to pick up Carillo on that skirmish.
And also coming off the kill feed, it's Lolo from a Thunder Talk. Had a hit and run encounter with Alter Ego errors, and the car was driven by Badru, ladies and gents. Ooh, pretty badass. But anyway, getting back into Team Secret, we've got Kung Ngu over here with a UMP. Okay.
Hey, coba Axe Premium Collection baru. Wangi mewah parfum Premium Axe bikin doi jadi terpikat.
Wanginya mewah, King.
Axe Premium Collection baru. Wangi mewah dengan proteksi deodoran.
Kopi ABC Kahwa. Terasa nikmatnya, terasa baiknya.
Hesitant to get inside, obviously, because he just knows someone is standing by the door. Unfortunately, he got caught with all of those bullets was thrown his way, and so he is out of the game. So we only looking at 3 players remaining for the side of Team Secret here, already at a disadvantage up against NS Red Force. But I wonder if NS Red Force will continue on, at that kind of pace, or will they let will they let Team Secret come at them instead?
They could actually hold back for a little bit more, but the rest of Team Secret, we last saw them actually bunch up to surprise some of these members out there. So, as it goes, we're going to be looking at the long range nade that was connected coming in from GT20 Pro. That was a Realme model, I do believe that's his name right now. But continue on with the pace, which we will see Doc now being pretty much pincered. Molotov also dropped over into the corner. Frankie now trying to hold his ground while Jiki coming into a close quarter combat with only barely enough health on that micro Uzi. Still trying to push up against Tizzy. A very dangerous move, but they are still trying to make it work out.
What? Okay, GK, you're the last surviving member. Can you be the knight in shining armor for Team Secret? He's very low in HP though, so the future is kind of bleak, but it's GK we're talking about here. So from Team Secret, now Tease is looking for the right opening shot, and there you go, ladies and gents. Another shotgun versus a micro Uzi, and you just know the kind of result we're gonna get if that happens, and well, voila. Micro Uzi versus a shotgun will not work out. But anyway, back to D Savior here, ladies and gents. 2 casualties now, Levi's and Lamborghini, both out of the game here. Fight continues on up against Alpha 7. Patagene is holding onto a double barrel shotgun over here. Let's see if he can get a player from Alpha 7. Natty T with an attack with a UMP. Unfortunately, from behind, man, that's a major backstab coming from Mafioso.
It definitely is, and right there, as we speak of it, it is going to be Alpha 7 that will come up with this clean sweep this time around.
Ouch. Man, okay. Anyway, Alpha 7 each got a point under their name, so that's a pretty nice teamwork you got there. But we are just at the beginning of the match here, so there's plenty more teams that they will have to go through before they can even touch or grab that chicken dinner. Now, getting back into NS Red Force here, ladies and gents, Bigatron Esports seems to have their eyes set on them. They're not pushing just yet. They haven't opened fire, but they're monitoring the situation. But here we go. Snape did not waste any time, though. He just Avara Kedavra. That one player coming from 4 Thrives, and that would be IQQ.
That was just really, really snappy. Where the moment that he opened up that first blue chamber, he just traced it perfectly. And that just goes to show what perfect base aggression being displayed by BTR has worked out for them for most part. BTR always plays around that power grid sector, so no matter where they move, it's just going to be pretty much of a decent passage for them to be able to rotate across the map. They do expect that there's going to be a lot more teams that will be vying through this hillside, so they're paying close caution. While we are also looking at some casualties coming in around the corner of the map. Moving over to the side of Void Donkey as they're trying to scout up ahead, just by the rim of the zone. So from the looks of it, they are coming from the south side near towards the corners of Chumacera. But for most part, it's still to be absolutely clear. So this time around, other than Nangsha Red Force as well as Alpha 7 to be able to get themselves those early engagements working out, we're just gonna have to wait before we get ourselves even more engagements heading down the stretch. Now, there's just plenty of all these vital space that these teams will be looking to take, and 4 Tribes is happening to be at this choke point, hoping to catch teams rotating towards their favor.
Oh man, there are quite a number of teams flocking around south of Picado and north of Chumacera, and that would be teams like Void, Donkey, BTR, and even 4 Thrives. And there's also quite a number of teams headed towards that same direction, coming from outside of the zone, like GLU squad and perhaps LGD as well. But I feel like LGD are headed towards more on Los Leones, and since Los Leones is kind of a big area here in Miramar, I feel like some of the teams would definitely choose or opt to go to Los Leones at this point. Might as well get a compound to themselves, right? I mean, since it's a little in the central location of the circle here, so it's only logical to get a spot there. But of course, it all depends on the strategies of teams that we have in the lobby. Now, from the north side, I can see that NS Red Force might have a collision with Horror Esports. Alpha 7, it's pretty clear, I guess. Coast is clear for Alpha 7 to get inside from the west side of the circle here because most of the teams are already down there in the middle. I do wonder which of them are going to choose to stay in Los Leones.
Yeah, it's just going to be a really big question out there. It probably will just be a checkpoint for now, as it will further confirm that the majority of the Impala sector will be in play. Outskirts of Puerto Parsa looks very, very playable as well, and it's purely unoccupied. So that is exactly where all these teams would love to be right now.
Just look at the erratic behavior of the circle here, Contra. A while ago, there's a big part of Los Leones. Actually, it's all the... Okay, wait a minute. It's the Wild Wild West again, ladies and gents. But anyway, getting back into the circle, the point that I was making was a huge part of Los Leones was actually inside the circle, and now it had shifted over to the east side, right? And now teams are flocking over to the northern side, so I think that's most of the fight is definitely going to happen in just a while, ladies and gents. But there are a lot of teams that are still, coming from outside of the zone, like and it's Red Force and Horror Esports still. But let's check out what has happened with Alter Ego Ares. Again, we've got one of them currently knocked down on the ground, and that is the overall MVP yesterday. Oh, Weibo Gaming, ladies and gents. Okay. Okay, they're getting picked off one by one here by Alter Ego Ares, but I feel like there's another team that would want to join into the mix as well. But still, Riggs over here, effective spray eliminating the rest of Weibo Gaming. So that is it for game number 2 for Weibo.
That is just so interesting on how they actually set things up. Riggs, I believe, is a new addition over onto the course of Alter Ego. I feel like I've seen this kid before from some time ago. Well, first we'll get back to that in a moment, where the rest of the pack are still trying to traverse through the course, which looks to be very, very dangerous to do at this moment.
Usually you will see a lot of DMRs being used when they play in Miramar, but now all I can see are like shotguns and assault rifles. Did I say that? Yeah, ARs. And also the exception of Micro Uzi, which is I feel like again it's making a comeback because I can see a lot of players using it again, but it is still no chance to like if you go up against a player who has a shotgun and you have a Micro Uzi, it's not a fair fight.
I certainly do agree. Back in the old meta, then maybe you could say there is a chance that they could still come up healthy and alive, but for most part these days, it's just going to be all these S12Ks as well as DBS to easily clear things out. Now, the zone is going to be clearing out certain areas of play, and this is already as difficult as it could get. Only a couple of factory grounds around the stretch of the outskirts of Impala as well as the city to be playable. BTR is going to hold that entry point as well as to have a 2-2 split, so their position looking to be very, very convincing. Meanwhile, the rest of these parties, this is just going to look like a very, very tough angle for everybody to try to make their way across, but they got to get by somehow. So we'll just got to wait for the best coming in from all these squads who still on board. We're just going to see if BTR can actually catch a few more on the mix of all these names cutting across.
This is the first time I've seen Snape play again for BTR. So this is kind of his debut for this tournament. It's a strong lineup that we can see coming from BTR. Let's see if they can actually get a chicken dinner for this game, or even if they are in the mood. Vampire Esports, we got Tony K, and we got another player named Champ. Not sure if he's part of the main lineup, or maybe he is his someone who just changed his IGN, because you guys love to make it easy for us. But so far, we don't hear that much gunshots, except of course Fourth Tribes and BTR at the moment. Boxy seems to have taken the bait, and Noki just capitalized on that. Another hit and run situation against BTR and Fourth Thrive. So I guess, yeah, Voxy already out of the game, which makes it only 3 players for the side of Bigatron.
Still a very daunting task overall. Looking at perhaps playable terrains for some areas, and Blue Squad have already noticed that there are members of Alpha 7 lying around. So Hexus, he's holding back. He's not going to try to fully expose his current position towards the rest of these members of Alpha 7. While they are pretty spread out, we are looking at the rest of Alpha 7 dropping nades after nades, trying to flush that position off of Hexus. And Tarek's about to also answer back in his own stance as well. So Alpha 7, they probably don't want to stay for far too long. Shots coming in from far across the racing line. They do connect a couple of bullets over onto the corner of Hasby, but that's pretty much about it for the taking.
I mean, Alpha 7, they don't really have a choice but to engage with GLU, because again, they're coming from outside of the zone here, so there's really that pressure onto the side of Alpha 7. They are dealing with not just GLU, but also Voin Donkey, so it's a 3-way battle, and it's a divide and conquer tactic coming from Alpha 7 here, but it will be, it's difficult to pull off. I mean, if we're going to be honest here, since Voin Donkey is also there to kind of gatekeep the situation, and there's also LGD that we can see on the screen here. So this part of town will definitely be chaotic.
Definitely, and I've just got that glimpse of the mini map as well. I mean, I didn't pop my own map stream. I just wanted to see things unfold. And JDG, they're on the hillside of Impala. They will have a really good game, while we are still focused onto the side of Blue Squad. This nade's looking pretty good, but not enough to take down Carvillo from that position forward. Shots now being fired back as we are looking at Squash Fu trying to hold down the line. More damage to be done towards the side of KF. Ooh. It's just beautiful coming from XKF, and just like that, 2 members shut down, and that is a big instant regret coming out of Alpha 7. And just like that, he's also looking for Revo, the last member, over onto that corner. If he could just hold still and not be able to be spotted out, perhaps turn this one around, and now pretty much back to exposed everywhere he goes. He's just gonna be peppered to Mafioso. He's got to run out of the situation.
It's as easy as ABC for SKF27 here. I mean, I believe he bagged most of the elimination points there. I mean, this guy with the nades that he's been throwing, it's so accurate. He becomes too dangerous in the battlefield. And now Voin Donkey is, of course, dealing with the remaining players of GLU over here. Situations have been flipped, because a while ago they were the ones really doing the gatekeeping up against Alpha 7, but since the circle moved again, they will have to get into battle with either Voin Donkey or LGD. But since Voin Donkey already suffered great losses here, we're looking at their last remaining player, which is of course Razak, and I'm not even sure if he's gonna survive this one. I mean, he headed towards Vampire Esports, who's also having an altercation with Fourth Rise. So what are the chances?
We've seen these two go at it before, and just like that, the rest of these 4 tribes members just bring their kill to 1, but it will be Fallout that got taken down from the vehicle. So unfortunate. Out of all the members, that is one of their heavy hitters off the list. Now, what exactly will they actually work with this time around? I'm not really uncertain as to how they will be able to just go wrap around any form of the quarter. But for Ossel, He's just trying to squeeze past some of these members of Vampire Esports, but he understands that Fabian's sitting around that city. They're just gonna wait until they are a little bit too eager to just pop their heads wide open for the picking. So Mafioso dropping really low. Tarek is closing right in. He's the last member of A7, and 4 points now added to the tally for Glutton on that side.
GLU is doing great, I can say. It's just so unfortunate though because they just came off from a fight and now they're dealing with Vampire Esports and that is of course the main reason why they will not make it to stage 5. It's a domination coming from the Vampire Esports. A total of 5 elimination points, but still, you know, quite a good performance coming from GLU before they exited the game. They were able to set up 4 elimination points for themselves. And now, ladies and gents, we got LGD, Vampire Esports, as well as another player coming from D plus Kia here, are all down south here. I'm just not sure if D plus Kia would love to join into the mix here, while Vampire is having a conflict up against LGD. But just look at that, Camel goes down hard. That was a nice shot coming from LGD. Tony K goes down as well. LGD seems to be doing just fine. And here comes Hansen now up against a D plus Kia.
Wow!
From afar, man, that was such a good long range shot from D plus Kia.
They were absolutely locked in. They were looking at the targets of Vampire Esports for the longest time, and I feel like Vampire Esports just got a little bit too feisty and they were overzealous to extend over onto the open stretch. But then again, we know how difficult it was with the zone closing into this direction as well. So not many options available. Vampire Esports, they at least secured themselves 5 points to the out for Esports so far, despite not really getting too much out of the battles just yet. They're about to close in up against LGD. Here comes the push coming in from Sleepy. He's got the nade in hand. He just have to really drop it directly towards the shack, but he's checking the smokes first and foremost. Seems to be clear. 10 now picking up links. And we're looking at this spread coming out of LGD, looking to be pretty interesting as they have had some impact to be able to tackle Bronx no fear. But Jiggle, he drops that big nade. He will find it in return to knock down links.
Horror Esports doing a great job gatekeeping, applying a lot of pressure onto the side of LGD. Oh man, Jiggle receiving some damage as well from his prey out there somewhere, but an effective kill though coming from No Fear. Horror Esports right now applying a lot of pressure again up to for LGD here, definitely going for a pinch. Here comes Sleepy again with another nade attack. And Tian, oh man, he's quite exposed behind. And Horror Esports can capitalize on that one. Here comes Jiggle, trying to dance it off with another player coming from LGD. And that is it, guys. LGD just got erased from Miramar map, courtesy of Horror Esports.
That is just super smooth takedowns coming out of Horror. They slowly single out their targets. They knew what exactly needs to be done since that there is that widespread coming from LGD. Though LGD initially had a certain good idea, but they require at least a knock in order to turn things around. But Horror Esports just proves that they are way faster and they are 2 steps ahead. Now, the entire south side is cleared up. Where exactly does Horror Esports move from Kira? Because the zone is about to close. Stage 6 is going to be pretty interesting because it could shift up and towards the city side of Impala, where BTR is currently at. But take a look at that. Fabian as well as DK. They're split 50-50. They're looking to see whether if they will need to book the exact center or just go in for a big wraparound. Seems like they will just extend towards the stretch, dominate the western end, and just wait till further goes. But for esports, they gotta make it quick because right now, if they wait any longer, there's barely gonna be enough room for them to play out.
Okay, so I do love the fact that you can already fix your vehicles, right? Especially in Miramar, you know how crucial it is to have vehicles for your mobility. It'll definitely help you to go from point A to point B, and also it can serve as your cover just in case, you know, push comes to shove and you don't have anything to use for cover. Then your vehicles can actually be a good one. But anyway, here comes Horror Esports and D plus Kia fight. We've seen this coming. We've already anticipated this to happen. Now D plus Kia attacking Horror Esports. We've got Chips with 80% health here. Fabian still cooking up a nade to try to keep Horror Esports at bay here, but Sleepy ain't slipping at all. He inflicts a lot of damage up against Ozil here of D+P, and now he's going for a massive crate up against another one and was able to shut down at least one out. He's coming from Ozil, so it's 2 for 2 for Horror Esports.
And Damien, he is barely getting enough cover, but he's turning back. Oh, down to 1v1, and they go down. No saves it all. 2 members knocked down, and even you still have no fear over on the back to be able to cover ground. So, interesting move because these 2 teams, they were not supposed to meet each other because D+Kia pushed towards the south side. They kind of rock up the wrong side, and just like that, Horror Esports says, "Come at me, bro. I mean, I can fight all day long." You saw what went down. 2 members, they still close the chicken there. You want to try again? Yep, we're going to deliver exactly the same results.
D+P, I feel like they went to the south because they have no place to go. If
they actually do have a lot of place to go.
Yeah,
like
but
there was a gas station. There was a gas station that was open for them.
Oh wow, maybe. But yeah. Anyway, it's just unfortunate for D+Kia and so aggressive on the side of Horror Esports. Now we're definitely going to see battles happen around Impala area. I mean, JD obviously holding onto a high ground advantage here. They're over at the mountains. BT are close with Alter Ego Eras, NS Red Force, and 2 players of Thunder Talk Gaming. But Thunder Talk have been passive, from the get-go. They haven't really, I haven't really seen them play or have an altercation with any of the teams just yet. But probably I feel like they're gonna wait it out just because they're down to just 2 players. And I think the best thing to happen right now is for BTR to go up against Alter Ego Eris, which I believe will also be like a 3-way fight because NS Red Force is also just within the area.
It's not going to be an easy task because Battery is also having a long-range attack potential up against BTR if they ever push out. What has been pretty interesting, other than Thunder Talk being a little bit passive, is just that JTG, they were on the hillside for the longest time. They have yet to really strike down any of all these targets out there. For Esports find themselves an advantage to move into the open ground, but that is going to be very risky because there's still plenty of teams inside the city. Now, the onus is on NS Red Force to be leaving that area of the city. So they will have to push Alter Ego and BTR at the same time.
Exactly, yeah. And you know what I feel like? With this kind of energy we're feeling from Horror Esports, it's not impossible at all, for them to score a back-to-back winner-winner chicken dinner. But then again, they will still have to go through a lot of teams like Alter Ego Eras and BTR. But since we are also witnessing like kind of a 3-way fight happen between NS, Alter Ego Eras, and BTR, probably they'll also just wait it out up until at least one team is eliminated. They could take over a building there, maybe a building where Badger is currently staying at. But of course, it all depends on like what the outcome would be from that 3-way battle that we speak of.
And just like that, they're going on an absolute rampage as the entire Thunder Talk members have been shredded out. Alter Ego are the ones that did not to set up the ambush up against the rest of BTR as they were trying to force their way out there. It's gonna be up to Snape to actually go in for rescue. It's only gonna be Federalis that's gonna be alive once he does get that pickup. Pablo now having another situation where Riggs got knocked down from afar, so good going for the side of Nongshim Red Force, while JDG, they have finally made their descent and are about to partake in some of all these battles. Sky knows that BTR is going to be exactly around that corner, and here comes the push coming out of Badru, and it's Sky that's actually shooting upon them.
Okay, that was very risky for the side of Alter Ego Eras, but of course you need all the manpower that you could get just to make sure that you get a good placement from this match. Now, we've got TZ cooking up a nade. He could potentially shut down, all the boys from Alter Ego Eras if, his nade is on point, but that is still a big question mark right there. BTR, we've got Snape and Federalis tandem. can be hard to get that winner chicken dinner just because they don't have the numbers as well. Let's see what's going to happen. JD, I believe, this is working out for them since they do have that high ground advantage. But then again, the downside of it is that they're exposed. They don't have any cover to protect themselves with, so it makes it easier for other teams to kind of target them, especially for Horror Esports. Man, I mean, we can see that someone is on prone and just like easy for him to shut down JD from that point. And here comes Sleepy now, just moving closer and closer to JD. But oh man, Snape! The defense against the dark arts professor was able to shut him down.
Yeah, as they try to make their climb upwards, they are still going on an attempt while JDG has to put on the offenses as he tries to surf his way around. He's having a tough time controlling that DPS. Instead, switch over to Scar L to get things done. JDG holding their fortress, but this is still not quite done just yet. There is still Jiggle. Let's go over on the low ground. And BTR knows exactly what's happening over on the other quarter, so they are going to be looking to at least push outwards if they could. Nate's now being hooked right in. Not able to hit the mark as he's hoping to connect over on the other side, but they're on the lower ridge. Meanwhile, inside the city, Alter Ego, 2 members pinned down. BTR, they're slowly making their advancement, slowly pinning out Badru, so he has to do it all alone. It's going to be Cell QZQ that does find it in return. So there goes majority of Alter Ego, barely having enough space. Can Snape pull the miracle run here for BTR?
BTR, I can say that it's definitely a good spot for them. But since we're down to just last player, let's see if they can still pull it off. But great nade again coming from Snape, eliminating Badru. If Horror Esports is successful in eliminating players from JD, and they get the high ground advantage, then there's a big chance for them to get that back-to-back winner chicken that we were talking about just a while ago. And now we're down to 2. We're down to 2. Okay, so JD versus Horror Esports this time. And I guess they should just wait it out. I mean, the contingency plan definitely would be Sky, right? I mean, Jiggle, no fear. They're the ones pushing, doing all the hard work here. And Sky definitely will provide some support here. But, man, this is a tight one.
It definitely is. Barely enough room for the side of JDG. Now they try to push through. It's looking for Jiggle, but not quite enough. They run into 2 members of Horror Esports, and just like that, the back-to-back win is here for the Purple Hearts. Horror Esports here, dominating throughout their run in day 2.
Oh my goodness. They're walking inside the lobby right now, banging on their chest. Back-to-back winner chicken dinner for the Purple Hearts here, ladies and gents. I just know that you guys are going crazy right down there in the comment section, so might as well cheer for them, because man, it was a tough one. It was a tight competition for game number 2, but still Horror Esports emerged victorious from the clash.
My, how many fights does it take for Horror Esports to go down? Apparently nobody has been able to contest them on a direct duel. You saw what happened to D plus Kia, you saw what happened to those members of JDG, and many more. And just like that, they have crushed the competition. And this is just more than what it seemed to be, because they have secured about close to 15 points in terms of eliminations. And look at the damage numbers. Everybody was involved in every altercation.
Honestly, it was great zone control. It was great pacing as well. All the decisions, it was perfect, for Horror Esports. The rotations, everything worked out to them. It was a pretty hard task. The way that they were trying to flush out JD from the high ground, it was a 50-50% chance. It was definitely high risk, but they were able to pull it off. And it is a much deserving win for the side of Horror Esports. They really worked hard for it.
Exactly, and I want to say that one of the most pivotal points how they actually win out the trade is that they have this 2-2 split after winning out against D plus Kia. You saw Sky was extending into the city to see if they could just catch anybody rotating outwards. So that actually
the entirety of Hora to get another clean 4 points up against Thundertalk, and then go up against Nongshim Reinforce, Alter Ego, and BTR at the same time. While the other two members, they were trying to force their way up the hillside because they know that JDG is up there. If they can just hustle them just about enough, then they can take that position away. And JDG, they have to suddenly play defensively despite them actually getting that high ground advantage. And just like that, Hora Esports just shut down everybody completely in this match.
It was also like a good play coming from BTR, especially when the circle shifted again, and you know, there was just like a portion of the building where they were staying at. I feel like if they have more firepower, then they could pull off a chicken dinner, because JD as well as Hora Esports, I mean, their position is quite exposed, to be honest. It's just that during the last few zones of the game, you know, BTR, they were playing with only 2 of their members, and then another one got taken out of the equation, and then it was all Badru, right? But he had an exchange of nades up against who was it again? Was it Badru? Another player from Alter Ego eras. And again, I think like if they do have enough members, they could pull it off. But then again, you know, it was really a hard hard situation between JD and Hora Esports, the battle to get that high ground advantage. So you just have to really give that much kudos to Hora Esports.
Yeah, Sky especially, because he really took charge of the fight. That extension towards Thundertalk, and then after that, even finding more in return. And even then down towards the final stretch, he can actually sit back and allow Jiggle to also get into the mix of the battle while he also supports from the back, which is why we are looking at this team to be so versatile on how they actually tag onto all the other teams out there. So super impressive. Sky is absolutely deserving for him to actually secure the top spot. 23 points. That is just about close as 10 above Alter Ego Aries. While JD Gaming, this has been their biggest round so far. So we are seeing the climb coming in from the team hailing from China. So lovely to actually see it, including improvements coming out of D+ Kia, Nongshim Reinforce, and LGD.
I do wonder, with this kind of statistics coming from Hora Esports, if they are successful enough to dethrone Win from Team Clash with the most knockouts, most damage, and most elimination points. Because, man, I mean, it's a back-to-back winner in a chicken dinner, and they've amassed quite a number of elimination points here. Sky, you know, worked hard, you know, to get those numbers up, and we'll see probably later on if that will happen. But match statistics, okay, it's a great number that I'm seeing on the screen. It's 189. I mean, great improvement, I can say. 3 airdrops looted, so teams are like pushing more for greater risks. 385 longest elimination distance coming from Fabian, and I think I saw this one happen just moments ago. I think it was an off angle situation, but we all know what D+ Kia can actually bring into the table. And right now, Hora Esports at the top spot with 82 points. Man, that is I can say the start of something good, you know, for Hora Esports. If they can continue this pace, man, there's no doubt that they can build a solid foundation, you know, to maintain their top spot for day number 2.
Absolutely. And when we take a look at the rest of the pack, because of this double chicken dinner, it makes things harder to do for BTR, D-Saber, as well as Vampire Esports. We see BTR surviving a little bit longer as they overtake D-Saber. We will definitely get an update after the next match, where we are looking at the middle pack actually climbing up. A7 at another 5 points to the tally, moving 1 spot up together with Blue. Meanwhile, ASI wasn't entirely involved in this Miramar run, so for Snow Point Gate, they are sliding down. But that allowed D+ Kia 4 tries to also have certain movements around 4 tries. Unfortunate for them, didn't really actually score all too much, while the rest of the party are still finding it a little tough. But JDG, that was a big round. That is the 10 points that they finally acquired. The first double-digit run for JDG.
The best round yet. Okay, I would love to see more action coming from JDG. I mean, that was a solid one. You know, if they can continue also playing with that kind of energy, and then I mean, there's no doubt that they can definitely climb up ranks. But as for the rest of the PL teams, and of course A1 Aero, who did not play for this round, they did not play for this round. Did they play for this round? No, I don't think so. They're still at the bottom of the leaderboard, but of course everything can still change. You know, it's still anybody's ball game, but not if like you can again build your foundation for day number 2, because come day number 3, that is when the real battle begins. You know, like the tug of war when it comes to the top spot, which is of course the only goal that you should have, right? I mean, if it's not in your goal to be at the top spot, then what are you doing in a tournament? But anyway, we'll talk more about the action that just happened, ladies and gents. We'll be taking just a short break, so please don't go away. What an exhilarating game number 2 that was, ladies and gents. And of course, we are looking out for some more action coming from these amazing teams. And again, welcome back to the Rootless Invitational Showdown. My name is Red Queen, together with Concha, and we are still your amazing and favorite casters for this spectacular show.
Yeah, and of course, that's for you guys out there to judge. And of course, you can show us a little bit of love throughout the run, as we are going to be having a long night up ahead. But so far, it's been super exciting to actually witness all the teams really have a go at it. And Hora Esports fans rejoice. They are on a teardown to really rip the competition apart with that double chicken dinner. And perhaps they were looking at some of these guys coming in from these sabers like, huh, you guys got 2 chicken dinners? We can do exactly that. So just over on to these 2 matches, we are looking at them. Everybody else on the block Now we'll go back into Randall for the top of the stages that are well as for Miracle Vibes. Not too surprising from the looks of it, and I'm just looking to see if there's going to be even more for these guys to actually push up against. Or also been one of the best performing teams as they are definitely having some of the high ratios of average rankings.
Exactly, but for this round, I guess, yeah, we're jumping back into Irango, but Group A will not be playing for this round, so Horror Esports will be taking a break from all that chicken that they caught so far, so they're having a festivity right now with those chicken dinners. So we're looking at Groups B and C here, ladies and gents, and of course we will welcome back to the game for Miracle Vibes, ASI, Tiamba, RW, A1 Arrow, Sem9, RQ, and of course, Team Flash here, ladies and gents. And as early as now, I'm already thinking, okay, which team am I going to pick for my prediction? Which is, of course, making my head ache. But it's something that we need to do. Okay, B and C.
I think that I'm going to keep it pretty straightforward. I look at Team Flash and they have been looking very, very feisty. I think they are definitely really, really strong when it comes down to battles, but I want to see them go to the finish line because we haven't really seen Team Flash really banking up a big win so far, so I'm rooting for them.
Okay, I see that. Okay, I get you. I'm choosing between I Hate You Production. I'm still making my intro, but okay, you can get 4 Miracle Vibes. Okay, so now that you've already close to 4 Miracle Vibes, I'm thinking whether I go for Fourth Tribes or Vampire Esports. I can feel. Let's go for Fourth Tribes. Fourth Tribes, it is.
Okay, let's go for it. Now, very, very interesting is we're hoping that we're going to be able to see a lot of all these teams keep up to the pacing of Horror Esports as they by far have been the best performing team so far for today. So I'm just eager to actually see if they could once again do exactly the same.
You know what? Let's take it from the Purple Hearts, ladies and gents. They have been spamming the comment section with a lot of Purple Hearts, right? So you just know that it's a positive energy. And, you know, I think that's what we need to do, right? If you want our teams to win, just, you know, like send them good, positive energy, cheer for them, you know, and maybe tag them in the comment section like, hey, we're rooting for you. We want you guys to get that winner chicken dinner, you know, do a little fan service for the audience. Of course, we are looking at how many viewers do we have on the stream? 7,622. So big shout out to you guys. You are the reason why we are trying to keep the energy alive, and because we want you guys to have a very good show.
Yeah, of course, we will definitely have been having such a blast here in this Ruthless Invitational Showdown. We're just eager to actually continue on with the ride. We're not even halfway past the finish line just yet. So here in day 2, the teams are absolutely setting the pace. When you take a look at just some of all these results as well, we have seen improvements from the troubles being used. So you know that they absolutely mean serious business.
You know, I feel like the coffee is kicking in.
I can tell. I mean, I'm chilling. I'm having myself like lemon tea, apple cider. That's kind of it. I mean, I'm having a really splendid time so far. Just spending time with all you guys here, and just looking at all the names out there on the list, I feel like there's just gonna be a big factor that comes into play. I mean, Team Flash, hard hitters. Vampire Esports, I don't know if they're stagnating or what, but it definitely seems like it's a little bit of a slow ride where they have been challenged inside Miramar, but when they move into Erangel, their place is uncontested, so maybe Vampire Esports will once again get back into their winning ways.
Slow ride, take it easy. Okay, that's probably the song playing right now for 4 Miracle Vibes. But you know what, ladies and gents, of course, probably, you know, again, it's a make or break. You know, if you have like one good game, that could make all the difference, right? And it's the same thing. If you've had like one bad game, then that could mean that you can get pushed further down the ranks. So we'll just have to wait until this team decides to pop off. Right now that we are heading back, of course, to the OG map, that is Irango, we'll be checking out if our team predictions will definitely get those WWCs that we want them to get. But in the meantime, since you guys are having a lot of fun down there in the comment section, again, I just would want to push you guys to just make a lot of noise. Make sure that you cheer for your favorite teams and your favorite players. Perhaps your energy could be the one to make a difference, for the whole team.
Well, if there's gonna be any form of noise, it's just gonna be clickety clack on those keyboards. That's just about good enough. I mean, of course, you guys know the drill. Support your favorite team out there. Very similar, like path as we have seen this in the previous round before. Cut from the corners of shooting range, headed into Noscom military base. So, for Maxwell Vibes, if they're going to be in play, it is going to be a very direct passage into the islands. Now, looking into the situation over onto the course of the center, it is going to be a challenge already coming in for ASI8. It seems like they don't get a break at all. While who exactly are they going up against? It looks like Vampire Esports to me. Right, Lord? JDG.
Maybe, but there ain't no rest for the wicked. Okay, here we go. Let's get back into action here, ladies and gents. One of them is currently not down on the ground, though, so... ooh, man. Okay, great counter coming from ASI here. ZZ is down on his knees, probably praying. Let's see what Baby is gonna do in this situation. Just a while ago, it's the same place in Irango where they had an altercation, and obviously ASI lost to Rogue Warriors, so perhaps they can make a difference, for this second round here. So far so good, for the side of ASI8. I think it's a fair fight since both of the teams lost, not really lost, but both of the teams are suffering kind of a one member knockdown. So we're waiting like which of them is going to do a reset first.
Looking at the current standpoint, it seems like ASI should be able to do so. The rest of Rogue Warriors doesn't seem like they do have enough resources to go in for a full reset. Talking about the corners of the wall as Huzaifa is holding them back. Got the pump shotgun with them though, and we're looking at Crypto from the high ground. Wow, cheeky angles to work with coming in from our dear baby. I wonder why exactly he calls himself a baby. I mean, he's full grown up, as we have definitely seen him thrive in his element. But of course, not judging at all. The man should have his reasons.
Crypto doing crypto things. There you go. Coming off the kill feed, though, it's Tiamba versus 4 Miracle Vibes, and it seems to me like Tops has had an early elimination. Same thing goes with Rifu, so I don't exactly know what is happening. But anyway, oh, that was a great flashbang right there. And both the teams again has suffered a one member knockdown. And Casanova, I think that was it. That's a confirmation we are waiting for. Is currently out of the game now. And also Baby kind of responded with a harsh takedown as well.
Sure enough, and right now it's just a little bit of a standstill coming out of these members of Rogue Warriors. They know that their backs are up against the wall. This battle inside of Severny has yet to be settled. Last time that we've seen them fight was literally the moment we start off day 2, and it has been rather back and forth overall. And Rogue Warriors, they always almost close up the situation, but this time finding it a lot more difficult to do. The rest of ASI activates once more to go in for the push. Now it's down to Huzaifa, and it seems like they will have one member pinned down, and the coast isn't exactly clear. They're pretty much flooded from all angles, so they will have to let it
go. Oh well. Whew. 8K for a long range fight, man. That is a hard gun to control, to be honest. If I would go for a long range shot with a 7 ammo, I would go for a DP. That's actually a much easier gun to control. But anyway, XL doesn't have any choice but to cross the street now, but 2 of members of ASI is just waiting for him to expose himself, and he's been getting a lot of damage. Now he is on prone. just right behind that vehicle over there. But Baby definitely will be asking his teammates to go for the push here. And here we go, just waiting for the kill coming from UZM using that shotgun, but he's having a hard time since they're playing Ring Around the Rosie here. And what a shot coming from XL, ladies and gents! Another one bites the dust, and now we are seeing a dance-off happen. It's just so good that Baby was able to get the job done.
My, what on earth are we looking at for the moment? As we're also having For Miracle Vibes just dropping those bombshells onto Tianba. And just like that, it's just gonna be Sky on the ground. Well, it's still gonna take a while before Baron's on the rest of them, but damage has been done already. Falak also finding something. This early game sees so much altercation all around the map, it seems.
Hey. We got a first grenade elimination coming from Baron of For Miracle Vibes. Nice to see Baron play for game number or day number 2 of the grand finals. Okay. 4 thrives, 2 elimination points. And okay, they're going up against Sem9. Sem9 a while ago, or in the previous Erangel, didn't exactly have a great game. So this would be their redemption, just in case they would want to improve, of course, their status in the overall rankings. But as for A1, again, that was it. 1 elimination point for the team. Now, again, all we see from A1 is a kind of a passive gameplay, but I'm pretty sure that this is not at all their overall tactic when it comes to the official tournaments, right? So again, maybe it's all part of the grand plan to not expose, what secret weapon they have, in the, for them to prepare for the global scene, or maybe in other official tournaments. But yeah, hopefully, we see some explosive gameplay from A1 today. But Tiamba, okay, 1 casualty, 2 points. They're attacking the blue as of the moment because military base is already slowly devoured by the Blue Reaper. We also got Sem9, Vampire Esports, and 4 Thrives around Ferry Pier area, but there's already a need for them to move at this point because, well, it's not difficult just yet, because this is just stage 1. But again, I mean, you don't want to be late when it comes to getting inside the circle.
But judging from the situation from the majority of these teams, we've seen them just go hammering down onto teams whenever they are being challenged in the early spam phase, because they can afford to. Phase 1 probably wouldn't hurt all too much, which is why For Miracle Vibe says it's nothing unusual because they've always played inside the island one way or another. Sometimes you gotta even wait until end of phase 2 to actually make that rotation. So it's just gonna be a normal deal. But DX versus RRQ, a full rupture fight with Nugget over on the outskirts to be able to tack one down. But in the meantime, the Pekko has already been taken out by Paragen. Miller needs to be sent towards Swabel, and Nate T is on the hunt. That exchange sees Razak coming for a flag. Boy Donkey is also involved to help their brothers from Indonesia. And just like that, D-Saber slowly crumbling. Now it's down to Nate T.
Boing Donkey definitely saw an opportunity there to take one player down coming from D-Savior. What a third party getting into the mix here. Now Boing Donkey again seizing the day, eliminating the remaining boys of D-Savior. And wow, what a way to exit the game. Oh, wasn't able to put any numbers onto the scoreboard there, which is of course another unusual gameplay coming from the Vampire Esports team. And of course the fight is not over just yet. RQ is not out of the woods just yet, just because Boing Donkey has been doing an effective third-party thing, and it's a critical situation for the side of RQ since obviously Boing Donkey has the upper hand advantage over this one. But what a showdown we are seeing coming from both of the teams here. Extra here trying to defend himself effectively well, and now they have gotten all the points here up against RQ.
That's a perfect third-party action coming from the rest of Boing Donkey. Meanwhile, Team Flash, they are also closing in up against the members of JDG, climbing upwards, already securing all those 4-pointers up against other squads out there. They are still on the hunt. From the course of Yasau Pollyanna, this has been their home ground, and they're unhappy with the arrival of the PC side. Quickly as it goes, tops with the jump shot. Ridiculous work on the UMP. just like that, secures one.
What a monstrous start, though, for the side of Team Clash. And maybe you're right here. You're onto something here, Contra. But JD Gaming, okay, despite the fact that they've had quite a good start during the Miramar match, it's an early elimination for them. For them in this game. Stage 2, and we already have like a number of teams already taken out of the game here. We got D Savior, RQ. We also got Sem9, JD. A1 and Rogue Warriors. So it's a wild fight that we are seeing right now here in Erangel. As for BTR, they're already in the circle, in the middle to be exact, pretty close with Voinunki and its Red Force, ASI, and Thunder Talk. So Thunder Talk, they are at the edge of the circle here, so they have a chance to do a gatekeeping situation up against Team Clash. But checking out what Red Force or NS Red Force is doing at the moment, of course, they are doing a great job so far trying to keep BTR at bay. And they're need up for how people for BTR to get into that compound because that's one of the prime spots, I guess.
Definitely, and BTR, they held the high ground. They understand that they are susceptible to whatever gang is out there. And just like that, the rest of these players are able to at least hold them down for a little bit longer. So, not too much of a hustle as we are looking at TZ to be able to recuperate with the rest of Nongshim Red Force. Still going to be able to at least hold on for the meantime. You can definitely see why BTR wants that location because that is one of the very few compounds just right below shooting range where Vointunki is also around that vicinity. Vampire Esports are rotating across the riverside and they're about to join in the party. It's going to be a big rupture out there. Plenty more teams over on the blue zone trying to make their cut right there. And as a matter of fact, that's a total of 4. We expected for Medical Vibes to move it slow, but they've already lost 2 members in the process.
The Blue Ripper took another soul from Tiamba. Okay. Not exactly sure what is happening with Tiamba at the moment, but Yuans was the one who actually got sent back to the lobby, not by any player, but actually the blue zone. For Miracle Vibes, still over to the west bridge here, coming off of Military Sosnovka base. Ah, that is right. Okay, military base. Circle shifted again, and there goes another one. Man, okay. Mighty from Tiamba just kind of gave up.
Oh, interesting enough. I wasn't really expecting that, but understandably, some areas are really hard to actually traverse upon, so better luck next time, I guess. But for Hudzaifa, he's now pushing towards the side of BTR. Very big run, but somehow, Snape, he crashes over onto them both and just shuts them off completely with the shotgun shells pummeled to their face.
That was a bold move right there, man. Okay, so back to BTR here. They're coming after Baby. Can he pull up a win here? Oh man, tried to dance off against Federales and Baby just got served.
Yeah, I just feel for the rest of these members of ASI-8. I mean, that push was supposed to at least take out Snape, but it didn't really happen. And I don't know how Snape does it, but he just single-handedly delivered everything back to the side of BTR while the nades fly right in. Nongshim Red Force infiltrates the compound where Vointunki has been able to overwhelm members of RRQ prior to this.
Man.
And swarming right through, here comes Vaxi. This is where we find Vointunki to play so much more aggressive than the day before. It's going to be Doxy right on the low ground to try to see if they can change anything at all. But that is a perfect nade. Now, only TZ left. He's just leaping right off the building. And I guess he just fell flat.
It was a great trap set up by Vointunki, obviously. That was an easy, convincing win from the Indonesians right there. I mean, NS Red Force just took the bait. It was easy for them to kind of just throw a lot of nades, try flush them out. They were obviously disoriented, and they were caught off guard in that situation. And again, you have to take every opportunity. If you do have the advantage, you gotta seize the day, and that's exactly what Voinducky did during that match. For Miracle Vibes, however, exited the game with only 1 point, so we haven't seen like a great performance just yet coming from for Miracle Vibes. Bigatron, however, okay, they do have 4 elimination points under their belts. And it was a fast one, to be honest. I mean, we're looking at our final 5 teams here. Donkey being at the top spot here, but I feel like the gap isn't that wide compared to BTR. I guess they're the 2 teams here that has the best chance of getting that chicken dinner. But of course, you shouldn't um, look down on Team Flash, Vampire Esports, and even Thunder Talk Gaming. I mean, Team Flash, it was a fiery start for them. Vampire Esports, we've seen this guys really become the apex predators that they can inside the game. So we shouldn't just, like take them out of the equation just yet.
Yeah, I'm definitely not taking anyone out of the equation at all, but when we take a look at the entirety of the course right now, it is an even fight, especially we're only at stage 4. These teams are actually battling so hard in the early game to the point that it's just so difficult for everybody else out there to really get much done. So, I don't know, it's going to take a while before we actually wrap this one up, since stage 4 still covers so much ground. We're not really expecting too many of all these big fights to erupt just yet. So, we shall actually wait and see till we have more things on our screen, where Donkey so far have been the most impressive in terms of improvements out of the many attack from that third party and the defense that they held up against those members of Nongshim Red Force. They get spotted out, but quickly as they go, they move deeper into the crash site. So you're a little bit more cover to work with. Vampire Esports, they're on the hunt. They know that they're going to be locked right into that location. That this is not going to be the easiest place to defend, but at least there's decent enough cover for Donkey to work with.
And this is the part when it gets very exciting for us. It's the critical moments, for the 5 teams remaining here inside the game. You can see the Camel is just going off, berserk up against Donkey here, but we just have to consider the distance, right? It's a bit too far, the shot going down. Bigatron, we got Voxy. Whew, man, okay. Massive spray, but not exactly sure if he was able to take a point there. But Win is currently knocked down on the ground, and Federal is looking to seal the deal, and he was able to do that with his car. Just look at that. Very badass. 5 elimination points now for the side of BTR, currently dominating the space here. Razak very low in HP though, but just look at the number of elimination points set up by Donkey. It's a total of 11.
Yeah, they've been winning fights after fights, and BTR just crashes them right through. Razak has got no chance whatsoever. That is how you let players off. BTR dominating the entirety of the top as well. Potato tries to actually fend them off. This is a position that I was telling you about where Crash Slide, it looks like it has cover, but there's only a few walls or whatever the plate offers you to yourself pretty much under cover. Other than that, it's not exactly the best spot possible, which is why Void Donkey was so susceptible to attacks coming in from Void, VPE, and now loses 2 against the likes of BTR as well. Team Flash somehow got withered down, while they're about to bow out because there's nades after nades. I don't know how he's gonna get it out alive, but he is just hiding out here inside the hovercraft, and just the guy goes in for the exchange. He's actually raising that nades his own teammate. And see Daisy. That actually is a little bit of fumble coming from BTR, as Snake kind of taken out his own by overfragging.
Yeah, they're probably just laughing it off. It was a mishap, yes, with friendly fire from the side of BTR, but that puts them at 2nd place here. In terms of like who will get the winner with chicken dinner. Now Tony K going crazy as well with that spray. But he just missed his opportunity to put down a player from the side of Donkey. But of course, the fight is not over just yet, right? Vampire Esports right now has the best chance of getting that WWCD. But 11 elimination points for Voin Donkey, man. Okay, this is a great way to say hello to the fans out there. Voin Donkey is back, baby.
Absolutely, and just looking at the current teams on far, it's just purely out of all the finest of PMSL Southeast Asia. So that's it. Tony K still on board. You know the kind of damage this gentleman can do. Alongside with Schweppes, who's looking for a flank. Potato's position is going to be really hard to be spotted by any of these members of Vampire Esports. So I think he really have to defend Exter over onto the outskirts because he's being approached by Camel already. That's one Camel I don't want to ride. Fun fact. Then Witch. Oh, they're looking for Camel instead. So Exter, you at least have the piece to go in for a trade for Tony K, baby. Potato goes down, but quickly traded back by Exter.
Okay, all right. This is a really interesting exchange coming from Voin Donkey and Vampire Esports. Now we've got Exter right here cooking up a nade himself. Is trying to put down players from Vampire Esports. Tony K is still low in HP here. I mean, obviously Voin Donkey is not letting Vampire Esports to do a reset here to recuperate from this situation, and that's exactly what he needs to do to really maintain their lead at the moment. But BTR is not joining to the mix just yet, but it'll be easy for BTR to kind of annihilate not just one team, but both of these teams.
Yeah, they know that they're pretty much all bunched up all together, so BTR, all they really have to do is just swarm right through and absolutely run the competition. It's all down to Schweppes right now on the outskirts. And this Camel definitely looking to be a little bit thirsty, running out. And that is going to be the first contact moving right in. Just like that, Boxy secures a winner chicken dinner for Bigatron Esports.
Is this their second chicken dinner of the night? You man, these boys are cooking. All right, of course, this is the kind of action that we expect coming from Bigatron Esports. Like, I mean, they do have this mission to dominate not just in the local scene, but in the global scene as well. So again, this is a fiery setup or lineup, a roster that we are seeing from Bigatron Esports. And again, you know, we just have to say that even without Luxy and Zuxi, you know, the Tachibana twins, the legacy of Bigatron Esports, I mean, we do have to admit that it's kind of a big shoes to fill, but so far so good. I'm loving this lineup. Bigatron showing right now that they are still a formidable team to watch out for.
Fair enough, and overall, I definitely do love the new look as we can trust in Coach Ken to really set a perfect team. Now, looking at the current standpoint, where BTR has been fielding such a young roster, of course, that includes Federalis, who got bombarded with his own teammates. It wasn't exactly flawless, but hey, I guess at least the kill is still in their hands, you know, like something that they could just easily go for a quick fix when it comes down to going for more of all these erratic fights. But that's it. We're going to see whether or not all the other teams can be able to catch up to speed. BTR now races up against the rest of the members of Quora Esports with such a massive performance. We also see many of all these kill points to be favoring not only Voin Donkey with that big 10-pointer, but also Team Flash, who's gotten themselves into take of the battle.
I mean, it's Indo pride, so to speak, because you know, the top performing teams for this round are both you know, coming from Indonesia. BTR, Voin Donkey, of course there were also Vampire Esports from Thailand, and we really cannot deny the power that, you know, Team Flash that showed us, you know, for this particular match, because, you know, from the get-go they have been aggressive, and we want more of that action coming from Team Flash. Head to head here, ladies and gents, damage output, obviously it's a wide gap here that was set up by Bigatron, especially with the elimination points as well. So I think it's safe to say that Bigatron won this head-to-head battle.
Definitely, and of course, taking a look at the best performing member so far, Snape. You saw that double swing onto those members of ASI8, and my, that was the beginning of the end for everybody else out there because that got them super riled up, and there's definitely a lot more that BTR is going to show us in these upcoming matches, but we're going to be moving into Mirror next. So I want to see this side of Snape once more. 800 over damage, 500 or should I say 5 eliminations to be taken down. And that was a compliment by Razy, where, you know, Federalis got taken down by his own teammate, but it just goes to show that this team could just swing with any member and they're going to hit super hard.
You know, one of the major concerns I think for BTR before was the fact that, you know, Federalis was a Filipino, and perhaps, you know, the language barrier would be kind of an issue for BTR, but so far so good. I mean, he's blending in well. I mean, the rotations, the synergies, kind of perfect, and you know, they have been making quite a statement, you know, in the official tournaments as well. So I am seeing a bright future for Bigatron, to be honest. Now, that is, again, a convincing win, you know, for the side of BTR. Again, Indo Pride. So I want to see that from the comment section. 23 points in total. And then we have Boing Donkey here coming in at second place with 16. So first two teams in the match leaderboard comes from Indonesia. And then we got Team Flash from Vietnam with 13. And Vampire Esports from Thailand with 11 points. So we've got at least 5 teams here, or 4 teams rather, that ended the game with a double-digit score.
That's right, and a lot of all these other teams are also catching up to speed. 4 tribes, despite, you know, having their run to be ended early, they did not win their duel. The same could be said about a few other notable squads out there, but mainly the top 4, which consists of majority of these Southeast Asian teams, are still looking super dominant in the matches at Wrangle, and I believe that to be a trend for a long time coming. Tops have a golden number of a triple tree for the longest distance of elimination. Meanwhile, this circle definitely was very troublesome for a lot of teams to rotate. Even 4 Miracle Vibes did not really make the cut. And that also goes to show how difficult these matches have been for today.
Yeah.
Tied.
And yeah, they're currently tied up. Again, with just one game, right? I mean, like, okay, so, well, to be fair, Bigatron now has a total of 2 chicken dinners as well, so pretty tied up with Horror Esports. I'm not sure where. Okay, maybe because of I mean, elimination points for Horror Esports is already at 48, so not exactly sure why. Okay, but anyway, we'll figure it out later, ladies and gents. But I can already see 3 Indonesian teams on the first page.
Yeah, they definitely have the usual consistent results when it comes down to sticking to their tactics. Majority of them definitely have got a really strong foundation because of their coaching staff as well as analysts to always provide them just about good enough of an information to work around whichever course that they actually play towards. So things are looking rather smooth for them. Meanwhile, of course, I think the bottom of the page, we've said time and time again on the current struggles that PEL members are currently facing. But some of the names, like Team Secret as well as 7-9, wasn't exactly involved. Therefore, there's no movements whatsoever other than certain teams surging up the top.
You know, I was thinking a while ago, like, looking at the roster right now, the BTR roster, and I was wondering, like, who is not playing currently. I think that would be Satar. So it's Voxy in, Satar out, and they're still performing great. So that is something to look out for. But anyway, I do love what I'm seeing in the comment section. You guys, I love all of the hearts that I'm seeing, you know, positive energy, nobody's fighting. That's what we want. So ladies and gents, continue on bringing in the positive vibes. We need it as well. So don't go away. We'll be taking a short break, so don't dare change that channel.
Welcome back, boys and girls. We are here in the Ruthless Invitational Showdown. That was a big chicken dinner won by Bigatron Esports as they're on the hunt, chasing up against Horror Esports. And because of that chicken dinner, now they are sharing that #1 spot where Bigatron, they are just having the same amount of points after a chicken dinner of their own because they scored one yesterday as well. But the race is still on. Vampire Esports are also gunning after that title as well. So moving into Mirror Bar, this is going to be a heat of the battle where Aura, RRQ, BTR, and Flash, they have been big movers in this matchup. And looking at this current rate, the biggest elimination points have been secured by Aura so far. But in terms of ranking, BTR has consistently made that top 4 margin.
Yeah, I really thought that it was their second chicken dinner of the night, but then again, I remembered during the first day, yeah, BTR did amazing as well. So, I got a little confused there, but it's okay. But getting back into match number 10 here, we're gonna go back to the desert of Miramar. It's going to be groups A versus B here, and I'm just really looking at the teams here because I'm already making a choice for myself for the team prediction. Who am I gonna go for next?
Okay, so this is the first time, by the way, Red Queen, that we're beating production in the first couple of days. I think production will make a comeback. I can't be too certain. So he wastes no time. See, he's going for horror already. So we can't vote for that.
What?
So I'm going for Alter Ego.
Alter Ego, not a bad choice. Okay, this is going to be B and C, right? For match 4, A and B. A and B, okay. Who am I gonna go for? You know what? I'm gonna take my chance here and go for Team Flash.
Okay. Strong choices out there. By the way, production, it's Alter Ego for me. Yep.
All right.
Got that one down. So either ways, these are big performers moving into Miramar, and that's also because when we take a look at, the top 4 performers, these are the notable names, and on top of it, BTR is not in this game. And BTR, I think back in their initial run back at day 1, that's where they actually scored their first chicken dinner, which is why we kind of felt, hey, BTR kind of did win somewhere. So Horror Esports, can they make it the treble? And looks like today they are on that dominating streak. They only took a break. Maybe that break broke their tempo, or maybe it supplemented them even more. So I want to see what happens here on.
Maybe, right? Choices. But you know what? I just went for Team Flash because I just know that they have this powerful motivation. I mean, for day number 2, they have been racking a lot of points. And also, I'm drinking a Vietnamese coffee. So, by the way, Vietnamese know their coffee. That's all I want to say. Most of the coffees that I really, really like comes from Vietnam.
Yeah, I really do think that they have strong flavor profiles, and even the leather ones taste super nice. So if you guys have time to, of course, visit, you guys definitely need to just pop by any Vietnamese coffee stores. That aside, of course, we do have some time before we kickstart our matches. Other than Vietnamese coffees, I think Indonesian coffees, they're pretty interesting as well.
Oh,
so
I haven't tried an Indonesian coffee, to be honest.
Oh, you should, because they're massive producers and they're not as expensive as a lot of all the other coffees from the rest of the regions, which is pretty nice. Like you get to enjoy it whenever you could. Maybe just order online somewhere. This is not any commercial by any chance, if you guys are wondering. But yeah, it is scrumptious.
I just got curious. Do we have any Indonesian coffee here in the Philippines? Now, I'm just going to Google it, okay? Indonesian coffee.
I'm very sure there is.
Coffee. And how about you guys? I mean, while I'm searching for my coffee, let us know down there in the comment section if you guys have tried Indonesian coffee, or if you have any recommendations for a brand of Indonesian coffee that you would like us to taste. That would be great.
It's getting randomer and randomer. So, of course, no more coffee conversations, but you can take your sip while we are getting our run started, moving into our next match.
Okay, so we do have the Tomorrow Coffee and Kenangan Coffee. Okay, I just don't know where they are exactly, but I'm definitely going to be testing that one out. But anyway, okay, we do want that adrenaline to pop off. We are already halfway through day number 2 of this tournament. Of course, we don't want you guys to wait any further. We're going to be starting the Miramar match here. I know it's going to be sunny and hot in the desert of Miramar. It's going to be fire. So let's just wait for the teams to bring on the heat, so to speak. And let's have our action.
There we go, as we kickstart over on the south side by the corners of Crepona, headed into the Oasis. I always want to see circles on either end of this field. If we can end inside of Power Grid, why not, right? Like, there's always that tinge of possibility, but I can keep my hopes up every single time and beat it every other day. But when we take a look at the southern area of the map, it seems to be rather congested with plenty of all these teams around that vicinity.
Right. Okay, most of the teams opted to drop around the south part area of the map here, but yeah, I mean, it's a dead giveaway, right? I mean, if you do have that kind of fly pad, you almost already know like which areas are going to be highly populated. So in this case, Los Leones will definitely be occupied. We've got Team Flash headed towards that direction, and most probably Azite as well. Alter Ego might be onto the south part area of Los Leones, pretty close with D plus Kia and LGD, so perhaps they're going for that vehicle gameplay before they get into any towns here to pillage through. But let's just wait what will happen, because Alter Ego Ares now has a compound.
Wow.
And just getting all of the resources they need. But will there be any altercations? Of course, we just have to wait.
Just look at how empty the center of the circle is, other than having Team Flash as well as these members of Road Warriors inside Picado. This circle, it's giving Los Leones vibes to me. I could be wrong. It will be moving either maybe around that corners of Cantera, just above Los Leones. So either ways, make sure to follow us on Ruthless Hype Esports. We're on Facebook, Instagram, YouTube for sure, where you guys should be watching. Else, you can also hang around on TikTok. We'll be posting some of the best clips out there, so you can keep up to speed with all the immense action what we do have here in Ruthless Hype Esports.
Oh yeah, don't forget to give us a follow, a like, and a share, man. You know, it's a massive community, and we'd love to grow with you, ladies and gents. So do hit that sub button, ladies and gents. And while you guys are at it, don't forget to show us some love as well by following our pages. Right, we're very easy people to find. Just type our name in the search box, and our accounts will definitely pop. And now getting back into the game here, we've got RQ complete squad here. I don't see any teams that might contest against them just yet. Team Flash on prone. Oh, Bows is trying to sneak an attack up. Okay, up against ASI 8.
Yeah, two super aggressive teams going up against each other. It is Team Flash that initially gets the drop upon them, which is why I'm seeing red bars over on the leaderboards. Even WBG have one member bleeding out. I'm not too sure what's really happening on that corner map, but we will focus on to some of these moving targets for Zeus, as he does manage to get a little bit of a catch by the corner warehouse. As I just started to loot, and that made falling really closely, unable to actually hit the mark just yet. So coast is clear as we are looking at the rest of Team Flash on a hot streak so far. Seems like the rest of the other players are just going to be sitting still for now. Casanova secures himself that Tommy gun to be able to lead straight back if push comes to shove. So pretty clear for what it's worth, as no teams want to fully commit against each other.
I do love that sunshine, like a pocket full of sunshine. Okay, that's UZ. That's a nice touch on his avatar just there. Anyway, we've seen an exchange happen, and that was, of course, coming from ASI 8 and Team Flash. We've got 1 point on the side of Team Flash here, so probably they do have that upper hand advantage in terms of numbers. Bows is cooking up a nade here, but not exactly sure if he can potentially shut down any of the players from ASI, but that was completely off target there. But he does have a dangerous weapon at hand. That's a DBS right there.
Yeah, pretty commonly found across Los Leones, and right at this current moment, the rest of SI8 now bunch up together to take on Bows. On the other corner is going to be Zeus, as he's trying to lock Crypto away from this fight. That smoke just sets up a little bit of decoy, and that's kind of it for now. Those feeling rather feisty now, seeing them dance all across, expecting a nade to be propped right through. So Bose, you need to actually find a way to dodge this one. He still receives a little bit of chip damage, but enough to answer back. So not too shabby after all, coming in from these players. While we're looking at the altercation to continue on. Seems to me that the rest of the members of Team Flash are going to be pushing out the open. Finds UZM, and Bose finally hitting the mark. Despite needing to actually go in for the save, Win is going to be knocked down. Over on the back, they are trying to bring them down with a VSS. Baby! Crypto actually hits them right on the spot, allowing this exchange to go on. Team Flash might actually be sent out very early as they need to win this battle, and there's no time to even going for a rescue.
Yep, Huzaifa and Baby coming to the rescue here. I mean, we have a couple of ASI down at the moment, so there's a need for them to pick up their teammates as well. So, I mean, which team is going to be the first one to recuperate in this situation? I mean, just look at them both resuscitating their teammates. Well, Baby is trying to make a way here, buying some time for the rest of ASI-8. Now, Huzaifa right outside the door. Bows will be there to welcome them just in case they decide to get inside. Okay, we see ASI throwing a lot of nades just to flash them out. But what exactly Team Flash is going to do in this situation? They're backed in the corner, but ASI 8 seems to have the number advantage this time. You know what? A sequence of events here. Baby, okay, trying to make a way here. But just look at that. Team Flash, both of them, 60% on health here.
Yeah, and it is looking to be a very daunting task, and that nade lands perfect onto Bose. Now it's only down to Wade, just going for one tag. More to go. He has to just sacrifice his teammate. Oh, he actually gets the second drop. Oh my! Win! You can't do this. It's absolutely illegal. He drops down, and everyone from ASI-8 line up.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. That was insane of a clutch. I mean, you gotta admit, guys. I mean, let's give credit where credit is due. Right? I mean, even if you are an ASI fan, that move was top notch.
How the world, Wade? What did you eat for breakfast today? Man, he's so fired up that Team Flash did never back down. Like, look at that fight. They were not supposed to win that one.
Yeah. Wow. Oh my goodness, that was a great one. Oh man, that's definitely a major highlight, you know, for win of Team Flash. Okay. Man, he's a great addition to the lineup. That's definitely for sure. But okay, let me catch my breath here. Whew. Okay, circle time. We still have quite a number of teams attacking the blue here. We got RQ as well as Hora Esports coming from the northern side, Sem9 and Tiamba, and maybe the GOU squad coming from the west side. But we've got Sobel over here coming from RQ, finishing the job, getting rid of Weibo Gaming at stage 2.
Yeah. You asked me to get over it. I don't think we ever will. There's just too many clutches, and most of the time we go into Miramar, this is what happens. When push comes to shove, you just gotta pull something out of the rabbit hat. I mean, I was about to say the other word, but yeah, it's crazy. Like,
it's crazy.
ASI-8, maybe you could say it's overconfidence. Maybe you could say that there's just only one player. You could just guard the outskirts. You could look at this guy from the window pane and maybe take him out. They wasn't prepared for what Win just cooked right there. And I guess if we were to move on, we'd take a look at Hora Esports. They're tanking a little bit of the blue, moving from the north point. The zone is still around the central region, so perhaps Hora Esports could be looking to book areas like Hacienda's outskirts to be slowly paving the path inwards, but a little bit of bumpy ride for Sleepy. But not a big commotion at all, so we'll still be able to get these boys to be having a stable run, while Alpha 7
They always fancy a little bit of that early skirmish. Now finds some moving opportunities coming from Rogue Warriors, I do believe.
That was pure adrenaline right there. Oh man. Okay, let's get back to business here. 14 teams remaining here, and again, as I had already out of the game, same thing goes for Weibo Gaming. We are currently at stage 2 with 50 seconds more on the clock before we get to the third stage of match number 4 here, ladies and gents. Halfway through day number 2 of the grand finals. Anyway, A1 seems to have company. Okay, that would be the boys of Alter Ego Eras. We've got Badru flashing his one elimination point, and right now they do have a great vantage point up against A1 Arrow. Just not quite sure though if they're going for the hard push just yet, or maybe those are just warning shots.
Seems to be a couple of warning shots for now. Win now has to do it all alone. At least you're in the city of Los Leones in a sense where some parts are still covered up, so he could still try to hold on at the very least. Isn't exactly the easiest of tasks when you take a look at the center. It will actually close over onto the usual region in between Picado as well as the south side. So that's a good news for Bose as well as Wit. Well, I guess he did manage to actually get the revive done after all. While very close to them is A1, Alter Ego, as well as D plus Kia. Rogue Warriors, they are having a really good focal point just by the hillside of the outskirts of Picado.
Okay, from the kill feed, it's Horror Esports versus Rogue Warriors this time, and I think they are picking off some of the players from Rogue Warriors, so that is a good sign over to the side of Horror Esports. They do have quite a good vantage point, I can say. They are all alone from the west side of the circle here, but not for long, just in case M9 decides to head on towards that same direction. GLU, okay, they're getting picked off as well. By LGD this time, and a while ago, it was JDG that made a good impression. So perhaps we can see the same thing coming from LGD this time. So a lot of letters, quite confusing sometimes, but hey, it's okay. Anyway, GLU, ladies and gents, dancing it off with LGD, but it's Hasby right now, currently knocked down on the ground. But great follow through coming from Hexas. Great counter as well. It's a back and forth trade from both of the teams here. We got Tian repositioning himself, getting the high ground advantage, and now his anticipating this attack coming from GLU. Cooking up a nade here. Can he get the job done though?
Looks like he could, but the rest of these members over on the bomb side are just slowly closing in as well. Can playing a very dangerous game as he just runs towards the open. Not trying to know that he then turn around. The Blue Zone's also clipping onto him, and just like that, Blue Squad managing to complete the task, and it is looking so rowdy out there in the field.
Alright, here we go. RQ in a little bit of a pickle here. LGK, up to Secret. Of course! Just got knocked down here. Man, okay, even though they're at a disadvantage, RQ remains to be elusive and was able to get the job done, with 5 elimination points, so not bad at all. Unfortunately, though, for the side of Team Secret, they're already out of the game with only 1 elimination point, which brings us down to just 12 teams remaining, and we are just at stage 3 here, ladies and gents. The action is non-stop.
It really is non-stop. It is having a little bit of duke out there in the fields, as we are going to be seeing a couple of all these instances where just trying to go in for the tags, and it seems to me that some of these members are just looking to push and shove each other out over in the far corners of the south. RQ getting themselves very busy with the approach of Alpha 7. So they gotta wrap this one quick because they're just by the edge of it all. This blue zone's gonna close in, so it's gonna be a world of hurt either ways. Turtling right in. RQ's got to make an advancement, but they are just boxed in. Nowhere to go.
Carillia dominating with 3 elimination points, ladies and gents. Squash Boo on attack mode as well. Has been trying to flush out Nerpeko, but Nerpeko already down, but he just want to make sure that he gets the point. And now we've got Alpha 7 dominating with 5 points under their name, coming off the kill feed as well. We've got Tiamba getting annihilated. And yeah, there goes RQ as well, exiting the game with 7 elimination points. And we are at a fast-paced game here, even though we are at Miramar. I mean, it's 10 teams remaining here for stage 4.
Yeah, and despite that, just looking at the current circumstance, it is just a tough luck that they got boxed in, but RQ, they secured just about good enough points to work with. Whereas the rest of Four Miracle Vibes, they're just hoping for a safe journey true and true. Looking so far, gained by, of course, some of the finalists coming in from Mongolia, while for esports have already opened up their account very early on to win some of all these duels. Of all the Southeast Asian teams, do you notice that Team Secret so far haven't really made any major impact in any of their runs so far? It's peculiar, isn't it? Versus Sem9, they did manage to at least get a couple of top 5 finish, maybe on a low kill number count, but it's still pretty decent. But I want to see more coming out of Team Secret, so maybe they're being contested on some of all their drop spots, but overall, it hasn't been an easy task for Team Secret to get back to their winning ways. But we will, of course, digress from that. This Alter Ego are on a mission to defend the outskirts of Los Leones.
Maybe they're testing out some new strats, just to prep, for the upcoming official tournaments. I mean, we don't know. We are at the mercy of these teams, whether or not they're in a good mood to give us a taste of that chicken dinner that we've all been craving. But anyway, looking at the 10 teams remaining, it's still promising, though, because Alter Ego Errors is still alive and with a complete squad, and you just know that Alter Ego Errors with a complete squad is kind of dangerous, to be in the same lobby with them. But Horror Esports maintaining a good pace, although Sky is already not part of the team now. For this match. But they did manage to put up 4 elimination points, which is, I think, a strong start for Miramar. And again, we do expect for Horror Esports to keep that pace, to keep that same energy. And now that they've already racked 2 chicken dinners, for day number 2, perhaps they can go for the 3rd one.
Yeah, there's still a very solid chance that if we take a look at their current position, they are trying to actually make their pavement a little bit more doable, but just bypassing some of the members of Sem9. What's going to be really concerning is that there is D+ here right around the vicinity, so they need to actually push through this fight. So we'll have to see. Rook 4 is also getting pushed by 8-7. Alpha 7 so far on a high, is already securing 6 points, and they want even more from here.
Okay, here we go. Mafioso slowly creeping in against the Warriors here with an SLK. Oh, but another mishap for the side of Mafioso. We did not expect that to happen. I mean, he had all the opportunities to knock down that opponent, but unfortunately, he got outsmarted by a rogue warrior over here. Now, XL going in for the charge with an SLK as well, and was able to get the job done as well. Squash Boo had been squashed.
Like the way you put it. And looking at the other teams out there, Rogue Warriors, at least they get a couple of points before bowing out, while the rest of Four Miracle Vibes see this fight happening, and Four Miracle Vibes are looking to crash in the gates. It's Revo, though. Revo, so far, the best performing players coming in from their squad, is looking to really shut them down completely. We'll have to see where do they actually pull forward with this one. And Four Miracle Vibes having Topsy knocked out. Still trying to actually single out some of all these areas of play to see how precautious they are moving into this equation. It seems like the coast seems to be clear for now. Sleepy now up for the challenge against D+ Kids. They really have to fight for these compounds, and just like that, rushing over on the other corner, dropping one big nade and holding all these members in the smoke back.
You have to fight for something that you want when it comes to Battle Royale here. It's going to be a hard task, though, for Sleepy going up against D+ Kia all alone. Well, let's see. Oh, no! A Steph Curry move. pulled off by D plus Kia, eliminating the boys of Hurrah Esports. Brings us down again to just 8 teams remaining here, ladies and gents. But the action never stops because we're looking at GLU squad as well as A1 Arrow and 4 Miracle Vibes. Unfortunately, Dog caught a nade. Rifus right now needs to rescue his teammate, but he needs to throw that Molly first. That Storm is on a killing spree here.
Oh, finally, A1 Esports are getting things going so far, and they still have all 5 of their members still on board, wrapping up the North. They're looking to crash out whoever's out there. Rebo somehow managed to survive up against those members of Four Miracle Vibes, and it seems like it is just going to be a little bit crazier from the outskirts here. 7-9, reaching the top 7, but no points gained from eliminations, and even Alpha 7 will go down this time around. That was Rebo, bunch in between both A1 as well as Baron. Now, Sinister knows that there is someone around that corner, and he's about to make a check.
Okay, so this is a good one. Divide and conquer situation again for the side of A1 Arrow. I mean, we've got 2 of them already in the middle of the circle here. Alter Ego Eras has a compound to work with, but I feel like D plus Key and GLU, the fight will definitely happen in just a while. As for Baron of 4 Miracle Vibes, he will have to deal with 2 players from A1 Arrow. That would be Death Storm and Sinister. He cannot get inside the safe zone without dealing with this 2 players coming from A1, and also Alter Ego Eras. I mean, we shouldn't take them out of the equation just yet because they're probably quiet for now, but they're I'm sure that they're just waiting for the right opportunity to take advantage of up against 4MV and A1.
I absolutely do agree with that. A1 Esports now with the M24, a weapon that's looking pretty rare these days, as we've seen Hitman really hitting mark that before. Big damages, but that's a fast-moving vehicle, so it's just going to be pretty tough. What's this other weapon? I really got to check because I'm sure he's got some options out there. His lip is sticking out, and this could be pretty easy to just pick Baron off, but still have that smoke. So still no luck just yet.
You know what I like about Baron's gameplay is that we always see him get in this kind of a critical situation, but he can still save himself, you know. I mean, he's very good at that, but judging by the situation right now, I mean, he doesn't have enough cover to begin with, so, I mean, surviving that position can be really tough, but let's say maybe he has a magic that he can pull off, you know. And save himself. But anyway, Alter Ego Airs, what a turn of events. I mean, they are now at the top of the chart here. You know, best chance of getting that winner with a chicken dinner. And then A1 Arrow still in the middle of the map here. But Alter Ego Airs, I think, will be gunning for that compound so that they'll have some space to work with. GLU, just like what we mentioned a while ago, they will have this head-to-head battle with D plus Kia. I think they are somehow winning the fight because Fabian already down on the ground, which of course puts D plus Kia at a great disadvantage because GLU obviously has that high ground, and it will be difficult for D plus Kia to maneuver just because they will be coming from the lower ground.
Yeah, all these nades, it's just gonna be really tough for them to, of course, even move out of positions. Barons has been playing a perfect game of holding down the line and now actually finding the knock, but it is still gonna be A1 Esports to be able to pinch him from right across the field. Now continuing off, Blue Squad looking to at least form up all against all the other players over onto the far corner. It seems to me that Blue Squad will have a really tough descent because the rest of the members of D plus Kia, they are locked in. And it's just going to be a tough way to cut around without soaking any form of damage.
Oh man, just look at the situation on the map feed here. Badru, Pablo, they're a tandem, and then we've got BX666 here together with Riggs. Riggs is the one currently isolated at this point in the match, but I feel like he's more of a contingency plan, to be honest. D plus Kia right now retaliating up against GLU. I mean, there's a need for them to settle the score as fast fast as they could because the Blue Ripper is out to get them as well. And now nades have been thrown up against the close Kia. Here comes the attack now coming from Chips. Was able to get the job done. Now they're hunting down the last remaining player. Astro K in action, but fell a little short there. But Hexas is, of course, right there to still defend. GLU bring around the Rosie once again. Ladies and gents, who will win the fight?
It's taking a while. Oh, wow! It's Forrest! I was about to comment on how well Blue has been able to handle that situation, but Forrest, he just made our jaws drop right there. He manages to survive. Meanwhile, the application field with Alter Ego versus the rest of SI8. To be the best situation for inside the A1 Esports, as they are just in the mark this time around, and just like that, the rest of Alter Ego slowly fall apart. Riggs goes down, and this is the best opportunity for A1 Esports.
Okay, all right. We love what we see here. Okay, that was unexpected though, because Ultra Ego Airs, they do have the compound, they do have the high run advantage, but A1 was able to flip the script, so that is a great maneuver coming from A1. It's time now for the Bangladeshis, of course, to celebrate. They might bag the winner with chicken dinner this time, since they're down to their last opponent, which is, of course, Forest of D plus Kia. And there you go, ladies and gents. It's been a long time coming, but A1 Aero was able to deliver a chicken dinner. Just look at the smile on Senator's face.
Yeah, it's been a long time coming. Finally, they make their bounce back in this matchup, and everybody is ecstatic to once again see them in their prime. And just look at that final flush onto Alter Ego. That just exudes so much confidence, which we have been waiting to see coming out of the gentleman out there. And of course, that said, kudos to A1 as they are getting those big hefty points to climb up the charts. By no means this is any form easy for any of these players out there. And you take a look at Hitman. He's been taking charge of all these regions, and he had such a great view to really tack onto everybody, and he has made 5 points in this matchup.
Yeah, I mean, for this round, he's definitely the aggressor, you know, compared to the other members of A1. Sinister's a great backup, though. I feel like he's the brain of the operations. I mean, he's the one really giving the structure for the team here. And Rowdy, I remember the first time that he joined into A1 Aero. I mean, this guy has been a top-notch teammate, you know, for the team. He made an impact as well joining into A1 Aero. And I love the fact that they were able to get a winner chicken dinner. Now, if we're gonna be honest here, all the advantages were actually working out for Alter Ego Ares. I mean, they have a great spot. Just a while ago, we've seen them go to a 2-2 split for the offense. But somehow, you know, it was, again, a great thing to see that A1 Aero was able to be the aggressor and actually just eliminated Alter Ego Ares, hence getting the winner chicken dinner. So that is really something to celebrate.
It definitely is, and just looking at the way that they've got themselves in zone, maybe it's not as far of a rotation compared to the rest of the pack, but they have definitely sifted through everybody else, and there was a couple of calls that was major decisions for them to really make in order to make the cut around the fields. And by the time that everybody else was kept very busy, they emerged at the right time to really strike while the iron's hot. Hitman definitely has been the best player out there on the field, but everybody else have been keeping up to pace. 4 points for Corelio, Chips, and Forrest, so it's still considered massive for D plus Kia in this round.
Okay, top performance, ladies and gents. Obviously there goes Hitman at the top spot. We got Chips of D plus Kia as well, Forrest of D plus Kia, Carillia of Alpha 7. Now Forrest was the last one to go from the side of D plus Kia. He did try to hold on to the adrenaline for as much as he could, right? But again, it can be overwhelming going up against a full squad. So head to head here, ladies and gents, A1 Aero versus D plus Kia. Damage is just outrageous here for the side of A1. 12 elimination points is actually a strong number right there. MVP, no doubt. We've got Hitman over here setting up a total of 5 elimination points and 758 damage output. And right now we do expect again for A1 to carry the same energy back into the remaining matches for day number 2 of the grand finals, and hopefully we see more gameplays like this coming from A1.
That's right, and I guess like maybe the initial struggles that they have was every time they drop into either side of the map, they've always had visitors inside their township, and that makes it really hard. Once they do manage to clear it out, things are looking superb for A1 today. Another win coming from teams of South Asia, so Bangladesh puts their flag forward this time together to celebrate alongside that double win that we had earlier today from Horror Esports. So I think it's fair to actually call it that this is a South Asia Day. Don't you think?
Yeah. Yes, because we were talking about yesterday how Southeast Asia kind of dominating the leaderboard, and right now South Asia is kind of responding that, hey, we're hell of a teams as well, and now they're putting up a great show, which is of course a great thing for us. And just look at the amount of throwables used in the game, 232. This is by far again the best numbers that I've seen in a long time when it comes to the nade eliminations.
That's right, and overall, everyone's really putting in everything they've got moving into day 2, so the party is absolutely wild right now. And after Horror Esports have gained those points, BTR is not involved in this matchup, so it's still pretty much A-okay that it's only about 5 points of difference. While number 4 as well as number 3, they're pretty much neck and neck. With still standard runs coming in, but DK is now closing in onto Alpha 7 and A1 just after a chicken dinner. They move all the way up to their 13. So this is just spectacular news, and that's a tie between them and Fortress Tribes at the moment.
You know what I love about the A1 fandom, you know, their community, is how solid they are as a community, as a group. You know, win or lose, they're always there to back up, you know, the team, Sinister's team. So that is what I appreciate about the A1 fandom. They're so passionate as well. As for Diva's Kia, I do love the fact that, okay, they're not that aggressive, but in terms of consistency and elimination points, that helps them to kind of slowly climb up the ranks here instead of like getting all out, you know, guns blazing in every match. And again, the thing that I appreciate about the Korean teams is just how consistent they are in terms of elimination points.
Yeah, true enough. And this was one of their big rounds for today. So we have yet to actually see them score that chicken dinner throughout these past 2 days. We will have to give them a little bit of time, and we will also take a little bit of break as we will come in for more chicken dinners here in the Ruthless Invitational Showdown.
Welcome back, ladies and gents. It's already match number 11 for the Ruthless Invitational Showdown with Red Queen and Contra. So, it was the first WWCD for the Bangladesh team, A1 Aero Esports. So, I can see a lot of you down there cheering, a lot of you down there in the comment section cheering for this Bangladesh team. It's about time, right? I mean, it's been a long time coming.
Yeah, and of course, this is a team that has been a legacy squad ever since the very beginning of PUBG Mobile. They've been around, and that's the reason why the fandom has been super solid. Meanwhile, we're going to be moving back into Wrangle. Of course, we take a look at the stats real quickly from these squads out there. BTR was the last one to have won this one over on the course of that past matchup. We'll see whether if they will be able to do it again. And meanwhile, for esports is also going to be out there to challenge this time around. So a little bit of interesting maneuvers to be expected coming out of all these squads out there, while we will definitely want to see further if we might even get even more winners that has been different from the usual suspects.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Can't believe we're already at second to the last game here, but time flies when you're having fun. That's always what we say. But top Erangel performance, I think, yeah, they're the usual teams that knows how to rack up points when it comes to the OG map. And so we are having our time to take a look at the teams that will be playing this time around. It's going to be Group A and Group C that will go head to head here. Void Donkey coming into play once again, so this is going to be an interesting fight.
That's right, and I'm finally going to be going for that vote for Horror Esports. I've been waiting. Everybody kept taking that vote away from me, so I'm going to lock in first and foremost before everybody else.
That was fast. You know, you almost had your point a while ago, going for Alter Ego Errors.
Oh, close enough.
Close enough, yeah. So, AC, okay, let's get something that I've never, choose something that I've never chosen before. Actually, okay, let's go for Void Donkey.
I like the bold move coming in from Prod. They're telling us JTG's gonna get it, where, you know, there was the one in the match where they went super duper close and to securing it, but it just fell pretty short. And that was back in Miramar. I think they're absolutely onto something right now. Point Donkey, I think they're looking on the prime form right now, so I really like the good call coming in from Red Queen as well. So I think that it's pretty predictable why I am going for Horror, because of how they've been fighting, how they've also been able to keep score on a very healthy note. So that's pretty much the reasons why, as we are going to be moving into the rest of the matchup. So you guys definitely want to tell us who exactly are you guys rooting for here in the Ruthless Invitational Showdown, and may the best prevail.
I definitely agree with you, you know, because I feel like Void Donkey is one of the strongest choices for this round, just because I've seen the momentum just a while ago. You know, they were able to put up a lot of points. I think that was in Erangel, if I'm not mistaken. So perhaps, you know, we can see that again. And as for Hora Esports, it's a back-to-back winner chicken dinner for day number 2. And again, you know, it is possible for them to go for the third one. I mean, I've seen it happen before. And that is actually a very strong choice as well. JD, okay, a while ago, they really put up a great show as well, especially when they try to defend themselves up against Hora Esports. I mean, it took a while before Hora was able to kind of flush them out from that high ground. But yeah, I mean, we don't know yet what's going to happen for this round, so we do have a great matchup that's definitely cooking for this second to the last match this evening.
Yeah, I definitely do agree. So this is going to be a last chance hurdle. You know, there's one team that I kind of forget today who's not really popping off as compared to what was shown back in day 1. The Savior, you know, it's already time. It's already the late game. Be safer. I
Oh,
think they're going to be looking pretty scary moving into this matchup as well. So
you're
don't forget
right.
about them.
You're right. Okay, it's like looking at someone who loves to make a dramatic entrance, right? I mean, these savior, oh, they're good at that. Yeah, with all of the late surges. And again, we did say this just a while ago at the beginning of the matches that they really show up when it matters most. So perhaps we don't know. We might see another deja vu moment coming from D Savior. But then again, we do have this much faith onto the teams that we've chosen to perform really great for this round, and would love for you guys to let us know. I mean, which teams you're going for this round, or maybe who you think is going to put up a great game for this match. You know, we'd love to see it down there in the comment section.
Yeah, and just looking at all these big names out there, it could be anyone's out there to take. So just, of course, fancy your opportunities. You might even score points just like how we do so far. I'm just looking at all the form scenario that we can actually get. Last Miramar, it was a really close one between JDG as well as Hora Esports. It may happen again, it may not happen again. Meanwhile, of course, when we take a look at the rest of the field, I think that Alter Ego BTR came pretty close the last time around. So keep your eyes on them once more.
Oh, definitely. And I just want to give a big shout out to our Thailand viewers out there. If you have this, you're my people. You're my people.
Everybody has that. What you saying, Richie? That's like a staple in every Thai household. I even have some at home. I'm not Thai, but it's just so good, right?
It is. You know, I've been having a headache, but this is something that always works. Are
All right, team, we're transitioning to Flak, but tasks are still going to be on Bullfrog.
Did nobody see my poppycock post? There was no clappy claps on it.
Make sure you track your time.
the teams coming from all regions that will be playing for the lobby tonight?
Oh yeah, so it's a very diverse mix here, as you can see. So Alpha 7 in Group A, and then we have JU Squad and a whole bunch of other teams. I mean, yeah, a lot of teams that we can just read through here. But some of the power group, I will probably will want to give it to like Group B. But then again, of course, we are now into day number 3. There's no such thing as a power group anymore. Like everyone's for themselves. And speaking about the teams that are for themselves, these are the teams that perform well in Erangel. Starting off with BTR, and then we have Vampire Esports, and of course we gotta have Hora Esports here with Boy Donkey. Now, the interesting part about BTR is that they dominate in terms of the average eliminations, damage, and also survival time. And their average rank point, well, it's pretty much only 1 point below all the other teams. So that's why they're the number 1 team in Erangel now.
Yes, you are right. Okay. Yesterday's matches, I feel like it was dominated by, of course, Hora Esports, since they were able to get 2 chicken dinners. And then there's also BTR, Void Donkey. So mostly, I feel like it was the day of the Indonesians as well. I do wonder again who's going to be stepping up tonight. And yeah, I mean, I do wonder who's going to be getting the first winner chicken dinner. But you know me, Sir Cloud. I always go for Hora Esports as my first pick to open up the matches.
Oh, you're gonna put it on. You're gonna put the chips on the table now. Okay.
Oh, yeah.
All right, booking it. Okay, that's fine. We got to take note of who's in Group A and Group B. And if you don't see your favorite team, is probably going to be in Group C. So Group A and B. Okay. So Hora Esports taken. Okay, that's fine. I gotta put it out there as well. Since you have taken Hora Esports, I'm gonna go with Team Flash as a start. Yeah, let's go win it.
Not a bad choice, I can say. You know, they're also one of the teams that loves to pop off, you know, in every match. So that is a very strong pick. And I just want to put it out there that, you know, production hasn't scored anything just yet.
Well, production did very well during the previous series, right? So this time he gotta give us a chance. Gotta give us a chance. Of course, it's my first day in the Ruthless Invitational Showdown Season 9. So to be fair, of course, I start off 0, and Red Queen's doing very well so far too. Okay, so Red Queen, she took Horror.
Purple Hearts, let's go. Let's go, Purple Hearts.
Okay, Red Queen's Horror. Mine is Team Flash. Lucky you did. Okay, and production is going for the big boys, 4 Medical Vibes. I mean,
of course they are.
Of course, right. You know, a lot of fans are asking as well, where is DRS? And well, unfortunately, DRS is not with us this season, but hopefully they will be next. And I'm sure our Mr. Producer really loves DRS. So yeah, but gotta save that for maybe the next season.
I think DRS is playing for PMNC, if I'm not mistaken, because PMNC Nepal is ongoing right now, ladies and gents. It's just that I feel like Horror Esports has already like a secured slot in the PMG. I'm not sure because someone in the comment section actually said that. So I'm just like, I don't know how true that is or like how accurate the information is. I just read it somewhere down there.
Okay. So I'm just fact checking that, right? So yes, and it just ended yesterday, according to what I see. But okay, it has. Yeah, okay, it's still ongoing, but part of the stages ended yesterday, and they're moving on to the next stage. So maybe it's because like, okay, we just ended our tournament yesterday, and good news for the DRS fans out there, they actually qualified to PMNC South Asia Spring 2020. Yeah, and
pretty awesome.
they'll be playing on the 17th of April, so they're probably taking a break today.
Oh yeah. So see, that is the importance, of course, of having off-season tournaments such as this one. It's to keep them warm, you know, the players, the teams, of course, to kind of maintain their level of gameplay up until they step into the official tournaments. You know, they have to run their strategies, their rotations, everything else in between, you know, just to make sure that they're all ready to battle it all out as soon as the official tournaments come.
Oh yeah, absolutely right. Absolutely. I do love all these pocket tournaments in between as well. It's so important for not only the teams, but for us to keep fresh. In the sense of like, oh, these players might be signed by the orgs, like they could be tryouts. So you kind of like follow the storyline of like who's being tried out, you know, rather than surprise, okay, it's this guy joining. At least you get to see like, this is the journey, you know, how's their tryout results out like a player like Win, for example, for Team Flash, right? He could be a tryout. I'm just putting out
maybe
tryout. So we get to see like, preseason he was that good, and that's why he's being signed, instead of like, he's just being signed, but we don't really know how he performed with the team.
Okay, so before we head on to the matches, I also want to ask the people down there in the comment section, okay? Spam, if you are one of the fans of BTR Fede or Federalis, I want to see some spammers out there in the comment section. I want to see, because all I see are like Bangladeshis, the Purple Hearts, and there's also fans of ASI 8 and 4 Thrive. So where are the people of Federalis? Let me see down there in the comment section.
Yeah, where the BTR people?
Come on.
Where the BTR people? Put it in the comments. Where the BTR people? Where the BTR people?
Are they called the Red Villains or the Red Knights or the Red Aliens? Because I mean, there's so many Reds, you know. Like I'm already confused. Are they like what, Red Villains?
Now it's just Bigatron Esports, so I guess they're no longer villains or aliens. Yeah, they're just robots
Bigatron
now.
Okay, does it stand for something, Sir Cloud? Like Bigatron, is it like a term, a word in Indonesia that stands for something?
I don't think so. I think it's just a name. Yeah, it's just big.
Okay,
Bigatron.
interesting.
Yeah. And the fans, or fun fact, since we are talking about Bigatron, so the fans have a name as well. The fans of Bigatron are called Bigatroopers.
Bigatroopers. That is really as okay. That is nice. Bigatroopers. I thought you were gonna call them biggies, but okay, big Bigatroopers. Okay, that's nice. That's nice.
Biggies, okay. Biggies.
I'm a biggie. Yay.
You're a biggie. You're a Bigatrooper. You're a biggie. Yeah.
Bigatrooper. That's nice.
I'm down with that. You know what? Maybe like the more I would say maybe they have like the kids club. Yeah.
What?
Kids club, maybe like you're under 12 and you're called the biggies, you know, so you have like different tiers.
Oh yeah.
Something like that.
For now, we're a Bigatroopers. Okay, that's interesting. So for Miracle Vibes, yesterday, Sir Kyle, I mean, I didn't really felt much of their presence, to be honest, although they're consistent. Yeah, with the rotations, we always see them, you know, get to the latter stages of the game. But I wonder if they're gonna play like the energy we saw during the Night of Champions, where they kind of just had an explosive gameplay. So I want to see that again.
Yeah, it might as well be renamed to like the Night of Formidable Vibes, because it was just them playing, and it was like them and everyone else.
That is true. The Night of Four Miracle Vibes. Yeah, I feel like, they just treated the whole thing as a classic game and just started eliminating half of the lobby all the time. I mean, I know that Night of Champions only lasted for 2 days, but that was, it was. I feel like the whole thing was dedicated for them. I mean, like, their mission is just really to dominate. So I kind of want to see that again happen in Ruthless Invitational Showdown, since this is already the second to the last day before we wrap things up. I do wonder really who's going to build a solid foundation right now, just to make sure that they have enough lead, to top the overall rankings.
Oh, yeah. So many questions to answer, right? I mean, let's not also forget about the potential of the other teams as well. Like maybe those that we don't really expect them to perform. Maybe like an RRQ, like a staple name in our Ruthless Hype Esports series. Like they could potentially come up as well. Points wise, of course, not really a biggie for them. See, we're using the term biggie now. Not really a biggie for them. But yeah, maybe they could be one of those teams that we need to pay attention to.
Oh, yeah. Perhaps. So who else did amazing yesterday? I think D Savior. Okay, this guys really does know when to step up. It's like, there's a big party and they're making a dramatic entrance.
Ooh.
That's how they do it, in a tournament. Like, okay, they're gonna let everyone else rack up major number of points, and then all of a sudden, out of the blue, they will be coming out, guns blazing, and starts to kind of retaliate and transform into apex predators that we know that they are, and just get those points that they need. And that's exactly what happened yesterday. Although there weren't any chicken dinners, but fact of the matter is, they ended 2 matches with a double-digit elimination points, and that is quite a lot.
And of course, a transfer update for D Savior, and this just happened 2 days ago. Chua has been farewelled from D Savior. So yeah, but we're still going to see a lot more of Lamborghini inside of our game number 1, ladies and gentlemen. Here we head on to Wrangle.
All right, here we go. And I do wonder if D Savior now is playing for our first Wrangle. Okay, just checking A and B here. Where's D Savior? Okay, so they're going to play in the next round. So their first match would be in Miramar. Okay, so since we're talking about D Savior and D Savior, they've acquired Batman from Team Flash, and now he's playing under the name 1T100. And I feel like, obviously Win is kind of a replacement for Batman, and I just want to say that it's not really a super big shoes to fill, but he is making a statement right now that, like he has so much potential out there in the battlefield.
I mean, he comes in, they win the trophy, so yeah, at least he's proving it by that win, right? So that's that one thing. And now it's a question of whether they can do a back-to-back. But let's begin here inside of our Erangel match. Looks like we're gonna get GK on the ground very, very early on, and they actually drop in Skameshki. Not a spot that you regularly see two teams drop. So happen, RRQ is sharing the spot with them.
Oh yeah. I did ask Contra about this, Sir Cloud. There used to be like a picnic spot out there somewhere in Erangel. I'm just not sure if it's in Zarki or Kameshki. But you can answer that later on because we're looking at RQ right now, having an exchange with another team here. It's a good thing, no casualty yet for the side of RQ, but I'm trying to check which team they're having an altercation with. I believe these are the boys from Team Secret.
Yeah, so they took out GK the moment they land. Then they're looking for the next target. But we ship over to South Jogopur. Here we have all the PL teams. Actually, two of the PL teams, LGD and Tianba, happen to be sharing the same spot.
Yeah, it's a civil war out there. Okay, one of them is still currently knocked down here, but I feel like one is back in the lobby. Mighty is trying to handle the business all alone with a micro Uzi, not even an extended mag, but just like really gunning them down with a micro Uzi at hand. So that is a pretty bold move there coming from Tiamba. But anyway, jumping back into RQ here, still a complete squad. There you go. There's the altercation we've been looking for, and Swavel did not waste any time with his M16 and just really gunned that person down. But LGD not really having a good time here since 3 casualties now on from the board. So it's just Tian defending the team.
Yeah, I mean only him alone. He does have a Thompson though, but it's not the best weapon to clutch. Normally in these clutchy situations you need a big shotgun.
Boom!
Evaded the nade very, very smartly. Now towards the left side, that's one player knows that Mighty is there, but the moment he moved in, Mighty was ready for him. The first team to bow out is going to be LGD.
Great timing though from Mighty. That was a convincing win right there. Now Lepar with the jiggle. Okay, that was such a nice move with a UMP and ended things with a shotgun. So nice touch right there. Elegance at its best. And now we're looking again back to RQ here with 3 elimination points now. And it seems to me like they're about to wrap things up here. Somewhere, where are they exactly? Are they playing somewhere north or east side?
Right, so RQ is now in Kameshki. So
Kameshki,
it's the top right of the map. Well, at least they have the entire area for them. Now for our next potential fight, we still have Tianba here. They just want to fight against LGD. Now they have to face off against GLU Squad. The GLU Squad is an interesting one as well. If you ask me, one of the most stylish outfits in the entire PUBG Mobile esports, I would give it to GLU Squad.
Yeah.
Do you remember there was this one time that they had this outfit? I believe it was one of their jerseys that one side was a long sleeve and one side was a short sleeve.
Oh, I didn't know that because I mean, like, I've wanted that varsity kind of jacket from GLU for a long time now, and I think I said something yesterday about like, okay, if there are any leaders of the organization watching right now, please just let us know how we can purchase, or like maybe you can send even like one varsity jacket. I'm already happy because it's really cool, not gonna lie. I mean, it's very stylish, and like when you have it, when you're wearing, I feel like people are gonna turn their heads.
Oh yeah, absolutely right. Like a varsity jacket with tons of patches is like a trend now. But what's not really a trend? For our esports now, they might lose one player to the hands of Team Flash, and there's the fight inside Yasnaya without the circle. And speaking about the circle, it was kind of like a 50-50 or maybe like a 60-40 circle. It could go on to Main Peninsula or also the main to the base, but because of the flight path, nobody is in main to the base last we checked. So it will be interesting if the circle does pull all the way down south. Coming back to Hora Esports, And we have Sky here. He sees Zeus. Okay. Not pulling the trigger yet.
Oh man, Sleepy just got sent back to Dreamland. Horror Esports not looking too good. 2 casualties now. The first team that I think they had encounter with would be A1 Arrow. Just don't know exactly what happened with that clash, but okay. Okay, that was such a great shot though, coming from Sky. He was able to put a stop on Bows, and now he just went in for a kill, but completely missed it with a nade. But there's a need for them to kind of pick up the pace here, since they are at a disadvantage. It's a 2v3 situation up against Team Flash here. We can see that Juz has been feeding the team the information on how they can approach the building to where Sky and Jiggle is currently staying at.
And look at the current situation. Looks like Team Flash lost 1 player. As for Horror Esports, they lost 2. So the advantage is still given towards Team Flash. And dropping down a fun fact. So I had the pleasure of meeting Bose, right? And I asked him, how do I pronounce your name? And he says it's Bao.
Bao.
Bao. Yeah, like
no Z. Like silent Z?
Like a silent Z. Like the O is an A. So it's like a bow. Like bow down, bow. Bow down, peasants.
Okay, that's interesting. But I think I've never encountered a word that has a silent Z. But okay. Bow, bow, bow. Okay.
Well, it's Vietnamese though, so we gotta think in like Vietnamese.
Yeah, probably so. Probably so. Okay, getting back into the game here, ladies and gents. LGD again. I think they're.
Sambal Indo Food banyak level pedasnya. Pedas, extra pedas, pedas dahsyat.
First one to have taken the boot out of E-Wrangle. I'm checking if there are any other teams that were sent back to the lobby. So I guess it's only LGD for now. We are at stage 1 with 30 seconds on the clock, so we will be moving on to the next stage in just a few moments. Now, the circle, just like what you said a while ago, Sir Cloud, it has a chance to stay in the main peninsula, or perhaps, jump into the military base. But of course, we are all hoping to, for the circle to land in the military base. That would be an interesting fight, since we still have 14 teams here in the game. It will definitely be bloody, but then again, we got a few more seconds to go before we know where it will be favored. Okay, it just went back to the main peninsula. Boo!
Oh, come on. Would have liked it to stay down mid the base. 4 Medical Flash would love that as well, but now they have to move back all the way on the other side. But that's fine. At least it's an easy entry in, because majority of teams drop up north, so they will have they just need to cross the bridge and nobody's going to stop them. In fact, they just did that, and they sent Doc out as a marker. The rest of Formidable Vibes continue to loot. Nobody's going to stop them in mid to the base, and they can continue on later on. Not going to be an issue.
Nobody's gonna stop us now. Okay, but yeah, right in front of them would be the boys of Sem9 though, but I don't even think that Sem9 is aware of the fact that Doc is kind of looting within proximity. The rest of the 4MV boys are already on their way back to the main peninsula. Alpha 7 though is also within proximity. Alter Ego Eras is just over to the east side of the zone, so potentially they could keep boys of RQ and A1 Arrow. We also got Team Flash tanking the blue side, as well as Horror Esports.
They are still tanking as of now, that is, but it's only stage number 2. So they still have the time to get in. Sem9! Now they are right in front of Formidable Vibes. They were around this area earlier on. Formidable Vibes, they're just going to ignore that and just move in across the bridge. They're in the circle right now. Back onto RRQ. Looks like the fight for them is not over yet. There's another team around them. I wonder which team is that. That could be... Oh, that's A1 around.
Oh, yeah. Anyway, Kun Ngu of Team Secret is still down there in the hospital area, but he's all alone, so we kind of understand why he's maybe hesitant to get into the safe zone just yet, because obviously Team Secret doesn't have the numbers anymore, so we do understand what kind of setback they were facing right at this moment. But looking at 4 Miracle Vibes again, they haven't put out any numbers just yet. understandably so, because they haven't found any teams to clash with just yet. But considering the team's position right now, again, they're pretty close with Alter Ego Eras and Sim 9, so 4MV probably will just take up a spot here. And, well, the option is to wait for the circle to shrink, or like if maybe there's another team that would challenge them and crash their compound, then that's the only time probably that we'll see teams collide. But for now, it's kind of a chill time since this is just stage 2, so most of the teams are just doing the necessary rotations.
Yeah, it's either they haven't found team or teams don't want to meet them. But anyway, the fight will continue on here. These have to mid. Looks like it's going to be A1 versus Alter Ego. And A1, Rowdy on the ground, will be eliminated. Fortunately, the first one for A1 to bow out. Same goes for Tianba. They are out. Alter Ego continues to find the other members of A1.
Yeah, Rowdy just got caught off guard. I mean, he wasn't able to defend himself. He wasn't able to pull out his gun, so that was just unfortunate. But for the rest of A1, Arrow, they kind of backed out from the situation. So let's see what's going to happen as now Hitman pulls the DBS and going after a player here. But man, that was nasty! That was nasty! Firing of Sim 9 just eliminated both Sinister and Hitman.
And he got a bit of help from Refuse on Formidable Vibes, who blew up the vehicle, taking them out. Man, that was so lucky of him. But now Formidable Vibes, they want to claim their tax. They're coming in for Farron. Farron is out. Oh, that's a flip card there. Anyway, Formidable Vibes, they take over this little shack.
Yeah, I love the fact that we have so many sports car parked, you know, in that specific spot. I mean, do I wonder? I mean, is anyone staying in this shack? Okay, well, Formidable Vibes has just gotten the points there. But anyway, back to ASI8 here, ladies and gents. Again, there's still a complete squad here. A7 is pretty close to them, but then again, ASI8 is aware of that fact. They have maybe set a good defense. They're already in position, and I don't think they're gonna leave that spot just I mean for now. But Alpha 7, they are at the edge of the circle here over to the west side, so perhaps we will see them battle it out up against GLU squad and the last remaining player coming from Team Secret, since you know GLU, they're outside of the zone. So I mean, if potentially if they can gatekeep them and get those scores, then that would be good for the side of Alpha 7.
But what would be good here for Sem 9? The fact that it was 4 Political Vibes taking out Farron, so they know that Sem 9 is now on a handicap with 3 players. 4 Political Vibes, we have top here. Mr. Starman, Mr. Handsome top, just scouting things out, deciding on whether they want to go in or not. Team Flash, welcome to the circle. They arrived from the northern side. Another fun fact about Team Flash. So the player named Zeus, right? We always pronounce him as Zeus. But when I asked him like how to pronounce the name, it's like silent Z and silent S. So it's like you.
What?
I know, right?
It's crazy. It's crazy. Okay, I'll try that. Okay, so Mafioso right now with an effective push and spray up against GLU. We kind of already anticipated this altercation between these two teams. Now let's see if GLU, of course, can be successful getting through and getting inside the safe zone, but of course they will have to eliminate Alpha 7 first. But I feel like Team Flash might be joining into the mix as well.
Whoa. But Alpha 7 are winning this fight. Taking out the members of GLU squad, and now Alpha 7 trying to get into the circle. At least it's not too far away. But right from Alpha 7 is going to be the members of Team Flash. Now we have Hugh shooting back at them. I know, right? Sounds kind of unusual, but yeah, that's how they probably pronounce it. But anyway, Alpha 7 now, they know that they have Team Flash the circle just moved away, so this fight is probably a fight that they must take.
Yeah, and also ASI8 might decide to perhaps push Alpha 7. I mean, Team Flash is kind of the scouting and maybe gauging as well. If it would be good for them to push Alpha 7 if they have the advantage and, of course, the firepower to eliminate the boys of Alpha 7. Looking at Formidable Vibes right now, Riffle's already out of the game while Jol is bleeding out there in the open. Although it says here that they have been dominated with 5 elimination points, but looking at the screen, it's Carrillo of Alpha 7 doing a massive spray up against someone who is kind of just driving by.
Yakin Bapak dan Bu gak ganggu orang? Kebanyakan orang gak sadar bau badan. Sekedar mengingatkan, pakai Resona yang segar wanginya non-stop.
And by driving by, no further action for now. Everyone's like, okay, just trying to stay chill because we don't want to fight with this kind of timing while the zone is closing. Anyway, RRQ moving into this compound. They're going to share it with Alter Ego for now. Badru's on the other side, while the highlight players for Alter Ego or Potato, Mr. IGR is on the right side. But while that was happening, Weibo Gaming out, no points at all.
Okay, RQ, no good. Gauging the situation. Meanwhile, let's check out Sem9. Oh no, we're down to our last player, Trexy, trying to save his teammates, but I don't think it's going to be possible at this point. Rivo tried to respond with a spray as well, but considering the distance, I think it's also going to be impossible for him to shut him down for now. But Team Secret totally been erased from our first match, so we'll see them in the next round. Getting back into RQ, Badru already on the floor here. Pablo cooking up the nade, but Lapar with a hatchet, it just ended things. And RQ right now putting up 5 elimination points.
Ooh, dominating now. RRQ. A total of 6 after that elimination. Okay, they're pretty hot. But let's see if they can be consistent enough. Now, the next challenge is for Formidable Vibes to potentially move forward after Circle ships away in about a minute more. Alpha 7 still pretty chill with the shack. I mean, look at the amount of vehicles they can use as a barricade. Also, for the high ground, takes out win.
Yeah, so far, 2 teams have been dominating the match rankings. That would be RQ and Formidable Vibes. They're tied up with 6 points each. Now, Tops, oh man, challenging up Fabian of D plus Kia, but wasn't able to put him down. And just getting out cooking up a nade here, potentially shutting down at least 3 players from D plus Kia, while Jal is getting shot at by Trexy of Sem9 and was able to get the point. So Jal already out of the game.
And that is Joe out. So Formidable Vibes. Wonder how many points they managed to collect in total. We'll tap into that later. For Tops now, he's on the lower ground with D plus here on high ground. There's D plus here all around him. There's no way he can escape that. And Tops, Team Flash, as much action as they saw today. 8th place, 2 elimination points collected. But Mafioso, what a drive-by to eliminate Trexy from Sem9.
Yeah, so Mafioso wasn't able to get Trexy a while ago with a massive spray, but he was able to get Trexy the second time around while inside a vehicle, a moving vehicle, that is. And now we're looking at 6 teams remaining here, ladies and gents. ASI 8 with 2 points, if I'm not mistaken. RQ has taken a position somewhere southeast part of the zone, while D plus Kia is still outside or outskirts, but just up north. Okay, probably will deal with the remaining players of Aura Esports, is they're very close with each other. Alpha 7, they're kind of spread out, so probably they are looking for a zone at control here, while Horror Esports managed to throw some nades up against D plus Kia, just trying to keep them at bay, but Fabian is trying to get closer to fire here.
Towards Horror Esports. Though they don't really need to, since Horror Esports is the one on the outside of the circle. Okay, oh no, they're on the inside of the circle, so D plus Kia, they want to take over this compound. All right, here comes the crash in here, but he is all alone. He needs backup with him, but his teammate also knocked down, and it is RRQ from afar, leaving Fabian all alone, 1v2, did not hold his ground. Sky got him, and Sky will finish him off.
Okay, so yesterday, Horror Esports was left with 2 members as well, but they were able to get to the finish line. You know, they were able to score that chicken dinner in Erangel as well. So maybe it's a deja vu thing all over again for the side of Horror Esports. I mean, they were able to defend that compound just right, but Alpha 7, Revo just took a nade to the face. Mafioso low in HP. They're still having an exchange though. This time, who? Okay, ASI 8.
Yeah, ASI 8 trying to block out Alpha 7, Mafioso on the other side. Trying to land a nade onto him. None of them connected yet. We have Casanova coming in doing a bit of scouting work just to make sure that behind those haystacks, nobody is there. And Mafioso, still the Lone Ranger for Alpha 7. He's now holding down a shack. The rest of ASI8 not really engaging yet. On the elimination feed, UZM or Uzum took out Forest. Okay, that could be a long-range one.
Man, Sky is kind of unstoppable at the moment. He was able to shut down also managed to get that point as well. 5 teams remaining here, ladies and gents. ASI, it seems to be looking good. Okay, best chance to get that first winner chicken dinner. And just looking at Alpha 7, I believe they're down to just 2, okay, maybe 3 more members. Huzaifa getting shot at by the boys of RQ. This fight is happening on the northern side. Now, Noga going off angle here. Oh man, there you go.
Oh, here comes a long range by UZM to knock down Noga from afar. Beautifully executed. And now RQ left with 3 active players. Casanova from the other side. Just stop now. RQ falling apart to the hands of ESIA, but Casanova has to move forward now. The blue is on top of him. At the same time, the Baker on a mission to save Sorvel.
This is a different Casanova that we are seeing right now. Casanova, a fighter, not a lover. But he's pretty low in HP, so he needs to heal up. Good thing that he is behind a rock there, so there's a time for him to kind of recuperate in this situation. But that will not stop him, of course, to cook his nade. Challenging the boys of RQ. Will he hit them both? No, completely off target here. So there's a chance for Nepeko and Noga to respond up against Casanova with their nades as well.
Oh, here comes the response from RQ onto Casanova. Casanova still all right behind his rock, but the 2 members of RQ, they're no longer interested. They want to get into the circle. They are going to join MG. MG takes out Casanova from afar anyway. Alpha 7 on the other side of the circle. Looks like they're going to be pretty chill here.
Ooh, okay, so if they win this is the first time that Alpha 7 will be scoring their chicken dinner. And so far so good, I can say. I mean, pretty much they are doing an effective zone control here. ASI now in between RQ and Alpha 7, and Casanova already bleeding out there in the open. There's no chance for the team to revive him at this point. And now RQ, Nerpeko and Lepard together in one spot, and this is an opportunity for ASI to kind of put them down with just 1 stone, so to speak. Now, Nogut is still, off angle here, trying to pressure RQ at this point. Let's see if they can survive.
And ASI8, they first need to deal with RRQ, like what you said. While Alpha 7, they are just looking from the other side. They got MG, that could be the opening. Nepeko together with Noga, the duo that has to do with Casanova is still bleeding out. I doubt he can be safe though. So for ASI8, down to the last 2 members. And how they're going to deal with RRQ is a confirmation right now. But at the same time, from afar, Carrillo will knock down UZM.
Oh, okay. This is a trade that we have been waiting for. The back and forth trade coming from this remaining teams. Now, ASI just got eliminated with 4 elimination points, which brings us down to Alpha 7 versus RQ, Brazil versus Indonesia. It's a fair fight, I can say, because it's a 3v3 situation, although RQ is at a deficit, considering that one of them is still currently knocked down and has just been revived, so there's a need for them to reset. Major reset is what is needed from the side of RQ.
And what an angle by Mafioso. Allows the other members of Alpha 7 to move towards the center of the circle, and now they are surrounding RRQ from afar. It's going to be the main man himself, Carrillo, to get another knockdown back onto RRQ. RRQ back to 2 active players for now, while Carrillo continues to tap away onto the Peko. The Peko, last hit, last hit of him, and it's still last.
Alpha 7 is doing a tremendous job so far, applying a lot of pressure onto the side of RQ. I mean, obviously, Lepar as well as Nerpeko, they don't have anywhere else to go. I mean, the only cover that protects them would be the car that already exploded. So Nugget is doing everything that he can to provide, some sort of support to the other teammates. And now Nugget already knocked down by Squash Boo. Man, Squash Boo is squashing again.
Oh man, at the same time, RRQ, they continue to survive, especially with Nepeko on the other side together with MG, but there's no way they can save Nogat right now. Squash Boo
Setiap roda gigi, setiap pompa, setiap perputaran, setiap panas mendera, setiap dingin menerpa, setiap pekerjaan, mesin-mesinmu menggerakkan dunia. 300 ilmuwan dan penasehat teknis kami terus berinovasi agar mesin-mesin tetap bergerak. Inilah yang menjadikan kami sebagai pemasok pelumas nomor 1 dunia selama 18 tahun. Dan inilah cara kami membantu Anda tangguh membangun. Shell Lubricant Solutions.
Coming in and squashes Nepeko. One more play to go. It's going to be MG. And at the end of the day, nothing can stop Alpha 7 Esports from claiming this chicken dinner.
Alpha 7 right now flexing their muscles. Hey, they're a team to watch out for, I guess, for day 3 of the Ruthless Invitational Showdown. It's about time. I'm pretty sure that most of you down there in the comment section are probably waiting for this amazing team to kind of pop off. And what a way to open up the matches. What a way to open up day number 3 of the Grand Finals.
It's a matter of time. It's a matter of time, ladies and gentlemen, till Alpha 7 Esports scores a chicken dinner for themselves. At last, we saw them there on page number 2, but with this chicken dinner, pretty sure they'll be on page number 1. But we'll want to see how close they are from the top once we tabulate the points later on. But it was a solid performance by Alpha 7. Even towards the end, how they move, how they spread out, what kind of angles do they take to try to lock in RRQ. RRQ, they almost stood no chance against the boys from Brazil.
I mean, judging by the numbers that they were able to put under their names, it was a great rotation that happened during the first game. Again, they were perfect when it comes to the zone control. You know, they just applied a lot of pressure onto the teams that were kind of busy dealing with one another. And again, beautifully done. But Alpha 7, it's a convincing win nonetheless. And we're looking at the damage taken. So I feel like Mafioso took most of the hits there, probably because he's the aggressor from the group. And it was also like a great and accurate push coming from Revo as well.
Oh yeah, they were super duper active, right? Like the moment they got one knot, they know that, okay, that angle is open. So they all moved in one by one to take prime positions within the final moments of that circle. And they move as a team. Even Carrillo as well, coming in from the back all the way when they saw that opportunity. So that's great to see how they coordinate each other. But other than Alpha 7, we also got to give credit to RRQ up here as one of the teams to watch. Formidable vibes. And of course, ASI8, who had a good run as well.
Yeah, it's just so unfortunate, honestly, to the side of RQ and ASI because they don't really have that much cover. I mean, it was an open field, and at the same time, you know, like both of the teams, I feel like they're super exposed to one another, and there was really not much of a choice to begin with. But again, it all boils down to how good you are at executing a plan, and to top all that, you know, Alpha 7 just capitalized on everything that's been going on during the last few zones. And again, the execution was just perfect for the from the Brazilian team.
Ooh, but we're going to compare the two players from RRQ. OMG, it's MG here, aka Lapar. Compared with the Terminator, Nepeko, 3 to 4 eliminations, and Nepeko, well, he's been really active in this round. But the one that was the most active player for Alpha 7, also our MVP of the match, is going to be Squash Boo with 7 eliminations by his own.
Mabu Squash Boo. Man, wow. This guy have been pretty consistent since, I can say, even during the Night of Champions. I mean, Alpha 7 has been doing great. I mean, although probably this is the first time that I've seen an explosive gameplay coming from Alpha 7, but of course we really cannot take out the fact that these guys are currently the how to say, the champions for from the EWC. So we just know what kind of energy and what kind of caliber they can bring into the table.
Oh yeah, absolutely right. And that's why they can put out this kind of performance. I mean, who can doubt Alpha 7? Always one of the top teams in the world. And besides him, of course, we had a very good performance by Sky from Hora Esports as well up here. And he did put up a lot of nice long-range shots and knocks to get the points in for Hora Esports. And speaking about the points, there's 22 points for Alpha 7, RRQ Ryu 15 points, 4 Political Vibes. Despite them going out not within the top 3, but they're still able to score 10 points in total.
And again, given the circumstances, just a while ago, Horror Esports was down to just two players. They were able to pull off a chicken dinner yesterday, even if they were down to just two of their players. It wasn't as successful as what happened today, but Sky still was able to get into the top fraggers overall for this match. And it's nice to see that somehow, when it comes to the throwables used in the game, this is quite a good number. Still basic, but it's there. During the time that we were casting for the first 2 days, Sir Cloud, or was it during the Night of Champions that we saw this number um just reach 80 something? So that is, I said, by far the lowest I've seen the amount of throwables used in a game.
80 something. That's super duper low. That's
It
like
is.
you just ignoring all the throwables available on the map, pretty much there. But we can't ignore the fact that Horror Esports is still the #1 team as of now, and they are ahead by 15 points. Now, BTR, they have not played their game. They'll be back in the following round, so they'll be looking forward to try to overtake the #1 spot. But still, it's Horror Esports breaking the 100-point mark. Now, on page number 2, we have a few movers here. D plus Kia moved up 1 spot to number 10. Alter Ego, they played. Same goes for... Oh, Void Donkey did not play, but Alter Ego played. And looks like they are at 9th at 61 points. So, yeah. So, the benefit of the doubt is, of course, for the teams that did not play in this round to see whether they can move themselves up next.
Yeah, Bigatron just got dethroned from their current spot, understandably so, because, Group C hasn't played just yet, and Bigatron Esports is part of that group. We also got 4 Thrives, The Savior, Vampire Esports, JD Gaming, Thunder Talk, Nongstream, and Void Donkey. So in the next round in Miramar is going to be Groups A and C. So let's just wait, I guess, if those teams that we just mentioned will make a difference for the upcoming match, if we're going to see some reshuffle happen, and also another chance for Horror Esports to maintain their lead, so to speak. But we're gonna find out what's gonna happen as soon as we come back, because we're just taking a break, so don't go anywhere.
Kalau kejebak macet, ditambah hidung mampet, emang bikin auto mumet. Untung bawa fix inhaler. Bisa sat, sep, long. Fix inhaler, hidung plong kapan aja, di mana aja.
Dasarku bercukur peri. Upgrade ke jilat Blue Refleksi. Mata pisau peka di kulit. Jangan cukur perih, abangku.
Hey, what's up, guys? Welcome back to the Ruthless Invitational Showdown. My name is Red Queen Andy, and today we are casting with one of the greats, right? Sir Cloud. And Sir Cloud, what a way to open up the matches. Alpha 7 bringing in the heat. What can you say about that? Do you think there will be other teams that will be stepping out for round number 2?
Ooh, I mean, when we started the show, we did talk about don't forget about teams on page number 2. And then all of a sudden, our top 2 teams are Alpha 7 and RIQ, both of them on page 2, and they did very well. So let's not forget about them, ladies and gentlemen. But of course, after this, we're going to roll the groups, right? And we're going to see the introduction of Group C. And Group C, there's a good amount of powerhouses as well. Let's not forget about them. So we have the Xavier in Group C. We have BTR in Group C as well. And Vampire Esports, I mean... 3 different champions in their own respective, and let's not forget about Nongshim Red Force too, 4 respective champions.
Yes, sir.
Boy Donkey as well. I mean, this is like a group of champions that kind of think about it.
They are. But Nongshim Red Force, though, they're not stepping up just yet. They're kind of holding back. I don't know what's up with Nongshim Red Force for the Ruthless Invitational Showdown, but yeah, I'm looking forward to them having a great time, playing inside the tournament, at least for day number 3 of the grand finals. But if we're going to be talking about which of these teams we think is going to dominate, of course, these are great statistics that we can see about who is the top performer when it comes to Miramar. But again, in playing Battle Royale, what makes it unpredictable is the fact that we need to consider that there's a touch of luck needed, right, in order to win that WWCD. So it's not just all about the numbers.
Oh yeah, you need the circle, which is clearly not a number unless you consider the circle as a 0, then yeah. But yeah, that definitely plays a part, not gonna lie there. So that's the challenge that the teams will need to be prepared of. What kind of circle are they going to get, and they need to be super duper flexible with playing any kind of circle. And this is a thing that sometimes to the naked eye, sometimes you don't really get to see this feels like the same game every round, just switch the maps. No, every round is very different because of the circle and such circumstances. But we're also in circumstances where we need to put in our prediction. And I would like my daily dose of Hora Esports. Let's go.
Okay. Well, they did score a back-to-back winner with a chicken dinner yesterday, so I do understand why you're claiming the Purple Heart right now. D Savior is chosen by the production team. I do understand that as well. So I'm gonna go ahead and lock in. Dun, 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 dun.
Kopi ABC Kahwa. Terasa nikmatnya, terasa baiknya.
Gratis transfer ke bank apa aja pakai Dana.
Bigatron Esports.
I knew it.
Bigatron.
I knew it.
I'm a Biga trooper. Just because Federalis is there, I'm a Biga trooper now.
Oh, you're a bigger trooper. Are you a bigger trooper now?
I'm a biggie.
Well, you're a big. If they score this chicken dinner and you gain another prediction point, you're a bigger trooper.
I'm a bigger trooper. Okay,
Bigger.
all right. But if BTR wins this round, what could be a great reward? Something to do in tribute of the winner for this round, Sir Cloud. I mean, it's the same thing. If Hora Esports wins this round, you should be able to do something in tribute of Hora.
Wow.
Maybe try the Momo. Maybe you have a restaurant also just close in your area, Nepali restaurant, and then you can try the Momos. I'm telling you, it's delicious. It's me too cha.
Okay. All right. So I did a quick search, and there are a good amount of Nepalese restaurants nearby. Well, in the city at least, somewhere reachable at least. So yeah. Okay. So if they win, it's Momo for me. I'll put up a video doing that. If it's Bigatron winning and you score it, you celebrate it by having an Indonesian dish.
Oh, wait, why not? I was gonna say like maybe I could try Indonesian coffee because apparently Indonesia is known as one of the top contributors as well when it comes to coffee. And we did search yesterday that there are, a couple of restaurants or cafes in the metro as well available for me to try out Indonesian coffee. So perhaps, yeah, maybe I could grab a bite as well. I mean, why not? We always love to explore, right, Sir Cloud?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I might or might not have directly or indirectly tried Nepalese food. Sometimes if you go out for a meal and you just like, oh, okay, what's served in front of you, then you just try it. And so I guess I'll find out. I'll find out now that I've made a quick search. Nepalese, Indonesian food, however, you can. Okay, I'll put this out, right? Perhaps you might want to try this thing called ayam gepuk.
Ayam gepuk.
Yeah, it's translated as gepuk chicken. I can't translate the term gepuk. Probably it's a very Indonesian word. So maybe anyone of you watching out there can tell us in the comment section. So it's basically fried chicken with lots of spicy chili on it.
Ooh, that
Yeah, you love
sounds
spicy,
interesting.
right?
I love spicy food. Yes. Oh, I am already salivating for it. Ooh, spicy chicken. Okay, well, we're gonna try that. So let's see who's gonna be winning the fight, and let's see if it's going to be me or Sir Cloud that will be trying out, like dishes from countries that we chose. But you know what? I just want to mention because I saw a couple of you guys down there spamming Bhutan flag, if I'm not mistaken, Bhutan flag. I've casted at least for a year, maybe 2 years for Bhutan when they were starting out their community in the esports industry as well. So if you guys are here, shout out to you guys and welcome to the stream.
Oh, Bhutan. Yeah. I hope to see more events coming out of Bhutan, though, not gonna lie. I mean, it's always nice to see like this different countries that we don't always get to see putting out there, and all these amazing talents as well. So come on, let's have more events from Bhutan, all right? Don't forget to drop us a DM if you need anything. We're very easy to find, just putting it out there. But what's easy to find is our flight path, of course. What's not so easy to find is our circle. And for those early drops, we're going to see Hora Esports dropping out early, overlapping with another team, Alpha 7.
Ooh, interesting. Our previews are like our first winner in the chicken dinners. Okay. I was gonna say something but I totally forgot. But if we're gonna be paying close attention to the people that is posted on the left side of the screen, we haven't changed anything still. It's win of Team Flash has been kind of dominating when it comes to the numbers of like most knockouts, most elimination points, and highest damage. So I do wonder if there are anyone out there ready to challenge win of Team Flash. After all, he is lined up with the greats, of course, the veteran players in PUBG mobile competitive scene in the road to MVP. So that is quite a statement right there. And so we're looking at Horror Esports, just like what Sir Cloud mentioned a while ago. They're pretty close with the boys of Alpha 7. So let's see if they will decide to have a go at it.
Yeah, and if they do, we might zoom in onto that later on. But for now, we're going to check out what's happening here with JD Gaming going up against GLU Squad in the same house. And then it's not only them, there's also another team around the corner, D plus Kia, as QZQ gets into the building just in time as he was shot from the back.
Yeah, I do wonder if the one who shot him using a different gun, like maybe an AR, the fact that he turned his back, I feel like he's gonna get shut down. I mean, it's a good thing he got shot at using a micro Uzi, because you know that micro Uzi only works best in a CQC fight. So that was just lucky for the side of JDG. But you know what is not lucky is the fact that one of them is currently knocked down. Now scratch that, make it 2 players already knocked down on the ground by GLU.
Oh, and Tariq Sis knocked down to the ground, but Hexas fights back and they score 1 extra point, but they're not out of it yet because D plus Kia is around the corner. The other members of JD Gaming on the other building as well. So it's probably a matter of time till the fight continues on. While JD Gaming, they need to reset. Resolution is pretty low, while D plus Kia is moving on towards his building.
Right, okay. It's not a good spot though for the side of JDG because they're sandwiched in between, and here comes Fabian now. Okay, with the knockdown, and he just sealed the deal there, getting the point, getting the job done. Chip's now trying to put down another player coming from JD here. 2 casualties now, and D plus Kia obviously looking out for some more. And again, JD's not really having a great time here. GLU decided to kind of go for the push, and so I don't see a bright future for JD here.
Not at all. The fact that QZQ is now cornered down into the field is really hard. He doesn't he gets 2 down. 3. Whoa, wait a second. Wait a second, QZQ.
Nggak mau yang ini. Nggak mau yang ini. Tapi kalau yang ini enak.
Gimana?
Enak, tapi diminum langsung juga enak.
Enak untuk semua. Outside, ahlinya oat milk.
You fighting back and he got the 3rd one, but no, the jump shot came in from Forrest, but still, he got 3 knocks out of GLU squad.
And now Forrest also picking up the GLU squad members who have been knocked down by QZQ of JDG. But I don't understand why the rest of D plus Kia is not really pushing. I mean, obviously GLU is kind of licking their wounds, trying to rest up, trying to recuperate at this point, and this is kind of a missed opportunity for the side of D plus Kia.
And D plus Kia, but they're still here to try to claim that opportunity. Might be a little bit too late now that the fact that GLU squad, they managed to reset, but they're not back on the field just yet. Understandably, because D plus Kia now, they only have 2 active players, Osal as well as Forrest. Let's see if Osal can actually pull this one off with the UMP in hand towards the right. He needs to reload, and he's coming in. Right now towards the left side. This is his opponent. Jump shot onto Osal. Beautifully executed by XDF, and looks like it's going to be GLU squad dominating Impala.
Ooh, man, I did not expect that to happen, but GLU right now repping up. Okay. All right. I mean, look who decided to show up all of a sudden. It's a good thing. Okay. Hopefully you get to the latter stages of the game here. I mean, you've obviously already picked up quite a good momentum during stage number 1 here in Nobar. So yeah, that is a great thing coming from the side of GLU. And now Thunder Talk Gaming. I'm just checking where they are exactly. So they are up onto the northern side. Alter Ego Airs is right behind them. They just got inside the circle. So perhaps we'll see a fight happen between the 2 teams. But then again, considering that we are just at stage 1, it's too early for an engagement, to be honest. So perhaps, some of the teams here, or most of the teams rather, would wait it out a bit until the circle shrinks, to just kind of secure maybe some placement points instead, or like just maybe focus on longevity first before they get into any engagements. But then again, it's a free time for everyone.
And that free time includes Hora Esports and Alpha 7. They dropped pretty close to each other at the very beginning, but they decided to go their own ways, and that's absolutely fine. So they'll probably meet up with each other later on, that is. And speaking about Alpha 7 at the northern side, now they're coming into the circle. But in front of them, I noticed that there's another team, so that could be their first challenger in this round. Waiting for the other members of Alpha 7, the 3 of them, to follow up since they sent the scout in front earlier on, trying to open up that space to get into the circle. So they're just doing the standard operating procedures for now. But I wonder if they will stop on the shack on the left. Looks like the answer is no.
Well, it's a good thing. D plus Kia, yes, they had an early elimination, but they were able to put up 4 elimination points still. So I think, it's still a good thing, considering that, they weren't able to exit the game empty-handed. As long as you put numbers every match, I think that is still okay. But there's a catching up to do still onto the side of D plus Kia, since if I remember correctly, they are still at the second part of the overall ranking. So perhaps They need to exert a little bit more of effort if they would want to, of course, be part of the top 10 at least. Alpha 7, they've had an early altercation a while ago, and now Carrillo was able to score a point for himself. Mafioso obviously is trying to gun down one of the players from BTR, so I do wonder if the cavalry will help Snape in this particular situation. Now, unfortunately, Federalis had an early elimination as well.
So it looks like BTR
Oh,
might lose
no.
Snape as well. It's Alpha 7 coming in to pick up another point for themselves. Nice shot though from top of that hill. Past the window. Carrillo secures it with DBS. And no remorse shown at all by Alpha 7.
None at all, man. That wasn't a great start for the bigger troopers. Okay, here we go. LGD Tion. Okay, I think this is a revenge. And I think they were able to get one player from the side of GLU, and now we're looking at XF27 here as the lone wolf for GLU squad. So perhaps he can stay someplace safe at the moment before he engages back again. But I think he's yeah, okay, so the spot that he chosen is still outside of the zone, so it could be hard since a lot of teams are flocking in the same area, so it can be a little tricky to get inside the zone.
But not tricky for Alpha 7. If you look at their entry pass power grid, they can take the entire high ground just right in front of them. In fact, they can be the first team to arrive there. That's one of the key positions that they can actually be at. And I'm pretty sure they're thinking about that. As for D Xavier, we have Lamborghini, Mr. Good Looking, Mr. Handsome. Kind of stuck all alone. His teammates coming by while Vampire Esports looking at them.
Okay, I'm looking for the Saviors. Okay, I feel okay. So they are already at least on the south part area near Picado. Okay, there's also quite a number of teams flocking in the same spot. We're looking at New Z. Right now, about to go up against the Savior here. Pathogen on your screen, high ground advantage, but Vampire, they have the warehouse. Although Victor is kind of a trip there, and now he's currently on the ground, so this will definitely pave the way for the Savior to push while Ventoris is down. I mean, you always need to grab every opportunity.
And here comes D Xavier trying to grab that opportunity with the fact that Ventoris is now currently down on his knees. Newsy not able to heal up to a full health yet. While D Xavier, they're opening up the space, sending two players on the other building, while the other two onto the warehouse. Ventoris is being picked up by Onzens. While Champ, well, nice play by Champ, knocking down Paragen. And looks like he's going in for it to try to secure that elimination point, while Nati on the other side with his own nade lobs it across. And Nati is pretty much alone at the warehouse now while Vampire Esports are pushing him.
Great defense, though, coming from the side of Vampires. I mean, the fact that Nadity took a nade to the face, I think that was the essential thing. Paragene, rather, that put a stop onto their tracks. And just look at that. Team Secret kind of deciding it's a good time for them to join into the mix here. And we also got Zeta Voindonkey. And there you go. Early elimination from the side of Vampire Esports. D Savior still was able to hold on to their offense and was able to defend themselves up against Vampire Esports, despite the fact not having a very good rotation during that time.
Yakin bahwa badanmu gak ganggu orang? Fakta, kebanyakan orang gak sadar bau badan. Sekedar mengingatkan, pakai Resona yang segar wanginya non-stop.
But they were able to climb back up, but Voindonkey capitalizing on this one while they're still licking their wounds, and now they're trying to flush them out from inside this warehouse.
Yeah, Lamborghini is still down. And this is the best moment for Voindonkey to come in. Zeta will secure that elimination point, leaving D Xavier with 3 players. The rest of Voindonkey coming in. We have Vexy coming from the side with a monster truck. A nade sent across past the warehouse, but it did not land onto any of the members of D Xavier. And look at the position of Vexy. Vexy just arrived, and that was a big shield that he brought along together with him. Knocking down Levi's. Paragen with a high ground advantage, but from the other side, Paragen got taken out. D Xavier out at number 12.
Man, there is a party going on here in the warehouse, ladies and gents. A while ago, Team Secret tried to go for the third party, but they let Voindonkey get in there first, and now they're going for the pinch. And Voindonkey seems to be backed in the corner here, but got Core, man! again. Great counter, effectively shutting down Team Secret. Now Boy Nucky has a chance to defend himself effectively, and again got Corpse grenade to the face. Potato throwing some for himself. Potato now pulled out his double barrel shotgun, but GK from the corner with an amazing shot, with an amazing angle, eliminating Team Secret. Oh, no, Team Secret, eliminating Boy Nucky.
Yeah, and Team Secret won that, and that was fast. But the action's not stopping yet. Now we have Alpha 7 on screen, and Alpha 7, well, as expected, they chose to take this high ground, but Weibo Gaming is interested in this area as well. We also have action here with Nongshin Red Force against Thundertown Gaming. Calm down, calm down. They needed like 2 players to get that point.
Man, we are just at stage 3 here, Sir Cloud, and everyone seems to be eager and you know, just really in the mood to play some PUBG here. And look at the kill feed; it's not stopping; it continues to light up. Pablo right now from Alter Ego Ares currently knocked down on the ground after looting the crate. Man, okay, you've already leveled up your armors and your vest, and still was able to get gunned down. But let's see what going for Alter Egos. I mean, what are they going to do in this situation? I mean, it's Riggs and Badru tandem that we're looking at. Obviously, X666 is still out there bleeding in the open, and could be hard for the team to pick him up.
Interesting enough that Riggs, I think he's the coach for Alter Ego, so I'm not sure if he's actually playing or, you know, they're kind of using him as a pseudo name. But anyway, well, LGD, this round needs to be their comeback. They didn't do well in the Rango match, but the fact that right now they're being gate-kept by other teams, finding it hard to get into the circle, it seems. Back onto Alpha 7, however, Carrillo saw XZY taking it out, and now Beanie with his nade on the lower ground. It's probably cooking that up, but probably not. So he's going to keep it for now in case Carrillo chooses to come by.
Yeah, I mean, okay, this is a great spot where Alpha 7 is trying to dominate, trying to take over. NS Red Force paid an expensive price for it. I mean, we're looking at Benny, the last remaining player here, and now Carrillo is cooking up a nade, but he doesn't know where Beanie is exactly. So I think that's the advantage of Benny here.
Yeah, and because of that, Beanie is still alive. And so happened that the circle goes to where Beanie is. So Beanie right now is like, okay, I'm the last player for Nongshin Red Force. I just stay chill and just don't move a muscle for now. Let all the other teams cancel out each other. And Alpha 7, they're not staying chill. Despite them having the middle of the circle, they're still actively moving around looking for their next target.
Fun fact, ladies and gents, Beanie is actually a popular female pop stars from the Philippines.
Oh.
Yeah.
Is that what you call a P-pop?
The P-pop, yes, the Pinoy pop. There you go. Beanie is actually the most popular P-pop that we have so far. So if you guys would want to check them out. Oh, am I plugging for Beanie? Okay, but no, not really. 9 teams remaining here, ladies and gents.
I thought you were proud of Beanie.
I am proud of Beanie, but you can check them out, ladies and gents. I mean, Beanie is they're quite a great performers.
Oh, what I meant was I thought you are part of Beanie. Like you're the P star. Like hey,
no.
You can dance, you can sing. Have you guys not checked out Red Queen socials? Like if you have not, you go check out Red Queen socials. Don't forget to drop her a follow as well so that she can do more dance moves for you.
I'm gonna take them down. I'm gonna take them down because Sir Cloud exposed me. But can you imagine Sir Cloud? I mean, Miramar usually it's kind of passive during the first few zones, but I think it's a different story for now. I mean, looking at stage 4, and we're looking at 9 teams remaining still, so it's again it's a different pace for Miramar.
Yes. I would say that Miramar, even though it's like the big map, and normally we'll see like, Miramar is going to be a chiller map. But the chill probably was like maybe half a round, perhaps half a stage. Then it's like everything just goes wild again. And so far, it's not stopping yet. With the fact that now we have LGD on screen against Alter Ego, nice nade onto Riggs, putting himself down to 50%, and immediately they have to back up because there's no way Alter Ego can challenge LGD.
I mean, if you guys can see the map feed, I'm pretty sure that it will be shown later on. I mean, there's a need for, like, say, Alpha 7, LGD, Alter Ego areas to be in this particular spot right here because it has a high ground advantage. It's right down there in the middle. But for Thrives, if you are going to uh, see just where they are exactly, they're down in Picado, so south side of the circle, but it's a low ground, right? So they're betting the circle to favor them. But if it doesn't favor them, it will be hard for Four Tribes to get into where Alpha 7 and its Red Force is, and even GLU.
Yeah, I guess there's just too much action happening at the high ground, right? That's why they're like, okay, nope, we don't want any part of it for now. But Alter Ego, okay, Badru got King. Interesting. Could be from the other side off screen. Long range by Badru. Got a knock, but not able to secure the elimination point yet. I guess they're pretty busy with LGD for now. But we're going to see the shift
There you
of
go.
the circle and some of these teams, including Four Thrice, hoping for the circle to go down to Picado. But the circle
Ooh.
god says, nope, not going to happen.
Well, there's still a portion of Picado included, but this could be detrimental for the side of Fourth Rise, to be honest. But just look at what Horror Esports is doing. Okay, they're sticking to the edge of the circle here over to the west side, so perhaps they're just waiting for the right opportunity. Maybe while Alpha 7 would be busy dealing with those teams that would like to take this spot as well. I mean, there's Thunder Talk Gaming, there's also Alter Ego Eras. But for now, they're quiet, they're not engaging. They will be coming from the low ground as well, but I feel like, yeah, Mafioso, it's confirmed that Alpha 7 has already taken a whiff of, like, from which direction Horror Esports will be coming from.
Yes, and with the high ground advantage, it's going to be a good spot for them. Even at this stage, if they get the next stage, there's a high potential as well that it's still going to be a very good spot for them. As long as they can fend off all these teams from climbing up, which they don't have a problem for now. They're trying to fend off Hora Esports, but Hora Esports, at least two of their players managed to get into the foot of this hill. So as long as they're in the foot of this hill / mountain, then they'll be okay. I mean, it's not going to be an easy angle for Alpha 7. Even Rebel, he spot one, but he won't be able to hold that angle for long.
I mean, there's a great chance that the circle will stay on the high ground, but just imagine if it favors Picado. Oh man, lots of worlds will come tumbling down.
Yeah. So that's what the teams would want to see. It's like, oh, you think that you are so big up there? Wait till the circle moves away. And that's where we get to see a lot of fun. But if the circle continues to go all the way there, then I guess we might know who gets the chicken dinner.
No, yeah. Again, it's really gonna be exciting. But for now, everyone's just being cautious. They don't want to be reckless. But Horror Esports, they're kind of pushing it, right? It's gonna be hard. It's gonna be tricky, to be honest, from the side of Horror Esports to take a very good spot here, because obviously they cannot really do an effective counter up against Alpha 7, since Alpha 7 really has a very good vantage point. And so I feel like everyone's just waiting for stage 6 and where this circle will land.
Yeah, and we'll get to find that out in about 40 more seconds, right? So, but a lot of players playing by the hill. So, but totally understandable. I mean, the most logical location right now is around this hill area. But I would love for the circle to move away, not gonna lie, just to see how chaotic it will be when everyone has to move down from the high grounds. While that is happening, or while we are waiting for the circle to close, we're going to see a couple of knocks here. Badru will get a J from Sunstock Gaming, and from afar he tries to secure that elimination point. But again, because of how this hill is and how rough the terrain is, you can get the knock, but potentially not the elimination.
Yeah. You know what? I feel like the circle is Loki, the god of mischief here. It's making it very hard for the teams, and of course, we are at the mercy of the circle. It's definitely gonna be the one dictating the pace of the game. And now the circle already shifted, and it's a good thing, I guess, for most of the teams that we have still in the game, since it stayed onto the high ground. But Alpha 7 seems to be like in such a very good spot here. But I do wonder if the circle will continue on moving to the middle part of the Miramar. Then again, Alpha 7 as well as Horror Esports, that particular spot right there might be a double-edged sword.
But no double-edged sword here. It's only a single-edged sword for JLU squad. Unfortunately, eliminated at number 8. And the fight continues on. Horror Esports finding it difficult to deal with Alpha 7. I mean, Red, just look at this. How are they going to even land a single shot on Alpha 7? But Mafioso jumps down from the high ground to eliminate the members of Horror Esports. At his side, Sleepy gets put to sleep as well by Mafioso. And Mafioso, he probably told himself that, hey, it's maybe a worthwhile move, because when he jumped down, yes, he shoots, he scores those points, but now he cannot be saved.
Yeah, I mean, he jumped and I don't know, that was a risky and a bold move at the same time. But okay, let's check out what the kill feed is actually feeding us. Okay, NS Bini was able to take us some point just moments ago. Jiggle is still currently knocked down on the ground. Mafioso still you know, down there, and I don't think he's gonna be picked up, you know, to be honest, because you wouldn't want to risk, you know, getting down from the high ground, right? And now Team Secret, okay, they're still trying to, of course, eliminate Alter Ego Eris. I mean, there's obviously a need for them to move a little forward, you know, just, I mean, just in case the circle again favors the middle part of the map here. But Beanie, amazingly, you know, he's still alive and kicking and trying to survive.
I know, right? And he's still favored by the circle, and nobody knows that he's there. And he's just watching the elimination feed roll, and he's like counting, like, okay, I'm probably at 6th place now. I'm probably at 5th place right now, okay? The longer that he holds on to that, the more placement points that he will get. So he doesn't really need to move right now. And the fact that he's the last remaining member alone for NS Red Force is like, okay, you guys duke out each other, and who knows that when it comes to like the last 2 teams, that one other team might need to force themselves to jump down, and that's where he might get 3 points. I don't know. Those possibilities might happen.
Exactly, that could be the case, but it's to be honest, this is quite tricky because of the fact that there's a big possibility that they will be fighting in this mountain. And you know, mountain, they have layers, right? And I think the best part that you can hold on to is the highest peak, which is of course already dominated by Alpha 7 Horror Esports. I mean, even Fourth Thrives, I mean, it's not even that high yet, but Beanie just maintaining his position here. I mean, he's quiet, right? And I don't know what he's going to do in this situation. He doesn't have the firepower, but he continues on to survive each round just because of the complexity of this particular circle right here. I mean, there's really no chance for them to kind of really face off against each other.
Oh, but wait for it. Okay, Salah problem. Okay, no fear. Oh! If only No Fear landed his shot first, they probably got Palak, but he kind of whiffed that, and Palak took advantage of it.
Yeah, I mean, it was a how to say, it was a not effective pre-fire, I guess. Falak was, I guess, just really quick on his reflex there, and he was holding a shotgun to begin with, and obviously Nofi was on prone, so he couldn't really defend himself well. But anyway, Fourth Thrives right now has a whopping 33% chance of getting the chicken here, and also I mean, Team Secret has 32, so they're pretty close with each other, considering maybe their overall position here. And maybe because they have the number advantage, that is. Okay, Alter Ego Eris down to 2, and NS Red Force, Alpha 7, down to just 1. And it's a good thing that Team Secret right now and Alter Ego is having an exchange right now, so that's the action that we have been waiting to happen. But Badru seems to be getting most of the damage here. Riggs is cooking up a nade here, but let's see if he can be accurate as to where he's about to, or like he's gonna throw the nade. But he decided to, okay, he was kind of hesitant to throw that nade. I don't know why, but perhaps he doesn't have the information just yet.
Yeah, maybe, because if we look at the terrain, it is hard to look across. But at the same time, they can wait for their teammate to get into position. As you can see here, Drang got into the other side of the hill, so they have Alter Ego enclosed right now. Alter Ego, they know that they're being surrounded, immediately blowing those smokes. The good news is that they're still in the circle, so they still have this stage to buy. But for Team Secret, yep, they're not willing to wait. They take out Rix.
Yeah. It's a vulnerable spot for Alter Ego Ares. Could be really hard to defend. But okay, Tran getting knocked down, at least that's a spark of hope from the side of Alter Ego Ares. And Badger seems to be doing an effective job, with all of his counters. And GK had just been shut down by Revo of Alpha 7. And this is where it works out, with a team that has the high ground advantage. And just look at that. They're just making it rain nades. And even, not nades, but bullets. Even for Thrives is just capitalizing on the situation and has been racking up points, just because they do have the high ground themselves as well.
And with this circle shift, I also want to point out that Beanie is still somewhere within the circle. He's probably at the stage where it's like, okay, he puts down his phone, he has his ramen on the side, it's like, okay, I just wait till something happens. It's not going to be much of a difference right now. Okay, but we can clearly see him moving, so he is at a attentive mode right now. But because of Beanie surviving, look at this, he's now in the top 3, potentially to go top 2 because he's still not known by anyone.
Yeah, but honestly, if Revo just plays his cards right, he has a big chance to win that chicken dinner. Okay, why? Because for Thrives, I mean, the only reason I see why they have the number advantage is the fact that they still have the numbers, right? But IQQ is still down there. He may not survive this round, since he can be taken by the Blue Reaper here. I mean, if you're just gonna maybe predict or anticipate the situation or what's about to happen. But Revo is in at the peak of the mountain here, so I don't know if anyone will have the chance to knock him down. It's just that the problem with Revo is he shouldn't overextend his peak.
Yes, because well, he is the last player, so there's no such thing as being knocked. You'll be eliminated immediately. But I also want to point out the fact that now Beanie's position is being compromised. Fourth tries to put all their attention on the Beanie. But look at this terrain, right? It's so difficult to land anything onto anyone.
Exactly.
How I see it, it's really going to be down to how the circle plays.
And again, there's no way for IQQ to climb up, right? I mean, eventually he's going to be devoured by the blue zone. Same thing goes for Noki, I guess. I mean, there's little space. Yes, there's still space to move, but it's not going to be enough eventually. And just look at that. Revo is capitalizing still, considering where he is exactly. The vantage point is still working out for him so far. It's been doing great for Alpha 7 Esports. And again, if Revo play his cards right, then Chicken is already in the bag here. But as for Binny, it's great that we see him still alive at this point in the match, considering the situation. But Noki and Falak over here, of course, they, already set their eyes onto Beanie here. I'm not sure if they're even aware of the fact that Revo is on top of Falak, because Falak's attention is over onto Beanie here. So let's see what's going to happen. What will Revo do in this situation? Oh, he went in for the jump and went for the spray, and Falak got down!
Oh, here comes Revo. That's not even a jump shot. That's a fall shot there by Revo. Oh, man.
Nice.
Okay, that's one down. 1v1v1. Oh my goodness, who will score it while Beanie's waiting on that side? Still putting a little bit more attention to Noki. The best position right now might be Noki.
Nicely done by Beanie, Sir Cloud. I wasn't really expecting that one, but man, the IQ, the game sense, and the sheer determination to win this round. NS Red Force definitely showing champion material right here. Now it goes down to just Noki versus Beanie of NS Red Force. And Noki receiving a lot of nades come from Beanie of NS Red Force, now going in for a molly right there. Noki running out of space. Beanie as well. He needs to jump. And NS Red Force wins the match.
Yo, Beanie from pretty much the beginning of this round, the low player for Noxian Red Force actually did it for the team. Woohoo!
Ladies and gents, your PMPS champion, winning this round, match number 14. Oh my goodness, that was such a clutch coming from Beanie. I mean, I'm not even sure, like, when did Nongshim Red Force started to have, like, just one player for the team? Was it, like, Zone 7, Zone 6? But fact of the matter is, you know, he remained patient, you know, remained composed up until the very end and played it nicely. Man, I almost thought Alpha 7 will have a back-to-back winner chicken dinner given their overall position, but oh my goodness, and it's Red Force. What a match.
And he's still able to score like 4 eliminations along the way. And I believe it was around like stage 3 or so. It was like kind of like that early stage that he had to play alone, had to stay super quiet. And at the back of my mind, it's like, okay, maybe this is like, I'll give him like top 2. Okay, that's like if everyone eliminates each other, top 2, and then he will be out. But no, he actually scored the chicken dinner for the team. This is insane. This is one of the most insane chicken dinner that we've got this season so far.
Yeah, and you know what, guys, down there in the comments, you don't need to fight, to be honest. It was a spectacular show. You know, everyone put out a great performance. Alpha 7, 4 Thrives, and its Red Force, even Alter Ego, Errors, and Team Secret. But yeah, I mean, at the end, again, you just need that touch of luck that we were talking about just a while ago, Sir Cloud. And it just so happens that, you know, Ennis Red Force, they really did great. You know, a sequence of events just really worked out for them. And you just have to really recognize the talent that was done there. I mean, Beanie, despite all the odds, was still able to get that WWCD for the team.
I know, this is insane. This is insane. Though not the highest point scored, but I mean, considering the circumstances, for him to still score the chicken dinner, it's definitely something. And that's where we need to highlight the head-to-head between the number 1 team and also the number 2 team in this round. It's going to be Nongshim Red Force and also 4 Thrice Esports. And look at the damage amount, right? Only 624, but that's because it was only Beanie alone for majority of this round. But because of his individual 4 eliminations, they are still on par when it comes to the eliminations department as compared to 4 Thrives.
Exactly. But we also need to recognize the amount of effort, you know, exerted coming from 4 Thrives. I mean, up until the very end as well. Noki as well as Falak tried their best to score that chicken dinner. It was just so unfortunate for the side of 4 Thrives because they really ran out of space. I mean, literally ran out of space. And again, you know, landing at second place is still like a great achievement, you know, for this match. But also we have to give it to the MVP, Revo, Alpha 7, being at the high ground, you know, capitalizing on the vantage point that the team had, right? And again, it was a bold move, you know, the way that he went after Falak, the 4 Tribes. I mean, he jumped from the high ground down onto the floor and just went for the strike and was able to get the job done. So again, it was, I mean, every single one of them performed great and gave you guys a good show. So man, this is something to celebrate. I mean, definitely one of the highlights.
Oh yeah, that move was indeed sexy. That definitely made the highlights there.
Sexy.
Yeah, I know, right? Like you tell people, what's so sexy about esports? Yeah, you show them that clip. And yes, that is sexy, ladies and gentlemen. And because of that kind of move and also all the other moves that they made to take the high ground just by the side of Power Grid especially, Alpha 7 scored 15 eliminations. Who needs chicken dinners if you have 15 eliminations, bringing you up to 20 points?
Yeah, I mean, no chicken, no problem for the side of Alpha 7. Again, a strong finish for the first 2 rounds by the Brazilians, right? I mean, it's a great thing that they're stepping up and making their presence felt for the Ruthless Invitational Showdown. And again, it's going to be an interesting day number 3 of the grand finals, since, you know, we're close to wrapping things up. I mean, how many more matches do we have? I mean, not so much anymore. So it's understandable that most of the teams who are really eager to perform are kind of showing us the caliber, of course, and their gameplay and the energy they can bring in the battlefield with this performance that we are seeing from them. And 159 throwables used in the game, okay, still not quite there. You know, we saw this number really go as high as near 400, so we want to see that, but I'm not sure if we're going to see that.
Well, but what we're going to see is Hora Esports still at number 1, the only team with 3 digits still with 107 points after that show. And Alpha 7, well, no chicken dinner, no problem for them. They still scored 20 points in total, bringing them up to 2nd place right now, and they are behind Hora Esports by only 13 points. So they're getting very close to the top now. And it's a significant jump for Alpha 7. You kind of think about it. They were at page number 2 when they started the day.
Oh yeah, you're right. And again, it's a make or break situation for every match. You know, I mean, one good performance could really make the difference, and Alpha 7 did just that. And looking at the second page, ladies and gents, it's Sanus Red Force and 4th Thrives that moved up ranks here. And as for the other teams, either it's a non-mover or they move down ranks as well. From the 3rd page, it's only Team Secret that quite had a good improvement in the overall standing, putting up a total of 29 points now. And as for the PL team, still a little shaky, I can say. But I do hope, since we still have that, you know, like a small gap still, hopefully they can you know, bring in the energy. But anyway, we're gonna check out if they can bring the energy. We're gonna take a short break, so we'll come back after this.
Well, did anyone expect that sort of chicken dinner? Expect the unexpectable when it comes to the Ruthless Invitational Showdown Season 9, ladies and gentlemen. We're still here with you, your storytellers. My name is Sir Clark, together with the wonderful Red Queen. My oh my, what a round that was.
I'm still not over the fact that like how Binny of Venice Red Force was able to score that chicken dinner. But again, this is what we came for Sir Cloud. All the action that we can get, from all of these amazing teams that we have in the lobby. And speaking of the teams, of course, we have Group B versus Group C this time for match number 15 in Erangel. Now, we are welcoming back, of course, the boys of Four Miracle Vibes, and I do wonder if you're going to pick them for this round.
Ooh.
Putting you on the spot, huh?
Putting me on the spot, right? I know, right? Oh man, this is where it starts to get really hard.
Well,
ooh.
I'm thinking about like which team am I gonna pick next? Okay.
Okay, production is going for Vampire. Okay. The current, one of the PMS champions. Okay. I'll go with the boys of Bigatron. Let's go. My turn. Let's bring it on.
And then I'm going for Team Flash. I'm going for Team Flash this time. I have this feeling that Win is again gonna boost up and turn into a Hulk here.
Turn into a Win. Turn into a Hulk. Okay. Now I'm curious to find out, right? So you got the two predictions, right? Which team brought you the predictions?
Horror Esports, the Purple Hearts, of course, and Voin Donkey of Indonesia.
Ooh, okay. Interesting picks. All right. What's stopping production from getting more correct predictions this time? I mean, they did. Production did got a lot of correct predictions during the Night of Champions that time. They're on a roll.
I don't know. Maybe they are losing their mojo.
Ooh.
I'm talking about you, Astro.
Well, he must be thinking like, it's so hard. Like, how am I gonna get at least 1 point? Okay. Calm down, people. We still got 10 more games to go, including this one. But we'd like to hear from you as well. Like, what would be your prediction? Put it in the comment section. Did anyone expect the Nongshim Red Force chicken dinner? I bet nobody expected that, especially when you watch until stage 3 when they only had Beanie left. It's like, okay, they're not gonna get the chicken dinner, but they still did, right? So anything can really happen. I mean, at this point, it's like you have a dart board with all the teams' names. Just throw a dart. And then it's like, okay, that team, that's how we're gonna do the prediction coming soon if this continues on.
Do we have Koreans in the comment section? Like, if we have Koreans, Zaniong, Haseyo, welcome to the stream, guys. Make your presence felt as well. I mean, D Puskia as well as Annis Red Force definitely showing up, I'm pretty sure that these guys are your pride and joy, especially Annis Red Force, currently the champions of PMPS, and of course, D Puskia is currently the PMGC champs as well. So we are in the presence of the Korean greatness. So hopefully, if you guys are down there in the comment section, let us know.
I do love myself kimbap though, not gonna lie. Yeah.
I love kimbap.
Yeah.
Oh man, and the kimchi jjigae. I love kimchi jjigae. I'm a sucker for kimchi.
Kimchi jjigae, kimbap, Korean barbecue, So that if you want to take Red Queen out for a meal, you know where to bring her. Korean
Samgyeopsal. Bring me to a Korean barbecue house. And you know what? I will have to say they do have a great liquor as well. I'm not sure if I'm supposed to say liquor, but yeah. I mean, soju is great. Sake is great as well from Japanese. So do you have a signature liquor as well in Malaysia?
Like Korean restaurant?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, we love K-pop, and when I say we, means the people here in general, right? We love K-pop. We love Korean food. Korean barbecue is everywhere. So hopefully one day, we get to have a nice Korean barbecue somewhere. Oh, even better if it's in Korea. Just saying.
Oh yeah, I mean, we do plan to visit Korea soon. But I'm having like what's stopping me is the fact that I believe it's a little bit hot in Korea right now.
So when you say hot, like how hot are they in comparison to the Philippines?
Maybe. I'm not sure. I haven't been to Korea. You know, if I go to Korea, that would be my first time being in Korea. So they say that at this time, it's also, I believe, summer. So it's not really ideal to go to Korea, at this weather, I guess, or at this time. So,
Right.
I mean, I would want to experience snow. I haven't really experienced snow, so yeah.
Yeah, and those snows that you can get like in a theme park, that doesn't count.
No, that doesn't count. I mean, I did try to ski in Dubai Mall, but it's fake snow, so and it's fake ice. That doesn't count.
Yeah, me neither. Haven't had a experience with actual snow yet. But the teams are having experience on the battleground. On the elimination feed, we see JDG taking out a member of the Xavier Nate team. And on screen, we have Nongxin Red Force in action, but Doxy ran in with his knife, but unfortunately immediately gunned down by Deathstorm by A1. But Deathstorm looks like he's taken out as well. They're just trading blows to each other. And Mr. MVP, Mr. Chicken Dinner Beanie in action with a pistol, and he's only down to 10% of health. He does not have space to run away. Rowdy will get him.
I love that we gave him a moniker, Mr. Chicken Dinner. Okay. I mean, it's unfortunate for the doctor though. I mean, Doxy has been sent back to the lobby here by A1 Arrow, and seems to me like they do have the upper hand advantage here up against Zetas Red Force. The good thing is that Binny's still alive, getting picked up by his teammate here, but since there's still a scarcity of weapons here, everyone's trying to take their time, but not for A1 Arrow. Oh my goodness. All right. The Savior, I think they're the ones that eliminated JDG as well, but of course the fight is not done just yet because we also have Tiamba inside Pachinki.
Tiamba with the full squad. Now they have the potential of having the advantage over them with the full squad. At the same time, on the elimination feed, 4th Rise in action against 7-9. A lot of fights happening across the map, it seems, this time. Oh, Tiamba in front of D Xavier. Knock onto Levi's. One more to go on the inside. And now Mighty. It's a lot of damage though, but he still goes in with the jump shot. Fearless Mighty.
Whoa.
Once, and they will finish off D Xavier.
Now this is what I want to see coming from Tianda. And you know what, Super Cloud, I've noticed so far, especially in Pachinki, like there are more and more teams that would love to challenge D-Saver in terms of like getting Pachinki as their main territory. So D-Saver should prepare. But anyway, getting back into the action between Sim9 and 4th Rise, U-High is still knocked down on the ground. Trexie seems to have a plan on getting to UI at this point, but I feel like Noki probably already know that Trexie will be coming for his teammate here, and so he is trying to get into position here, or perhaps, would want to seal the deal.
And Noki knows Trexie's on the other side. With the fact that the smoke's popped. Okay, probably saw him. Okay, now he takes a shot. Ooh, iron side. Knock on the Trexie. Quick moves there by Noki.
Oh yeah, I mean, understandably so, because Falak and IQQ already out of the game, so maybe he's avenging his fallen comrade, so to speak. And T24 coming up from behind. Trixie, okay, there you go. That's the confirmed kill. Yuhai had been picked up, but oh no, he hasn't been picked up. He's also out of the game, which brings us down to our last player from the side of Sim9. Although they did manage to put 2 elimination points, but yeah, I guess it's okay. It's a decent number. 2 is still a good number, but not enough if they would want to gun for like an even higher position in the overall rankings.
2 is a good number, but 1 is a hard one. But after what we saw with Beanie earlier on, no, I'm not going to question the 1 anymore. Who knows if Fearing can pull off a Beanie? Yeah. But this is a very different situation, of course, for Fearing, because he is kind of far away from the circle and he needs to move like about 800 meters alone, that is, with the fact that 4th Rise knows that he's still around the corner. It's just that Fourth Rise decided to like, okay, we don't have vehicles ourselves. We probably don't have enough utility. Let's just focus on the loots and not only think about that one guy, but instead think about the whole game altogether so that they'll be more prepared when they enter the circle next.
I just realized that we didn't win any predictions just a while ago, so none of us will eat something. But anyway, okay, good. Okay, but okay, just looking at the situation here, ladies and gents, just to keep you up to date. For Miracle Vibes is will be coming from the south part area of E Wrangle. Same thing goes for Thunder Talk Gaming since they got down in Nobar, and Sim9 is pretty close with Fourth Rise, of course, down there in Pierre. So perhaps for Miracle Vibes, if they know that Fourth Thrives and Sim9 still there, probably they'll challenge them up. I mean, potential scores. I mean, who would say no to that one? Also, for most of the teams, they're already down there in the middle. We got BTR pretty close with which team here? RQ. Okay, RQ in Rozok, if I'm not mistaken.
So they're going to share the same area for now. That's going to be interesting if they bump into each other. But I guess everyone's at their own corner, so they're not gonna bump yet. And I'm pretty sure they don't want so. Okay, there you go. Okay, we get a overall view. Circle is pretty 50-50 between the north and the south. So let's see if there'll be any hard shift needed later on. For now, the shift is happening for 4 Miracle Vibes, and the one that's stopping them is 4 Thrives.
Okay, here we go. Can they pass through the bridge? That is, of course, up to 4 Thrives and how effective they are when it comes to like gatekeeping. One of also the best in the competitive scene, of course, the boys of 4 Miracle Vibes. I don't see Baron playing for 4 Miracle Vibes for now, so perhaps the lineup would be Joel. Who else? Joel Tops, Doc, and one more name, Sir Cloud.
Zio?
Rifus.
Okay. Oh yeah, Rifus. Yeah, there you go. Oh yeah, Baron. Okay. So he's taking a break. I mean, 4 Miracle Vibes, their entire lineup, including their bench, is pretty stacked. Yeah, so it's almost like you can put anyone in, and you can still expect them to put in a performance. And I believe Baron, he played during the Night of Champions the other day.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah, so I guess they're trying out this new formation to see how it works out, and maybe that's why we don't get to see the best of them, just like how we saw during the Night of Champions.
And I guess there's a lot of eyes looking at them right now because of their roster alone. They have again, just like what you said, the roster's pretty stacked up. Even if the substitutes for Miracle Vibes are really great, right? So I do wonder when the pressure is really high if they can still perform as smooth as butter. Because sometimes it affects their overall gameplay when the pressure starts to kick in, and stress altogether. But it is, of course, going to be such a great expectation, I guess, onto their shoulders, just because, the history of tops as well, from Stalwarts moving into Falcons and then dropping the original roster altogether. Now he's playing for 4 Miracle Vibes with Dark, so there is that great expectation for them to kind of dominate globally.
Now Tianba will try to dominate 4 Thrives like 2-2-4. Almost taking out a member of Tianba, but from the other side. Okay, Tianba. Nice split, nice distraction for them to finish off the final player of 4 Thrives. 4 Thrives are in number 12, but they still scored 3 elimination points, and 3 of them was the members of Sim9 who they took out earlier.
And it's a good thing that, Tiamba's kind of picking up the pace, because they have been awfully quiet for like 2 days now, and it's a great thing that for the 3rd day they're kind of stepping up, and we do expect more, to come from Tiamba and the other PL teams as well. Now RQ, they do have the chance to maybe collide with BTR if I'm not mistaken, but they're not pushing through with it just yet. Okay, but they know where RQ is currently staying at, and I feel like they're gauging the situation, maybe checking like, is it already safe for us to have this engagement with BTR? Would it benefit us more than it will cause harm? The question, right?
Yeah, probably that's something that they're considering, and they have to consider that we have 11 teams now. So if you were to take fights, yeah, you want to tell yourself that you can win, just like any other competitor. But at the same time, you gotta think that, but what if we lose, right? That's a consideration for that as well. Well, but Team Flash, they don't really need to consider this since it's a long range. They try, but not able to get a knock. But instead, it's going to be Thunder Talk, getting a Sinister from A1 Arrow. And A1 Arrow, they might be looking for a revenge. They know exactly where the members of Thunder Talk Gaming are at right now. Try to get an advantage, but Hitman was not able to land that shot to get the knock.
Mm-hmm. And that's also always the consideration, right, Sir Clan? I mean, early in the game, you don't want to get into an early engagements as well because you don't want to risk losing members of the team. So, yeah, I mean, just like what we are seeing right now. I mean, A1 Arrow definitely backing away from the situation. They don't want to risk members of their team getting knocked down since it's too early, to be honest. Thunder Talk, it's a great thing because, again, they continue to defend themselves well. And but we still got a long way to go for this match. So let's see if they can get to the latter stages of the match. I'm looking at A1 Arrow. They have taken over a compound here, but BTR, I feel like they're about to swarm in.
With the high ground, that's a potential. While A1 has the compound, and I guess they are evaluating whether it's going to be worthwhile for them to do that or not. Objectively, maybe not. But if they want to go like, okay, we want the points in, we want to catch the #1 spot, we want to bring in the elimination points, then sure, they can potentially go for that. But if they want to play objectively and play for survivability, since we're still at stage #3, then they can chill out a bit at the high ground, wait for the circle to shift, and in case the position forces A1 to come out of that building, then BTR will be ready then.
Yeah, perhaps. Okay, Team Flash. Ooh, okay. Massive fire. Coming from you. Who else? Okay, Thunder Talk Gaming, they're on rotation at the moment. We got Woo here of ASI8, also trying to bring him down in a moving vehicle, but of course it's always hard. It's always tricky to put down someone in a moving vehicle. But Thunder Talk Gaming seems to be eager to respond as well up against ASI8, so I do wonder if they're going to continue with the collision here. But Casanova, he has set his eyes over to one player of Thunder Talk Gaming and was able to put down Tian Yu.
Uh-huh. Nice long range there, and Tian Yu will be eliminated by who? Aha, it is him from ASI8. Called who? Yeah. Reminds me of Doctor Who though.
Oh, I thought it reminds you of what this movie about? Rush Hour.
Oh, yeah, now that you mention it.
What's your name? My name is you. What do you mean you?
Okay, yeah, I remember that now.
That's funny. Okay, and again, it's a fast-paced game we're seeing right now because stage 3, and we already lost like the likes of Venice Red Force, JDG as well. We're looking at 10 teams remaining here, and D Savior also out of the game, by the way, setting up a total of 3 elimination points. So far, so good for A1 Arrow since. They also managed to put up 4 elimination points as well for the team, so hopefully they can continue on with this kind of pace. And on the screen, ladies and gents, Team Flash, still a complete squad, moving around the map as well, over to the east side, pretty close with A1, Thunder Talk, and BTR on the south side of shooting range. But I feel like it's going to be A1 and Team Flash, if there's ever going to be another fight here.
Yeah, and we have them now on screen. A1 Team Flash next to each other. And Team Flash, wonder if they're interested. They do have this high ground still. They don't really need to force it, but there's a chance that the circle will go away at stage #5. While we shift forward to Vampire Esports with a high ground up onto the somewhat the shooting range area. And more teams are coming towards this high ground. Of course, this high ground is pretty valuable. Everyone wants a piece of it. But it's not only about the shooting range within that is. You have to also be aware of incoming teams on the other side of the circle. BTR came from the right side of the circle towards the left side. They are circling around just to find that prime position, maybe trying to get as middle as possible.
And I don't see Tony K playing for this round. Okay, maybe we'll see him afterwards. But okay, Vampire Esports over to the west side. I believe they're trying to gun down Voindunky as well, gatekeep them. BT are on your screen, ladies and gents. Again, Federer is already out of the game here, early elimination, but they are trying to challenge up the boys of ASI 8. Uzim is or Uzium rather, is right behind a big rock. But desperately trying to, of course, stay alive at this point. He had been, I mean, they're ganging up on him, obviously, but it's a good thing that Casanova is right there to save his teammate.
Oh, the Casanova.
A fighter, not a lover.
Yeah. Every time his name is mentioned, I go like, ooh, Casanova. But, ooh, full medical vibes now. Okay, in action. But on screen, we also have ASI 8 from afar, knocking out the members of Thunderdog Gaming. And Thunderdog Gaming eliminated just like that. But back on the full medical vibes against RRQ now. Zero scouting out where exactly Nepeko is at. But ASI 8, they can't chill. Looks like another knock onto them.
And I almost thought that Thunderdog Gaming was able to accumulate like quite a number of points. So maybe that was just damage output. They were able to shut down players, but not really translate that into a full-blown elimination point just yet. Voindunky! Okay, here we go on your screen, ladies and gents. And again, up against ASI 8. Man, ASI 8 seems to be in altercation all the time. For Miracle Vibes, though, Doc might be down on the ground, but it's a good thing he's been surrounded by lots of smoke here, so that really gave way for Doc to recuperate. Tiamba, Mighty, doing a massive spray, but Zhao right now about to go out of the game.
Ooh, and Zhou is eliminated officially by Tianma. And Tianma comes in, but they're on the lower ground though. A little bit of a disadvantage when it comes to the geography, as Doc still has that high ground against Tianma. But Tianma, they are not in a rush. But it would be lovely if they can get up to the high ground, so they will still try to hike up before the zone closes, because we are about to see stage number 5, about 5 more seconds here. And on screen, is going to be the overview of who might get the next circle. And it goes again towards the high ground. So it's still very, very valuable. RRQ, we need to play the defensive game against Full Medical Vibes.
Yeah, and also we've got Vampire Esports already in position as well down there in the broken plane. Nuzi is the first one to get there, so let's see if he will get attacked, for now. But yeah, so far it's quiet. But it's a different story though for ASI. And again, they find themselves in an altercation with Voindunky. Now it's a dance-off. Unfortunately, though, oh man, Wu is already out of the game, as well as UZM. And that's courtesy, of course, by Vexy of Voindunky. Now, we are seeing quite an aggressive Voindunky for today as well. So, interesting day number 3, ladies and gentlemen. And we already mentioned this at the beginning of the match, is that today should be the day that team starts to build their foundation if they want to get ahead compared to the other teams.
Oh, yeah. And you can see that ASI continues to build a foundation by knocking out Zeta. And from the side, baby, we'll get it. And that's going to be another point into the team. As you shift over to now, A1 Arrow going up against Team Flash. And this is the fight that we kind of anticipated would happen. Without the circle, A1 is forced to come out of the building. And look at the nades rained out by Team Flash. But they're not able to hit the target just yet thanks to the smoke. So they're still okay for now. Instead, it's going to be Zeus knocked down from the side. And I wonder who did it came from. Did it came from A1 or somewhere else? It came from MG from RRQ.
Whoa, and BTR already out of the game as well, so not a good performance from the side of the Bigatrons. And now we got Hitman over here, throwing nades, and who was able to put down Hugh, rather. Okay, Hitman, oh man, he got hit by a buggy real hard. And that was such a good offense coming from Team Flash, but let's see if that Storm can make a difference. Can he really bring some sort of Death Storm up against a Team Flash top? He's currently picking up his teammate here. Win again for the win. My goodness, this kid is unstoppable, I'm telling you.
Again, he became the savior for the team, eliminating A1 at number 8 with 5 elimination points as he shift back over to the southern side of the circle. Now we have 4 medical vibes on the lower ground against Xianba, Boing Donkey up against Vampire Esports with 1 player currently down, but the jump shot came from the other side. It is on Zens to finish off Gachor and number 7 for Boing Donkey.
Oh, Tiamba! How the mighty have fallen onto the hands of 4 Miracle Vibes. Doc with the slash attack, slaying the rest of Tiamba. Now we're looking at the 2 remaining players here. 6 elimination points, not bad for Tiamba. 4 Miracle Vibes and RQ also joined into the mix here, so it's a 3-way battle happening. In this particular spot now. Smoke's being popped off as well. XII is currently low in HP here, so there's a need for him to kind of pick himself up. Tops, Cooking Nade, Rifus as well. Just don't know where exactly they're going to throw those nades. But yeah, RQ is being a little aggressive here, but Doc is trying to keep them at bay as well.
As of now, is the quiet before the storm, they say. Because everyone's calculating their position, everyone's trying to get as much information as possible. A nade was sent from behind by RQ to 4 medical vibes, but a nade landed onto Tianba Z, and now it's going to be go time for 4 medical vibes to secure another elimination point, leaving Tianba with only 1 player left, and the final player of Tianba comes from the side, but he gets stopped in the process. Could he be the one to actually form a clutch against 4 medical vibes? And 4 vibes is going to be Refuse, finishing him off. 4 medical vibes survive, but now they have RRQ to deal with.
Ooh, man. Okay, but Jal has been taken as a sacrifice here. Is back in the lobby, but again, 3 is a doable number for any veteran teams. And now what a shot though, coming from Dog. Oh my goodness, through that window, through that wall. 4 Miracle Vibes getting through.
Oh, 4 medical vibes. They found that window, they found that opening, but a little bit more time bought because they have to save Refuse right now while Vampire Esports. They're being chilling here on the other side of the map. Precious now on the 4 medical vibes. They have to come in as Baby gets Sorvel. RRQ permanently loses another player. Could be another sign of an opening for 4 medical vibes, but now they have to consider to deal with Vampire Esports, who's on the other side, putting pressure onto them from afar.
Okay. Right now, Vampire Esports, they do have quite an advantage up against the remaining teams here. ASI, 4 Miracle Vibes, and RQ. They do have the numbers. They do have the best position so far. 4MV will be coming down south. They don't have any compounds to work with, so it's a little bit open. So they just have to take advantage of the potato hills right up in front of them. We've got Champ right here doing a little spray. Okay, it's divide and conquer from the side of Vampire Esports. Tops, he is on 70% of health here, but definitely will be backed up by Refuse. They're going up against Ventoris of Vampire Esports, but there's quite a distance there, but Ventoris getting damaged from the bullets coming from Refuse here. Newsy trying to find an angle here, trying to find someone to knock down onto the side of 4 Miracle Vibes, but so far, both teams, both gauging what can they do in this situation.
Right now for Vampire Esports, well, they can pretty much play the waiting game. I mean, they have a good spread, they have a full squad. Right now, Vampire Esports, they are in the driver's seat. But they can get the knock, then obviously it will be a good chance for them to rush in and try to finish off a team in front of them. That is 4 Medical Vibes. 4 Medical Vibes right now, at least they managed to get into the circle, and they seem to be pretty clear from RRQ and also Vampire Esports as of now. For ASIA, we still have 2 players here, Mr. Casanova and Baby is still in the game, and they decided to just stay away from all these teams on the other side of the circle.
Ooh, okay, good call for Refus here, taking advantage of this special crate, and now he was able to level up his helmet and vest. It's a good advantage compared to the remaining players in the game. It would be hard, a little tricky to shut him down now. Vampire Esports still playing the waiting game, so to speak. Okay, they're letting 4 Miracle Vibes to come at them, understandably so, because 4MV are the ones that will be coming from the outskirts, so all they need to do is just really wait. Nerpeko is a non-mover, you know, but right now I think he just left the compound. He went to the south part area of the circle, completely ignoring former Vibes, who is currently challenging up the voice of Vampire Esports. But I'm not sure if Vintoris was able to pick Nerpeko up, or like maybe he knows where Nerpeko actually went.
Yeah, they seem to know though, especially with the fact that Nerpeko popped that smoke. But Nuzi gets knocked. For Vertical Vibes, they might lose one player, and that's a confirmation. The point will go to Vampire Esports. They're currently dominating with 5 eliminations. Vampire is still in the driver's seat, even though the circle slightly moved away from them, but they have 3 players within the circle right now. At the same time, Nerpeko eliminated. That is the end for RRQ. Top 3 now.
All right, here we go. We got Baby and Casanova trying to maneuver. Oh, but Baby was put on a stop here as he got gunned down by, of course, Vampire Esports, and now Champ is about ready to finish him off. Casanova, he won't be able to help the Baby at this point, so Baby obviously a little bit helpless from this exchange. Now 7 elimination points coming from Vampire. They continue to dominate this stage, stage 7. And again, Vampire Esports might be the one to really bag the chicken dinner, but we're not discounting the fact that former Vibes can maybe still flip the script up against Vampire Esports, because we've seen this happen too many times already.
And here comes more nades from Vampire Esports. They want to wrap things up. I mean, they do have the best chance right now. They're probably telling themselves like, yes, but then cannot look down upon four vertical vibes. Refus fires back. He got Nuzi, but Refus countered upon by the other members of Vampire Esports. Now eliminated. It's going to be Tops. Tops fires onto Torrent, but he has to manage Onzens at the same time. Onzens fire onto him, and four vertical vibes out. It's now between Vampire Esports and ASI8. But with Vampire Esports, 3 active players, you can even make that 4. It should be a chicken dinner for Vampire.
See, we don't only look forward to the chicken dinners here, ladies and gents. We also look forward to the kind of clashes such as this one. It's a 1v4s, it's a 1v1s, and now we're looking at Casanova, the lone wolf right now for ASI versus a full squad of Vampire Esports. And now Casanova behind that rock, definitely going up against Onzen here. But okay, decided to go back. Now here comes the dance-off! Fortunately, Casanova just got served by Vampire Esports, ladies and gents, setting up a total of 20 points for this match.
And I believe production got their prediction right.
Oh no!
For this round, finally kicking it off. And it is Vampire Esports that scores it for production and of course for themselves as well. So Vampire Esports, without Tony K, no problem. They still bring the chicken dinner on the board.
See if they are able to bring the chicken dinner even without Tony K. Oh, that speaks a lot from the side of Vampire Esports. Again, another big and great contender here in the Ruthless Invitational Showdown, and probably in the global scene as well. What a great gameplay from the Vampires. A total of 10 elimination points in total, and another 10 for the placement points. Now we're looking at the damage here, and obviously Champ is the one that put all the pain onto their enemies. Now, I do wonder who Champ is. Is he another tryout, for Vampire Esports? And you already mentioned, Sir Carl, that Vampire Esports, most of their players actually came from FaZe Clan.
Yeah. So Champ is the coach. Of course, we don't know if it's him playing or, a tryout player just using his name. So that's one. And he was from FaZe Clan as well. So he was coach for FaZe Clan. And now they brought him in together as a package, together with Onsen, Ventoris, and also, the other members of FaZe Clan all together. And this is like FaZe Clan 2.0 in Vampire Esports. And it also adds to the fact that Tony K was with FaZe Clan before, so it's almost like a reunion for them.
Oh yeah, I mean, whatever happened to the original roster of Vampire Esports? Have they gone to another team, or like maybe sitting this one out for now?
Well, they have gone separate ways. Some of them got into coaching. Some of them nowhere to be found. Like Stone, kind of surprised to see him nowhere to be found. So I don't know. Maybe he'll come back in the next season, but as of now, no news yet. Hopefully we get to see them because they are still good, if you ask me.
Oh yeah, I mean, no doubt. But I do wonder though if it's going to be the same caliber though that Vampire Esports was able to play at, considering that they won PMWI back to back, and again with this new lineup, of course you still have to test out like how good they are really when put into pressure, in critical moments as well. But we're going to talk more of that later on as we just give the spotlight to Crypto as the most valuable player. ASI, baby, putting up 5 elimination points, 625 damage output, just really putting up the muscle here for ASI.
Putting out the muscle, yeah. Flexing those guns there, my man. Yeah, and he did show up a lot on screen as well with a lot of amazing gameplays. And alongside him is 2 players from Vampire Esports. So we got Champ here. So I don't know if this is like Champ or who. But anyway, it's still Champ with 4 eliminations, followed by Onzens from Vampire Esports as well with 3. And then we have Doc, the Doctor for 4 medical fights, 2 eliminations in the bag. And it was not an easy one for 4 medical fights. They were surrounded by so many teams in this round, but still able to have a representative up here and also collect 11 points.
And of course, Nongshim Red Force, despite having the chicken dinner in the previous round, now exited the game empty-handed for this round. It's the same thing goes for Bigatron Esports. Now, Thunder Talk Gaming, of course, with only 1 elimination point, but they can still come back stronger in the next rounds to come. But they need to pick up the pace if in case they still would want a chance, to be part of the top 10 in the leaderboard standing. Now, throwables used in the game, it's 179, so that is a slight improvement there. Airdrops looted, a total of 3, and for the longest elimination distance, of course, that was taken by Bao of Team Flash with a total of 368 meters.
We're probably not going to get a 200 at this rate. 200 throwables, yeah. It's almost like, okay, if it's 200, it's an outlier. If anything below that, like 180, that's now considered high as a benchmark for this tournament. But what's high up there is still Hora Esports, still ahead of the second place team, now Team Flash by 10 points. Team Flash, they overtook Alpha 7, but to be fair, Alpha 7 did not play this round, so that opened up the opportunity for Team Flash to go up anyway. As for Vampire Esports, with the chicken dinner, from a 0 to a hero, they now climb up onto page number 1.
Yeah, and just because Crypto kind of exploded for this round, and the rest of the team of ASIA, they moved up 4 ranks in total, landing at 10th place with 62 points. So again, if they continue on playing at this kind of energy, then there is no doubt that, they can even be at, top 5. D plus Key, however, Boy Donkey, JLU Squad, and NS Red Force, all of them moved down 1 rank. But coming off of the third page, it's Tiamba right now with the... I consider them to be the most improved team coming off of the third page. They showed great energy for the match, putting up a total of 18 elimination points. Now, what I want to happen, coming off of the PL teams, perhaps they start to... see the right patterns for the team and maybe pick up the pace as well so that they can improve their status in the overall standings.
Yeah, and whether it will happen or not, we still have games more to go today. But before we head on to our next game, as usual, we'll take a short break, so do not go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. We'll see you guys after this one.